Chapter 122. This was Jin's third time facing the blue dog fox wolf. The young knight was very surprised that the blue dog fox wolf could fight his way out alone. Jin narrowed his eyes and stared at the enemy in front of him. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. All this time, the blue dog fox wolf has been hiding at the back, relying on the forest to protect itself. I didn't expect it to have such a brave moment. No, this kind of magical beast has always been very ruthless. In the past, when the blue dog fox wolf attacked the rescue team led by ZDI, it also attacked personally. It seems that the blue dog fox wolf only gathered the other magical beasts when it felt it was necessary. Just like what ZDI said before, the blue dog fox wolf that was chasing them used the fire poison bee swarm. Wait, when I saw these two blue dog fox wolf before, why did they have a magical beast army? Questions arose, but were immediately suppressed by Jin. Because, at this moment, the blue dog fox wolf had already pounced on him. Jin immediately rolled to avoid the blue dog fox wolf's attack. But when the blue dog fox wolf passed by Jin in midair, its tail swept fiercely and hit Jin's back. Jin suffered a heavy blow, as if someone had hit him on the back with a hammer. What attacked me? Jin continued to roll to reduce the force and immediately knelt on the ground. I clearly dodged it. Jin was a little confused. The wooden wall was narrow and there wasn't much space. This time, he almost rolled down and was already at the edge of the wooden wall. Jin's gaze gradually focused on the fluffy tail behind the blue dog fox wolf. This thing can also be used as a weapon. Jin understood. The blue dog fox wolf's intelligence was similar to that of a human. It was very high, so it developed its body very well. The foxtail was actually not blue dog fox wolf's usual weapon. In fact, it could be considered a weakness. However, blue dog fox wolf had deliberately trained it to become a weapon. Perhaps the blue dog fox wolf's tail was useless against those deadly white rhinoceroses. However, when dealing with a human like Jin, especially when the latter did not have the help of fighting energy, the blue dog fox wolf's tail was much harder than a human's. Jin snorted coldly as he secretly activated his heart core. In the next moment, the red light surged within his body, transforming his bones and muscles into those of the brown bear. The blue dog fox wolf's eyes narrowed. He felt that the young man in front of him seemed to have changed, but upon closer inspection, there was no change. The blue dog fox wolf launched an attack once again. Its speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of Jin. Jin raised his thin sword, Silver Lightning, and the blue dog fox wolf firmly blocked in front of him. The blue dog fox wolf's unstoppable pounce was blocked by a slender sword. Just as it was stunned, Jin's fist came sweeping over. Bang! The fist smashed into the blue dog fox wolf's ear, and the huge force sent the blue dog fox wolf flying. The blue dog fox wolf rolled 3 times on the wooden plank, then immediately stood up. Its 4 legs were on the ground, and its head kept shaking, only then was it able to shake off the dizziness. Woof woof. The blue dog fox wolf roared at Jin, revealing a very human-like expression of shock. Was this a human? Jin looked like an immature human infant. How could he have such great strength? Hearing the blue dog fox wolf's roar, the surrounding flying squirrels all gathered and charged at Jin from all directions. Jin took a deep breath, and the 2 lungs in his chest mutated into the lungs of a bat monkey. Because he had absorbed a large amount of air in an instant, Jin's chest expanded. Scram! Jin suddenly opened his mouth, and his roar reverberated in all directions, causing translucent ripples to appear in the air. The flying squirrels that pounced at him were simply seeking their own deaths. Most of them fell to the ground, while the stronger ones screamed and rolled on the ground. Most of them were lying on the ground as corpses, either unconscious or truly dead. Jin waved his thin sword, Silver Lightning, and as the sword flashed, he finished off the flying squirrels that were still howling in pain. Seeing Jin reap the lives of the flying squirrels, the blue dog fox wolf rushed at Jin again. Jin hurriedly raised his thin sword and was ready for battle. But this time, the blue dog fox wolf didn't jump and pounce. It kept its feet on the wooden plank and was in a constant state of exertion. The distance between the two parties rapidly shortened, and Jinjin suddenly swung his thin sword downwards. The blue dog fox wolf suddenly lowered its body and dodged the thin sword. Its belly was almost touching the wooden plank as it scurried behind Jinjin. The wolf's roar exploded behind him. Jinjin hurriedly turned around and slashed horizontally with his thin sword. But he hit nothing. The blue dog fox wolf only roared once, forcing Jinjin to turn around and swing his sword. After Jinjin swung his sword, he used up all of his strength, and an opening appeared in an instant. A green light seemed to flash in the blue dog fox wolf's eyes. Only then did it really pounce over. When this beast fights, it actually gives me the feeling that it's proficient in martial art. Jinjin's head shook. His opening was created by the blue dog fox wolf and was caught by it. He couldn't dodge in time. At the critical moment, Jinjin raised his empty left arm and used it as a shield in front of him to protect his weak neck and prevent his throat from being bitten by the blue dog fox wolf. The blue dog fox wolf pounced in midair. When it saw Jinjin abandon his left arm, it opened its mouth even wider in excitement. Then, it bit down viciously on Jinjin's left arm. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its terrifying bite force could even crush an iron helmet. But Jinjin's left arm wasn't bitten off. Instead, a few of the blue dog fox wolf's teeth were broken. It turned out that at the critical moment, Jinjin had covered his left arm with a layer of tough silver scorpion shell. The intense pain from the broken teeth made the blue dog fox wolf's body tremble violently. Then, this silver magical beast was even more ferocious. It used its bloody mouth and teeth to bite down on Jinjin's left arm. Its whole body used the inertia of its pouncing body to fiercely knock Jinjin down. Jinjin and the blue dog fox wolf were originally fighting at the top of the wooden wall. Now, the two were fighting hand to hand. One was biting the other's left arm and wouldn't let go. Just like that, they fell from the sky. "Ah, Lord Jinjin!" Ya cried out in alarm and hurriedly jumped down from the support. On the ground, he saw that Jinjin had just gotten up. "Damn it, it actually ran away after being hit by my sword." Jinjin coughed violently and looked at the bloodstains on the ground forming a line. The blue dog fox wolf's figure disappeared between the tents in the distance. Of course, it didn't feel good to fall from a high altitude. The blue dog fox wolf wanted to use its silver magical beast body to bully Jinjin. But Jinjin's bare bones and bare meat weren't just for show. Instead, during the falling process, he took the opportunity to stab the blue dog fox wolf from its belly to its spine. Then, the tip of the sword protruded from the wolf's skin, forming a penetrating wound. Good sword. It's a pity that it didn't pierce through the blue dog fox wolf's spine. I have to find it. An injured magical beast is even more dangerous. Ya, continue to stay here and clear out the remaining flying squirrels, Jinjin loudly ordered Ya, who was running over. I'll go after that blue dog fox wolf. If there's no enemy here, go to the main gate and support Zhong Ge. At this point, the blue dog fox wolf side attack on the camp had basically been neutralized. The flying squirrels were too restrained by Jinjin's roar and couldn't even use 1/10 of their strength. The blue dog fox wolf, which had escaped into the camp, became the only remaining trouble. I understand, sir. Ya looked at Jinjin in admiration as he hurriedly left. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The main gate of the camp actually collapsed. What's going on? The other people in the camp all turned pale with fright. What the hell is Zhong Ji doing? Jinjin also stopped in his tracks because of this unforeseen event. He cast his gaze towards the main gate of the camp, and at the same time, he used the ultrasonic wave to investigate. Where the main gate of the camp used to be, there was a deep, pitch-black hole. A yellow-white magical beast had shrunk into the deep hole. Jinjin could barely see its figure. This was a silver magical beast, and it seemed to be very good at attacking underground. The blue dog fox wolf actually had a trump card. I didn't detect it. It seems to have been moving underground all this time. Under the command of the blue dog fox wolf, the magical beast army had used various tactics. Jinjin had been on guard against the sudden attack of the divided army, but he didn't expect there to be a magical beast underground. The ultrasonic wave detection had its limitations. Although it could still detect the situation underground, it was best to stay close to the ground. When Jinjin was investigating, he had always been on the high wooden wall. Even if he stayed close to the ground, he might not be able to find the traces of this mysterious underground magical beast in a short period of time. This was because it had burrowed very deep. The main gate of the camp collapsed with a loud bang, and a part of the surrounding wooden wall also collapsed. Although the hole under the gate was deep, it wasn't wide. Monkey-tail brown bear, strong white rhinoceros, crocodile head hammertail centipede all rushed into the camp. There was also a reserve team in the camp. "You're finally here. The big guy is getting impatient." The little giant waved his huge stick and rushed over, warmly welcoming the magical beast army in front of him. These silver magical beasts were all injured, but the little giant was in peak condition. The giant's bloodline made his physique and strength far beyond ordinary. With a sweep of his wooden stick, he knocked back 2 to 3 monkey-tail brown bears. A strong white rhinoceros rushed over. "This path is blocked." The big guy blocked it head-on, but his stomach was pierced by the rhinoceros horn. Then, the crocodile head hammertail centipede, which was relatively slow, also swam over and wrapped around the big guy's body, squeezing him fiercely. The big guy and the crocodile head hammertail centipede tangled and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Suddenly, a huge long arrow shot out and hit the crocodile head hammertail centipede's torso. The arrow was very long, more than a meter long. The iron head was made of iron, and the arrow's strength was even stronger than Jinjin's crossbow. Although the crocodile head hammertail centipede's skin was thick, it was almost pierced by the arrow. Although it was heavily injured, the crocodile head hammertail centipede still trapped the big guy. The big guy's face was red, and he was having difficulty breathing. "Don't shoot my son," the shipwright shouted from the central wooden house. "Do you think I am Mu Ban?" The one who shot the arrow was Hei Huan, and in front of him was a ballista. That's right, it was a ballista. The ballista was naturally made by Mu Ban, and he didn't make just one, but 3. The ballista was a large-scale weapon, and Mu Ban was ordered to make it to deal with large magical beasts. Unfortunately, the space on the wooden wall was not spacious, and it was only made of wooden planks, so it couldn't place the ballista. Thus, in the end, the ballista could only be set up in the camp. The camp's gate collapsed, and the magical beasts rushed in, making them the targets of the 3 ballista. Bang bang bang, the huge arrows flew, and some directly pierced through the brown monkey-tail bear, some scratched the strong life-white rhinoceros from head to tail, and some missed. The difficulty of shooting the ballista was also very high, and it was troublesome to load, requiring many people to cooperate. The 3 ballista were surrounded by injured people, and when loading, they ignored their injuries and gave it their all. Hei Huan displayed his powerful shooting skills, and he was the main archer. Under his shooting, 3 of the huge arrows hit the crocodile head hammertail centipede. The crocodile head hammertail centipede's injuries were heavy, and blood flowed all over the ground. Its strength gradually disappeared, and it was finally freed by the big guy. The big guy used the wooden stick to hit its head, and the crocodile head hammertail centipede laid on the ground and gradually stopped moving. The reserve team performed well, and it looked like they were about to block the large magical beasts that rushed in. "Quickly run." At this moment, Jinjin quickly ran over, and shouted at Hei Huan and the rest. Hei Huan was stunned for a moment, and immediately ran, leaving the ballista without hesitation. The next moment, the ground broke open, and a huge monster that looked like a loach sneaked out from the ground. It seemed to have no eyes, and its whole body was beige. It did not have any leather armor, and its whole body was oily, like an enlarged earthworm. In its wide-open mouth, there were circles of serrated teeth that were closely distributed. The monster swallowed the ballista in one gulp, and the serrated teeth in its mouth kept cutting. After a few breaths, the ballista was spat out, and it had been sawed into countless pieces of wood. Hei Huan and the rest were panic-stricken. If a person was swallowed, they were afraid that even their armor would not be able to withstand it. The underground giant worm chewed up a ballista, and quickly drilled into the ground. Jinjin had no choice, and could only pounce on empty air. He had just used ultrasonic detection, and before he found the blue dog fox wolf, he was the first to discover the mysterious magical beast underground. The underground giant worm did not go underground, but rather, it kept drilling in the shallow layer close to the surface. Therefore, Jinjin gave a warning in advance, which allowed He Huan and the rest to keep their lives. My God! What kind of monster is this? I almost died. The people who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. There were still 2 ballistas in place, but He Huan and the rest did not dare to go over, for fear that the underground giant worm would attack again. They were not soldiers, only mercenaries and crew members. They did not have the spirit to die and sacrifice. More importantly, the underground giant worm's attack was really unexpected, and it was impossible to guard against. Jinjin placed his palm on the ground, opened his mouth slightly, and sent out ultrasonic waves again. Found it. The next moment, Jinjin was both shocked and furious. The underground giant worm was not heading towards the remaining ballistas, but towards the central wooden house. Kang Shu, ZDI, and the rest were hiding in the central wooden house. ZDI, Kang Shu, run out quickly, Jinjin shouted anxiously, immediately getting up and running towards the wooden house. ZDI, Kang Shu, and the rest had been observing the situation outside. They had just seen the underground giant worm, and when they heard Jinjin's shout, they opened the door and ran out without hesitation. Boom! Just as they ran out and were about 20 steps away from the wooden house, the underground giant worm attacked again. The wooden house had been repaired and reinforced, but under the attack of the underground giant worm, half of it collapsed in an instant. Jinjin and He Huan hurriedly called Kang Shu, ZDI, and the rest over. Jinjin continued to rush towards the underground giant worm, but it ran away again. Too cunning. The underground giant worm's nature seemed to be different from other silver magical beasts. It liked to ambush and did not like to fight head-on. He Huan saw that Jinjin missed again, and suggested loudly, "Sir, the camp can't hold on any longer. Let's break out quickly." Jinjin shook his head, but he was not discouraged. The predicament in front of him ignited his fighting spirit. He Huan, you are in charge of breaking out. Protect ZDI, Kang Shu, Mu Ban, Shipwright, and the others. They are very important. Jinjin used his ultrasound to investigate and found that the underground giant worm was attacking the ballista again. This time, the young knight did not miss. He took advantage of the moment when the giant worm was devouring the ballista to stab deeply into the giant worm's body. The giant worm did not even tremble, as if it was not the one that was stabbed. It immediately retreated back into the ground with the thin sword in its hand. Where is my sword? He Huan was dumbfounded. Instead, Jinjin reprimanded him. Why don't you take them and break out of the encirclement? Let me do it. Zhong Ji rushed over at this time. Where is it? Jinjin did not care about He Huan anymore. He bent down and placed his palm on the ground. He looked troubled and shook his head slightly. God's power is quickly weakening in my body. I can't see clearly anymore. Wait. Straight ahead, 38 step. Zhong Ji quickly ran over, and the underground giant worm appeared again. This time, it wanted to attack a lone wounded person. The lone wounded person cleverly rolled forward and avoided the attack of the underground giant worm. Zhong Ji smashed down with his hammer, hitting the underground giant worm's head. But the half-orc's expression changed slightly. He only felt that the place where he hit was greasy and soft. The attack of the bone hammer was directly weakened by the fat and slippery surface of the underground giant worm. Zhong Ji's expression became serious. He shouted to Jinjin, "The front of the camp has stabilized. We must kill this underground demonic beast." Jinjin was still half kneeling on the ground. He seemed to be using the power of magic to investigate the surroundings. There is also a blue dog fox wolf. It has already sneaked into the camp. I know. Zhong Ji nodded. It was precisely because Bai Ya and the others had supported the front of the camp that he learned the news. In addition, with the appearance of the underground monster, Zhong Ji could no longer sit still and rushed to support Jinjin. Jinjin continued to concentrate and used ultrasound to investigate. Because he was in human form and there was someone beside him, Jinjin could not use the full power of his ultrasound. Investigating underground and above ground at the same time also greatly reduced the efficiency of ultrasound. The strength of the underground monster was that it moved underground and there were no signs before it attacked. But under Jin's ultrasound, its movements were revealed. It was not the first time that Jin and Zhongji worked together. Back when they were clearing out the bat monkeys, they had worked together once to deal with the silver bat monkeys. Now that they worked together closely, after a few short times, their cooperation became better. Jin could predict every attack of the underground giant worm in advance, and Zhongji would quickly rush over and attack continuously. Although the power of the white bone hammer's attack was weakened by the giant worm's skin, it could not withstand the increasing number of attacks. The underground giant worm's injuries became more and more serious, and its movements became noticeably slower. Jin's judgment became more accurate because of this, and Zhongji's attacks became more and more effective. After repelling the underground giant worm 3 more times, the underground monster turned around and fled. It plunged into the depths of the ground and left the camp, disappearing from Jin's detection range. Flames were spreading in the camp. "It's on fire, it's on fire." Someone discovered it and cried out loudly. "It's that blue dog fox wolf. It has a torch in its mouth and is lighting fires everywhere." Jin stood up. He had already discovered the blue dog fox wolf's tracks, but he did not care about it. The underground giant worm had to be dealt with. The blue dog fox wolf was setting fires everywhere and did not attack anyone else. In Jin's opinion, this was a good thing. This was equivalent to sacrificing the camp and buying precious time. As long as people were still alive, the camp could still be built. "I'll take care of it. You go to the front," Jin said. "Don't force yourself. You're unarmed now." Zhongji glanced at Jin and frowned slightly. "Awoo." At this moment, a wolf's howl came from the direction of the main gate. "Another monster is attacking. The second blue dog fox wolf has appeared." Exclamations came from the main gate. Obviously, the underground giant worm had escaped. The blue dog fox wolf knew about this, and it used its last trump card to launch its final attack. Zhongji's frown deepened. At this point, the battle had already entered the endgame. The 3 ballistae in the camp were destroyed by the giant worm. The small giant was covered in blood and heavily injured. It could no longer walk. The reserve team of the camp was done for. Almost all of the combat power was concentrated at the main gate. They were also exhausted from the battle, and their overall combat power had dropped to the bottom. Zhongji had to prevent these people from escaping. The mercenaries and crew were not regular soldiers. Even regular soldiers would run away. The effects of the blue dog fox wolf's fire had appeared. Not only was the camp burned down, but the people were also panicking. Their morale was very low. If there were no strong people to suppress the situation, there would probably be deserters. If one deserter appeared, there would be a second, and a third. It was very likely that they would be defeated in the blink of an eye. Of course, at this point, the magical beast army had suffered more losses. However, the overall strength of the magical beast army was stronger. They still had the strength to form a final wave of attacks. "I have to rush back, but here." Zhongji hesitated. Jin snorted at him. "Lack of weapons is not an excuse to avoid battle. It is my prey. Yours is still over there." Zhongji's heart trembled. The young knight in front of him was not as clean as before. His face was covered in dust, and his golden hair was stained with wood shavings. However, the young man's blue eyes reflected the surrounding flames, and his resolute and decisive will to kill was revealed without a doubt. This was the determination of a warrior. Zhongji looked at this pair of eyes. For a moment, time seemed to have frozen. "This kid is really a man," Zhongji praised in his heart. This was the gaze between men. Men did not need pity or care. That was something only the weak needed. Perhaps all that was needed between men was trust. "Let's go." Zhongji smiled. His deep frown suddenly relaxed. He brushed past Jin. "If the situation is not good, I will retreat with my men. Fighting to the death with these beasts is not worth it. You are a good opponent. Don't die. I still plan to spar with you." Jin glanced at Zhongji and snorted. The two of them had their backs to each other. They gradually started to run. One ran to the main gate, and the other ran straight to the blue dog fox wolf that set the fire. "Come on, I'm here." Soon, Golden Needle appeared in front of the blue dog, fox, and wolf. The young knight took the initiative to provoke. The blue dog fox wolf put down the torch in its mouth. The camp was already on fire. It did not see the thin sword that injured it, but it was still very vigilant. It tried to attack Jinjin. Jinjin retreated step by step. He led the blue dog fox wolf into the central wooden house. The central wooden house was also set ablaze. The man and the wolf were almost facing each other in the sea of fire. The burning walls and billowing smoke obscured everyone's vision. The blue dog fox wolf saw that Jinjin was in a desperate situation. It seemed to think that Jinjin wanted to use the surrounding environment to perish together with it. In the next moment, the blue dog, the fox, and the wolf howled and attacked directly from the front. After a few steps, they leaped into the air and pounced on the frail young man from a high position. This was the blue dog fox wolf's best and fiercest attack. It aimed directly at the young man's weak throat. Its sharp teeth shone with a cold light. Jinjin watched the blue dog fox wolf pounce on him, but he stood still. The next moment, a red light appeared. His core mutated. The blue dog fox wolf was about to bite Jinjin's throat when its vision suddenly turned black. Jinjin's head turned into a crocodile's head. Its mouth was even bigger than the blue dog fox wolf's mouth. It bit down directly. The blue dog fox wolf's entire head and neck were in its mouth. The blue dog fox wolf. If it was a person, it would definitely be screaming in its heart, I've been bitten. Who bit who? The blue dog fox wolf's neck and head were bitten by the crocodile's teeth. The blue dog fox wolf's eyes looked straight ahead. It happened to see something brewing in Jinjin's throat. "Hey! Tui!" The next moment, a jet of dark green acid spurted out of his throat, spraying the blue dog fox wolf's face all over. The blue dog fox wolf did not have time to close its eyes. The acid corroded its eyes. The intense pain caused it to howl in pain. At the same time, its four legs frantically scratched Jinjin's body. Jinjin stood proudly on the spot. He did not move. His body was covered with bear bones and bear meat. The surface of his body was covered with scorpion shells. The blue dog fox wolf scratched its claws until they were bleeding. However, it only scratched Jinjin's crocodile head and hammertail armor. At most, it only left white marks on the scorpion shell. Then, Jinjin stretched out his hands. They mutated into the hands of a brown monkey tail bear. The mana in his core surged wildly. Jinjin's fingers turned red, like iron melting in a furnace. Jinjin inserted his hands into the blue dog fox wolf's body. The blue dog fox wolf was a silver-tier magical beast, but it did not have any resistance against these claws. Jinjin felt as if he was stabbing a piece of craft paper. He only needed to use a little bit of force to pierce through. His entire hand was inserted deeply into the blue dog fox wolf's body. However, an even more vicious attack was yet to come. After Jinjin used the bear claw to break through its defense, he mutated again. His fingers mutated into the tentacles of a blade spider. The tentacles quickly grew inside the blue dog fox wolf's body. The next moment, gleaming sharp blades came out of the blue dog fox wolf's body, piercing through its heart and spine. The blades collided with each other, letting out a few crisp clangs. Fresh blood spurted out. The blue dog fox wolf's body trembled violently. It was still scratching Jinjin with its claws, but its strength was rapidly weakening. After a few scratches, it was so weak that it was as if it was caressing Jinjin. After a few breaths, Jinjin let go. The blue dog fox wolf fell to the ground, motionless. Its face was corroded beyond recognition by the acid. Its eyeballs suffered the most, but they were still preserved. Jinjin's acid was only at the level of dark iron. The blue dog fox wolf was dead. It seemed as if it wanted to open its mouth and let out a wolf's howl and leave its last words. However, Jinjin's teeth kept biting down on it. At most, it could only whimper and let out a mournful howl. Its eyes were wide open, as if it was unwilling and shocked. Its gaze was still fixed on Jinjin, as if it was mercilessly accusing Jinjin. It was as if it was saying, "Are you King human?" The The fire and thick smoke covered everything. Red light gushed out of the heart core, forming bloodlines that covered the blue dog fox wolf's body. The blue dog fox wolf disappeared, turning into a pile of carbon powder. The wooden house in the center collapsed, forming the largest bonfire. Jinjin was nowhere to be seen. P.S. Corrected the wrong words in 115 to 121. Strengthened the description of the transformation of the same race by the Bloodcore in 116. Made it clearer and easier to understand. Thank you everyone for correcting my mistakes. You have helped me a lot. Since the first watch, the learning plan has finally returned to normal. However, there is still not enough time every day. With everyone helping to pick out the wrong words, it really saves me a lot of effort. Bowen, thank you. Today's big chapter is a small climax of the regular plot. It is also a small thank you gift. Finally, I wish everyone a happy holiday. Chapter 123. The raging flames lit up the entire forest. The camp in the flames kept collapsing, occasionally letting out a loud rumbling sound. The camp is gone. Someone looked at the flames that were higher than the canopy, muttering in frustration. It's a good thing that the crucial wood was preserved outside, Muban said in relief. ZDI was directing some people to bandage the big guy's wounds. The big guy's injuries were very serious. After stumbling here, he fell unconscious. The shipwright surrounded ZDI, looking at the girl. President, how is the big guy's situation? ZDI wanted to say that she was only a pharmacist, not a doctor, but seeing the shipwright's worried expression, she said, "Don't worry, he has the blood of giants, his recovery ability is very strong. Combined with my medicine, he'll be fine." That's good, the shipwright sighed, his worried expression slowly calming down. ZDI added, "It's just that the injuries on his body are much more serious than the last time. For the next half a month, he can only recuperate, he won't be able to move as he pleases at this point." ZDI asked the shipwright, "He has the strength of a black iron rank. Have you ever thought of training him? If he had gone through some basic training, he wouldn't have been injured like this." The shipwright sighed, "Sir, it's not that I haven't thought about it. But this big guy's brain isn't very good, sometimes he even goes crazy. I'm the only one who can communicate with him, he won't listen to anyone else." ZDI nodded, understanding. Looking around, the girl's face slowly showed signs of worry. The him in her heart still hasn't appeared. After parting with Jinjin, Zhongji rushed to the camp's main gate, but he was still a step too late. The troops left behind at the main gate had already begun to scatter and flee. The blue dog fox wolf led the remaining magical beast army to attack. Fortunately, Zhongji arrived in time and blocked the magical beast army's charge. He was heavily surrounded by magical beasts and fought with the blue dog fox wolf. His steel armor was pierced by the brown bear's sharp claws, and the handle of Zhongji's whitebone hammer was also broken in the fierce battle. In fact, the handle of the hammer had already broken once during the battle. However, Mu Ban had made a spare hammer handle for Zhongji. Under the valiant Zhongji's leadership, San Dao, Lan Zhao, and the others fought bravely against the enemy. Both sides were caught in a temporary stalemate. However, Zhongji knew that they were already exhausted and were fighting with their last breath. However, the magical beast's strength was limitless, so they took the lead in breaking through the encirclement. The whole camp was ablaze, and many burning buildings were used by Zhongji to shake off the magical beast's pursuit. Then, Zhongji tried his best to rescue the others in the camp, trying to get them out of the camp as much as possible. After leaving the camp, Zhongji's group successfully met up with He Huan, ZDI, and Kang Shu. The magical beast army seemed to have stopped in the camp. Zhongji hurried to rest and reorganize the troops. At the same time, he ordered by YA to release a signal arrow every once in a while. After receiving the signal, from time to time, some of the scattered comrades returned to the main group. Cough, cough, cough. A cough came from the forest, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. The next moment, Jinjin, covered in blood, slowly walked out of the forest. "It's Lord Jinjin. I told you that he wouldn't die. Master," Lan Zhao shouted, rushing forward before ZDI to support Jinjin's arm. Jinjin staggered, covered in blood, and seemed to be seriously injured. Everyone looked at him, and their gazes gradually turned from surprise to shock and admiration. Jinjin's crocodile head hammertail wolf armor was beyond recognition. Cuts and scars showed that the young knight had experienced a thrilling battle of life and death. However, Jinjin's chest and shoulders were indeed scratched by the blue dog fox wolf. But the rest of the body parts were actually the claws and heads of the golden needles, which were then scratched and bit by itself. With the help of the flames, I defeated the blue dog fox wolf, but I couldn't kill it. It escaped. Jinjin explained. Don't say any more, let me see your injuries. Zdi came in front of Jinjin, her voice choked with sobs. She stretched out her slender hand, carefully reaching for Jinjin's armor, wanting to take off the tattered armor. Jinjin stopped her. His body was unscathed. If she took off the armor, he would be exposed. Give me some medicine, I'll take care of it myself. Jinjin's tone was firm. My injuries are not serious. Zhongji walked forward. No matter how brave and fearless a warrior is, he must learn to take care of his body. Your sword. Zhongji handed the thin sword, Silverbolt, to Jinjin. Jinjin took it and put it back into the scabbard at his waist. Sandao, who was behind Zhongji, explained, the blue dog fox wolf organized a final attack at the main gate. The giant underground worm also participated. But it encountered Master Zhongji and was defeated by him. It was Master Zhongji who saw the sword in its body and took the risk to jump into the deep pit to retrieve the thin sword. Jinjin nodded and looked at Zhongji. This must be an exciting battle. Thank you. It came back just in time. Now we can follow up with our victory. Other than Zhongji and Kang Shu, the others were shocked. Jinjin put one hand on the sword hilt and the other on his waist. His breathing was unstable, but he raised his voice. Everyone, the two blue dog fox wolf are still alive. We can't leave them alone. Although we have cleared the surrounding beasts, the blue dog fox wolf has already identified us. As long as we give them some time, they will be able to replenish their forces and recreate the magical beast army of today, or even bigger. What I'm more worried about is that these two blue dog fox wolf might summon more blue dog fox wolf. If that happens, we will be in even bigger trouble in the future. It will be so big that we won't be able to deal with it and can only helplessly wait for death. Everyone's expression was very ugly. It wasn't that they didn't think about it, but they all chose to avoid it. It wasn't their fault. It was human nature. In today's battle, without Zhongji and Jinjin, they would have lost miserably. And now, the result, the camp was burned, a large number of casualties, and the magical beast army was still alive. These were all factors that lowered everyone's morale. For this battle, they had prepared for many days and tried their best, but they still failed. Because of this, it was natural for everyone to feel fearful. They subconsciously didn't think about this problem. But now, Jinjin's words threw the problem back to everyone, forcing them to face it. Jinjin encouraged them, everyone, don't be afraid. Think carefully. The magical beast army hasn't appeared yet and hasn't chased after us. Will they be burned to death in the sea of fire? The blue dog fox wolf is so cunning. It will definitely lead them away from the camp. But why aren't they chasing after us? If they were strong, they would have chased after us a long time ago. They definitely wouldn't let us go. But now, they haven't chased after us. This shows that they are weak and tired. In the eyes of the blue dog fox wolf, the magical beast army is no longer a match for us. They are already very weak. As long as we gather our courage and fight with all our might, we will have a great chance of escaping. However, everyone was still silent. Wherever Jinjin's gaze swept, the people there would lower their heads or turn their eyes to look at the people next to them, avoiding Jinjin's gaze. Jinjin could only sigh deeply in his heart. After he got rid of the blue dog fox wolf, he observed the situation at the main gate. He also thought about making a move on the remaining blue dog fox wolf, but his intuition told him that this plan was very dangerous. Indeed, the blue dog fox wolf had many magical beast guards around it. He couldn't contact the other blue dog fox wolf. The blue dog fox wolf itself was in a state of extreme vigilance. Even if Jinjin transformed into a complete magical beast, he would be attacked violently if he rashly approached. In front of the blue dog fox wolf, Jinjin didn't want to reveal too much about himself. The wolf's howl could convey a lot of information, and he was at a disadvantage in this aspect last time. Realizing that the previous plan of luring them into hiding and killing them wouldn't work, Jinjin didn't take the risk alone. He returned to the main group, wanting to use everyone's strength to tie down the magical beasts around the blue dog fox wolf. Without these obstacles, Jinjin was very confident that he could kill the blue dog fox wolf alone. Just like he said, the blue dog fox wolf must be eliminated. If they let it go, the trouble would quickly become so big that Jinjin and the others couldn't handle it. The reason why Jinjin lied and said that there were still 2 blue dog fox wolf was because even if the fire burned, the blue dog fox wolf's corpse would be left in the ruins. However, the blue dog fox wolf had actually been completely transformed by Jinjin. Without evidence, it became a flaw. In the eyes of others, there were still 2 blue dog fox wolf left in the magical beast army. After this battle, the blue dog fox wolf's cunning and insidiousness made people fearful, but in reality, there was only one left. Perhaps if Jinjin told the truth, it would relieve the pressure in their hearts. Jinjin exhaled, his gaze firm. All right, you have your own choice. I won't force you. But even if it's just me, I will still go and kill the blue dog fox wolf. My lord. Zdi whispered. The others were also moved. Master, please let me die with you. Lan Zhao stood in front of Jinjin with a solemn expression. Jinjin nodded at him. Zhongji laughed. Interesting. Let me join in. I will follow you, my lord, no matter where. Sandao also stood up. Lord Zhongji, Lord Sandao. The other mercenaries were also moved. Bai Ya's expression changed. He was struggling in his heart. This was too dangerous. Although he had once risked his life to save Kang Shu from the green lizard, at that time, Bai Ya had acted on impulse. He didn't have time to think about it. Now that he had enough time to think, he was fully aware of the dangers involved. This inevitably made him feel a strong sense of fear. Sandao was observant and didn't wait for his former mercenaries to speak. He spoke up to stop them. You guys don't have to go. We're enough. The situation in the forest is complicated. If something happens, we won't be able to take care of you. No, don't. Lord Jinjin, please stay. Stay by my side. Zdi rarely stopped Jinjin. All this time, the girl had never objected to Jinjin's decisions. Don't try to persuade me. You should understand me the best. If we don't do anything, we will definitely be the ones to die. But if we act now, at least there is hope. Jinjin looked at the girl affectionately. He sighed in his heart. He knew that the blue dog fox wolf had left a huge psychological shadow on Zdi. Now that Jinjin looked like he was seriously injured, he still wanted to chase after the blue dog fox wolf. This made Zdi lose confidence. At least treat your injuries. Zdi insisted. I have to race against time. Jinjin shook his head. Zdi stared at Jinjin. She seemed to have forgotten everything around her. Her beautiful amethyst-like eyes were filled with tears. When I didn't appear just now, Zdi must have been very worried about me. Actually, I had a lot of confidence. As long as someone attracted the firepower for me. But I can't tell her these things. I can only make her worry about me. Jinjin also stared at Zdi. Jinjin felt a sense of guilt caused by hiding the truth from her. He also felt a strong sense of affection for her. The next moment, Jinjin slowly pulled Zdi into his arms. Zdi's body trembled slightly. Jinjin pressed his nose against Zdi's ear and said softly, "Wait for me to come back. I promise you, I will come back." After saying this, Jinjin let go of Zdi and turned to leave. Zhongji and the others followed closely behind. The others were stunned speechless as they watched the 4 of them walk away. This is a hero. Someone sighed from the bottom of his heart. These words touched the deepest part of Bai Ya's heart. The young man shouted, "Sir, wait for me." Bai Ya rushed out of the crowd without any hesitation on his face. At this moment, the spirit of adventure and glory filled his heart, making him lose his mind. Quickly stop him. Zdi immediately ordered. Just go and rest for me, you brat. Thin rope lightly hooked her leg and tripped Bai Ya, causing her to fall to the ground. You're just going to die. Bai Ya got up and wanted to follow Jinjin. I want to become a knight. How can a knight retreat? Bravery is not foolishness, young man. Kang Shu sighed and persuaded, maybe one day, you will become a knight. But you are just a mortal now, and this is the romance of a knight. Bai Ya still wanted to say something. Shut up. Hei Huan knocked Bai Ya unconscious with a blow, looking embarrassed. Chapter 124. When Jinjin and the others arrived at the forest, they saw that the beast prints were scattered, as if the army had disintegrated. The blue dog fox wolf seemed to be out of control. How do we chase them? Zhong Ji frowned. He was a soldier, not a hunter, so he was not good at distinguishing beast prints. Bai Ya was definitely good at it, but he was too weak. God's power is still in my body, I can barely see it. The blue dog fox wolf went there. Jinjin had secretly sent out ultrasonic waves. He did not hesitate and immediately pointed in the right direction. God's power is still in Jinjin's body. This kind of blessing is very unusual. Jinjin. I'm afraid he's not an ordinary holy knight. Zhong Ji looked deeply at Jinjin, hiding the surprise in his heart. He had heard from Bai Ya that Jinjin had received a new blessing from God during the battle. His roar could actually stun the flying squirrel. Everyone ran wildly in the forest, starting the chase. San Dao was overjoyed when he found that there were fewer and fewer beast prints along the way. It seems that the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance has reached its limit. It can't restrain the herd and is gradually being left alone. No wonder they finally killed their way into the camp, but did not continue to chase after us. Instead, they disappeared. Lan Zhao also guessed, maybe Lord Zdi's smoke potion can interfere with the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance. A moment later, we've caught up. Zhong Ji laughed and rushed towards the blue dog fox wolf. The blue dog fox wolf saw the pursuers and panicked. It sped up and fled in the forest. Along the way, Jinjin gradually became hesitant. I feel that something is wrong. Zhong Ji and Jinjin, who were running, quickly looked at each other. He had the same feeling. Suddenly, the blue dog fox wolf stopped running away. It opened its mouth to bark, and the surrounding forest became restless. Magical beasts rushed out from all directions and surrounded Jinjin and the others. It purposely divided its forces to create the illusion that the herd of beasts had dispersed. Then, it pretended to be weak, luring us into the encirclement. Zhong Ji shouted in a low voice, his expression extremely solemn. Lan Zhao and San Dao had ugly expressions on their faces. They never expected that they would be tricked by blue dog fox wolf. Let's break out of the encirclement first, then turn around and kill them, Jinjin shouted in a low voice. The current formation was too unfavorable. He had already used ultrasound to investigate everything, so there was nothing unexpected. Zhong Ji took the lead, his white bone hammer whistling as he swung it. Jinjin was next to him, his thin sword sharp like silver lightning. With the two of them taking the lead, the encirclement immediately began to shake. These magical beasts had just experienced a great battle and did not have time to rest, so they were all injured. San Dao and Lan Zhao were ultimately weaker, but fortunately, Jinjin and Zhong Ji took care of them. In the end, the four of them broke out of the encirclement. If there were more people, we wouldn't be able to take care of them. Zhong Ji exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Scary. This blue dog, fox, and wolf actually wanted to scheme against us. It purposely divided its forces. If our main force chased after it, everyone's speed would be different. We would definitely lose our formation in the forest and suffer heavy casualties. San Dao was terrified. Jinjin's expression was as solemn as iron. If we leave such an opponent alive, we won't be able to sleep and eat in peace. I must get rid of it. I'm afraid this is our last chance. That's right. Zhong Ji's determination was also very firm. The four of them reorganized their formation and began the chase again. The magical beast army gathered together. They could rely on Jinjin's ultrasonic waves to continuously fight guerrilla warfare and eliminate the external forces of the magical beast army first. The magical beast army also had bat monkeys. Whenever Jinjin and the others attacked, the magical beast army would be prepared in advance. However, the magical beast army's weakest point was revealed: they did not have long-range firepower. Jinjin and the others had bows and crossbows in their hands, as well as a large number of arrows. They avoided close combat with the magical beasts. Instead, they used their bows and crossbows to shoot when they were close enough. When the magical beasts counterattacked, they turned around and ran. The magical beasts were exhausted, and their speed was not at its peak. Even if some magical beasts caught up with Jinjin and the others, the formation of the magical beasts would inevitably become chaotic. The ones that stuck out would be killed by Zhongji and Jinjin head-on. In the end, although the blue dog fox wolf was cunning and sinister, the intelligence of the other magical beasts was worrisome. The blue dog fox wolf's orders were not very precise and specific. They could not make the magical beasts maintain their formation after charging for a certain distance. In this way, Jinjin and the others only paid the price of arrows, while the magical beast army paid the price of their lives. Finally, the blue dog fox wolf knew that it was doomed. It led some of the elites and sped up to escape deep into the forest. Another group of old, weak, and disabled stayed behind to block Jinjin and the others. Jinjin and the others tried to take a detour, but the old, weak, and disabled who stayed behind also moved with them. The strange fragrance of the blue dog fox wolf made them loyal and devoted. They did not care about their own safety, and they always blocked in front of the four people. Zhongji was impatient. He took the lead in charging and directly engaged in close combat. The four of them barely broke through the line of defense. There was still a group of faster magical beasts chasing after them. "Masters, you two go after them. The two of us will lure these magical beasts away," San Dao suggested loudly as he ran. They had been delayed for a long time. Zhongji and Jinjin both agreed instantly. San Dao and Lan Zhao stayed behind to attract the attention of the magical beasts chasing after them. Zhongji and Jinjin continued to chase after them. The blue dog fox wolf noticed this situation and left magical beasts to block them along the way. If this goes on, the blue dog fox wolf will really escape. "We have to split up too," Jinjin said. Zhongji hesitated for a moment. The blue dog fox wolf still had some troops by his side. Jinjin or he alone could not defeat them. But Zhongji still nodded. "No matter who catches up to the blue dog fox wolf first, we will focus on delaying them. Wait for backup to arrive before we attack." Jinjin nodded, and the two of them quickly separated. A strong white rhinoceros charged towards San Dao and Lan Zhao. Lan Zhao was entangled by the flying squirrel and was about to be killed by the strong white rhinoceros. "You go." San Dao acted in time and pushed Lan Zhao out of the rhinoceros path. Lan Zhao was caught off guard. He cried out in surprise and rolled 3 times to avoid the rhinoceros. But the goblin San Dao stayed in place. The silver rhinoceros was tall, but the goblin was short. When the rhinoceros charged over, San Dao crouched down like a ball and swayed left and right. When the rhinoceros charged over, San Dao was still standing in place, perfectly avoiding the 4 hooves of the rhinoceros. Amazing! Lan Zhao saw this scene and could not help but reveal a look of shock and admiration. But in the next moment, an alligator-head hammertail centipede swept over. Lan Zhao and San Dao had no choice but to flee again. Facing these magical beasts, their strength was clearly too weak. San Dao was a little better, but Lan Zhao had already narrowly escaped death several times. "Quickly go and support your master. I will hold them here," San Dao shouted. Lan Zhao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "My life should be sacrificed here. Even if it's just a few seconds of time for my master, it's worth it." The goblin cursed, but did not try to persuade him. Instead, he attracted the attention of the alligator-head hammertail centipede and quickly left the forest. "Don't come over and disturb me." Before leaving, San Dao scolded. "Thanks." Lan Zhao could only thank him in his heart. Soon, he was surrounded by the flying squirrels. As for the strong white rhinoceros, it had already charged over and chased after the blue dog fox wolf. San Dao and Lan Zhao could not force it to stay. Lan Zhao was only a bronze. At this moment, not only were there bronze flying squirrels surrounding him, there were also 2 black iron magic beasts. Lan Zhao did not dare to stay in place and could only continue to cover his head and flee. Sensing Lan Zhao's departure, San Dao sighed in his heart. I've already done my best. Normally, he was not familiar with Lan Zhao, but in this pursuit, he recognized this human's bravery and loyalty. Just like how he took care of the new members of the mercenary group, he also subconsciously took care of Lan Zhao. Boom! The crocodile-head hammertail centipede suddenly swung its tail and destroyed a huge rock. San Dao had no choice but to jump out from his hiding place. Like a flea, he nimbly climbed up a big tree. The crocodile-head hammertail centipede continued to attack. It raised its upper body and looked at San Dao, who was on the tree crown. Good timing. This was the opportunity that San Dao wanted to create. He suddenly let go of the tree branch that he purposely pressed down. The dense leaves immediately blocked the crocodile-head hammertail centipede's vision. The crocodile-head hammertail centipede subconsciously closed its mouth and retreated slightly. In the next moment, San Dao suddenly rushed out from the dense leaves and jumped onto the crocodile-head hammertail centipede's head. The small dagger in his hand was crafty and ruthless. It fiercely fell like a meteor and was about to pierce one of the crocodile-head hammertail centipede's eyes. But the crocodile-head hammertail centipede's reaction was lightning fast. It suddenly swung its head and directly flung San Dao away. San Dao flew in the air. The crocodile-head hammertail centipede brazenly swung its tail. If he was hit, relying on San Dao's leather armor, he would definitely not be able to withstand it and would definitely die on the spot. At the crucial moment, San Dao suddenly waved his hand and a claw flew out from his sleeve. Extending his claws and grabbing onto the nearby tree trunk, San Dao forcefully pulled on the rope behind his claws and pulled himself over. But the crocodile-head hammertail centipede's tail still grazed his right arm. It was directly comminuted fracture. His entire right arm was paralyzed. After the crocodile-head hammertail centipede swung its tail, it turned its head to attack again. San Dao had just reached the tree trunk from the air. In the face of danger, he could only go behind the tree trunk. Catcher! The crocodile-head hammertail centipede's huge mouth directly bit off the tree trunk. San Dao finally gained some time. He awkwardly pounced forward and dodged the fatal blow. After falling to the ground, San Dao immediately rolled up. This movement touched his right arm. It immediately caused his face to turn white and he grimaced in pain. Damn it! San Dao also realized that he had lost his dagger. The crocodile-head hammertail centipede slowly approached again. San Dao's head was covered in cold sweat. He half knelt on the ground and helplessly used his left hand to grab the handle of the curved blade at his waist. I don't really want to use this blade. There's really no other way. San Dao suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he held his breath and pulled out the curved blade with a clang. This curved blade was not made of iron. The blade was very thin. It was as thin as a piece of paper. A layer of dark green light flashed across the blade. The crocodile-head hammertail centipede attacked again. San Dao's movements were swift. He dodged the attack and brushed past the crocodile head. The curved blade in his left hand lightly cut through the thick skin of the crocodile head, causing a trace of blood. After causing this wound, San Dao immediately sheathed the thin saber back into its scabbard. At the same time, he quickly left the battlefield. The crocodile-head hammertail mantis chased closely behind him. San Dao ran frantically, jumping from time to time. He listened to the wind to determine his position and dodged the attacks of the crocodile-head hammertail mantis. After a dozen breaths, the crocodile-head hammertail mantis suddenly fell to the ground. Its body slowly struggled, but it could no longer get up. San Dao continued to run. After running for a while, he held onto a tree trunk, bent over and opened his mouth to breathe again. I almost suffocated to death. Arth! San Dao panted heavily for a while. He started to worry again. Where's Lan Zhao? I have to find him. If he comes back to find me, he'll be seeking his own death. Following his impression and the traces of the battle, San Dao quickly found Lan Zhao. You! San Dao's heart trembled. In this broken forest, Lan Zhao's body was covered in blood. He held 2 swords in his hands and stood tall. Beside him, there were dozens of corpses of flying squirrels. Although there were no black iron level magical beasts, there were as many as 8 bronze level magical beasts. Seeing Sandao, Lan Zhao, who had already reached his limit, fell to the ground with a thump and fainted. Zhong Ji ran in the forest. The sound of the blue dog fox wolf appeared in front of him. This made the beastman's spirits rise. Zhen Jin should have successfully overtaken them and entangled the blue dog fox wolf. Zhong Ji's speed was slowed down. However, the strong white rhinoceroses and black iron flying squirrels that rushed over to help were all taken care of by him. Rushing through a dense thicket, Zhong Ji saw that Zhen Jin was surrounded by the blue dog fox wolf and a few brown monkey tail bears at the bottom of the hill. Oh no! Zhong Ji's heart sank. This was completely different from what he had expected. Zhen Jin didn't use his crossbow to restrain them. Instead, he was surrounded. Zhen Jin didn't have his steel armor. If Zhong Ji didn't help him, he would be in grave danger. Zhong Ji was about to take a step forward when he suddenly had a thought. Should I go and save him? Chapter 125. Zhong Ji could clearly see the scene of the fierce battle at the bottom of the hill. The blue dog fox wolf's right hind leg was injured. It was lying on the ground, crying out woof woof. Under its command, the brown bears showed exquisite coordination and surrounded Zhen Jin. They blocked him from the left and blocked him from the right. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Zhen Jin brandished his thin sword, Silver Lightning. Although the sword was very sharp, every stab brought out blood and made the brown bears retreat in pain. But his shortcomings were also revealed at this moment. He did not have a proper armor to protect his body, which made him strong in offense but weak in defense. He lacked the ability to break through the encirclement. Zhen Jin would not be stupid enough to attack directly. It should be the blue dog fox wolf who used itself as bait to deceive him. Needlework didn't expect these brown bears to cooperate with each other like this. No, even I did not expect the blue dog fox wolf's command to reach this level. At this moment, Zhong Ji was hesitant. Zhen Jin, Temple Knight, the only heir of the 100 Needles clan, and he, as a half-beast man, even if his family background was better, he could not say it out loud. After this defensive battle, Zhen Jin's prestige was bound to rise again. Zhong Ji originally wanted to use this opportunity to show his strength. But in the end, he could not cover up Zhen Jin's brilliance. There were even some signs of being overshadowed by the young man. This young man is really outstanding. Frankly speaking, Zhong Ji was very envious of Zhen Jin. If their positions were reversed, if he was Zhen Jin, how good would it be? All his desires could be realized logically. But now, after wasting so many years, he was already middle-aged, but he still had not achieved anything. He could only go to the wilderness continent to look for opportunities and try his luck. But what about Zhen Jin? As soon as he came up, he went to compete for the position of White Sand City's lord. If he succeeded, the starting point of his career would far exceed that of Zhong Ji. Perhaps, Zhong Ji would have to work hard for more than 10 years before he could reach the level of the city lord. Was he jealous? Zhong Ji admitted that he did. He often asked himself, why is there such a huge difference between people? Why is it that some people are born high and mighty, while others are born lowly in the dirt? Why can bloodline, identity, and racial prejudice make all efforts seem so insignificant and weak? Why is it that after working so hard for so many years, he can only work with mercenaries? Are you still going to struggle at the bottom? What about Zhen Jin? He didn't need to think about these questions. He was not as troubled as Zhong Ji. He had a fiancé, Zdi, the president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. He had the backing of the 100 Needles clan. Beside him were Kang Shu, Mu Ban, and the others. They were all talents that Zhong Ji desired, so they happily attached themselves to the youth. He was a human, a pure-blooded human, a noble, a holy knight. He was a natural leader, exuding a noble light from the inside out. This light could make most people feel ashamed of their inferiority and kneel on the ground. For most people, being able to follow Jin Zhan was a great honor. There were too many. There were too many things on Jinjin's body. Mang Ji had to put in 10 times more effort to have a sliver of hope of obtaining them. There were even some things that Zhong Ji couldn't obtain no matter how hard he tried. From Junjin, Zhong Ji saw his childhood. He saw the castle he lived in as a child, and he saw his half-siblings in the castle. Those people were surrounded by groups of servants, amiable stewards, and loyal guards. Zhong Ji hated them. He cursed his siblings in his childhood. Why are you guys here? With you guys here, father's gaze would first stop on you guys, and then he would pay attention to me. He would definitely ask about you guys first, and then he would ask about me. It's because of you guys that I am here. The Zhong Ji in his childhood was lying on the bed, curling up his body. He had to curl up because he grew quickly, and the bed frame was short. If he stretched his body, his feet would be hanging off the bed. His bedsheet was torn, and the thin layer of linen clothes on his body was stained. There was no other way, he only had this set of clothes. He had to wait for a sunny day to wash it, otherwise, if it didn't dry, he could only curl up in the small room all day, unable to go out, and of course, he wouldn't even be able to eat. Whenever Zhong Ji washed his clothes, he would curl up on the bed, and dark thoughts would fill his mind. He cursed his siblings, wishing that they would all die. Just die. The horses will go crazy, let you fall off the horses and die. Make a mistake in a sword competition, let you stab each other to death. Slip, let you fall to your death on a rainy castle. Die, die, die. If I die, father will only have me as his son. If I die, I will become the strongest person in the entire exploration team. No one is more suitable than me to be the leader. These people will have a higher chance of becoming my subordinates. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to stab you in the back, I don't need to kill you, I only need to watch, and that will be enough. When you die in battle, I will help you get rid of the magical beast that killed you, I will collect your corpse, and bring you back. I will be sad, I will cry, I will become the only leader of the entire team. Maybe this is the chance that fate has given me. How many years has it been? Haven't I always been yearning for this chance? How easy, I don't even need to do anything. I only need to watch, I only need to wait for things to happen. The Zhong Ji in his childhood was curling up on the cold and hard bed, his eyes staring blankly at the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The glaring sunlight was like countless of sharp swords piercing into the small room. The darkness shrieked and retreated frantically, shrinking into a tiny dot, hiding in the corner. A familiar figure appeared in front of the Zhong Ji in his childhood. Because his back was facing the sunlight, his face was a blur, but his rough and loud voice was already deeply engraved in the Zhong Ji's heart. Get up, stinking brat, don't lie down in your dark nest. Come and learn the sword from me. Teach, teach. The Zhong Ji in his childhood was stunned. The imagination ended abruptly. The Zhong Ji realized that he was still on the hill, he had just rushed out from the bushes, his feet were still halfway in the air, and he looked like he was about to rush to the rescue. The imagination was very long, but in reality, not even a second was enough. Mph, Zhong Ji. The Zhong Ji snorted at himself in his heart. His confused gaze, the complicated emotions were suddenly swept away. His hand clenched the wooden handle of the bone hammer tightly, and he raised his head proudly. He took a big step forward, leaving a deep footprint in the mud. Ah! He roared towards the sky. Another step came. He began to run. Under the sunlight, his long hair fluttered, his thick body hair, his loud voice, and his demi-human features made him look like a lion pouncing down the hill. His roars were endless, as if he had opened his chest, and the sunlight and boundless courage from the outside world poured into his heart. He took big strides, each step bigger than the last. He charged forward, his speed getting faster and faster. The wind whistled in his ears, and the distance between him and Jinjin rapidly shortened. The wind seemed to have changed, and the loud voice of a teacher could be heard. Yes, just like that, just like that. Charge forward, charge forward. I am a soldier, you will be a soldier too. Charge forward, your comrades are waiting for your support. Hold on, Templar Knight. The Zhong Ji roared. Although he did not reach Jinjin's side, he had to first inject courage and hope into Jinjin's body through his roars. Your reinforcements are here. His loud voice echoed in the forest, and the ground seemed to tremble with the sound. The blue dog fox wolf noticed the Zhongji, turned its head and barked a few times, woof woof, woof. The next moment, the entire ground was lifted up, and mud flew everywhere. A huge monster opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards the Zhongji. It was the giant underground worm that was beaten away. The ground collapsed, and the Zhongji immediately fell into a deep pit, and could only raise his bone hammer to block. Although the giant worm's mouth was opened to its limit, it still could not swallow the entire bone hammer, only a small part of it. A squeaking sound was heard, and it was so ear-piercing. It was the circular teeth in the giant worm's mouth, and it was frantically grinding the bone hammer. The Zhongji supported the bone hammer with one hand, and the other hand and foot waved with all his strength, punching and kicking the giant underground worm. The giant worm's body was fat and greasy, and Zhongji's fists and feet sank into it, reducing his strength greatly. The Zhongji's punches and feet only caused the giant worm to feel neither pain nor itch. After a few breaths of deadlock, the giant underground worm suddenly raised its head and retracted its head, spitting out the bone hammer in its mouth. The first few circles of teeth in its mouth were almost flattened, and there were concentric circles on the surface of the white bone hammer, which were the dense teeth marks left by the giant worm, and there was also a large amount of bone powder on the surface. "What are you waiting for? Quick, quick, quick." The teaching voice seemed to be heard again. The Zhongji snorted, stepped on the wall of the pit, and jumped up. Then, he suddenly hammered down the giant worm, stepped on its body, and jumped out of the pit. "I'm coming." The Zhongji roared angrily again. But after a few steps, the ground opened up again, and the giant underground worm pounced again. "Another one?" The Zhongji's face turned pale. In an instant, he was puzzled. If there are two of them, why didn't they attack the camp before? As he continued to observe, his puzzlement disappeared. No, there's only one. It turns out that the giant worm has a big mouth on its head and tail. The giant underground worm usually used one end to attack, and the other end was buried in the ground, making it easier to escape. But now, it was under the command of the blue dog fox wolf, and the giant underground worm fought with all its strength. This way, if there was danger, it would not be able to escape in time. But at the same time, the power of the head and tail attack put the Zhongji in a difficult situation, and he could not move forward. It was already difficult for the Zhongji to deal with one worm, and now the two worms were suppressing the demi-human. On the other side, Zhenjin was surrounded by danger. "No." The Zhongji roared, "Hold on." He wanted to rush over. Damn worm. The demi-human had no choice but to dodge in the next moment. You have to take risks, a man has to take risk. Everyone has risks on the battlefield, don't be afraid, only by facing your fear, you will survive, only then can you win. The voice of the teacher sounded in his mind again. The Zhongji growled, and suddenly stretched out his left arm, allowing the giant underground worm to bite him. The giant worm was huge, but after biting the Zhongji's left arm, its mouthparts contracted fiercely, and its body shrunk by at least half, trapping the Zhongji, not allowing him to escape. At the same time, the other super Zhongji pounced on the back of the Zhongji. At the critical moment, the Zhongji waved his bone hammer, and hit the giant worm's head hard. In order to bite the Zhongji, the giant worm shrunk its body and became more solid, and it no longer had the effect of reducing blunt force defense. The giant hammer kept hitting, and the giant worm was in so much pain that its body twisted and struggled on the ground. The Zhongji was sometimes smashed on the ground, and sometimes lifted high into the air. No matter how the world in his field of vision turned, the Zhongji only focused on the target in front of him, and the hammer kept hitting the giant worm's head. Again and again, the giant worm was smashed to death on the spot. The dead giant worm let go of its mouth, and the Zhongji pulled back his left arm. His left arm was badly mutilated, and the fine steel armor was broken into strips. The exposed skin had long been broken, and the flesh was badly mutilated, and the white arm bone could be seen. Where the steel armor remained, strips of fine steel were embedded in the flesh, and the injury was terrible. The sharp pain came, and the Zhongji was covered in sweat. Sweat dripped into his eyes, blurring the vision of the Zhongji. Don't give up, don't give up. Stand up, don't lie on the ground. Do you want to be trampled to death? Are you still a soldier? Stand up, even if you die, you must die standing. The teacher seemed to be nagging in the Zhongji's ears again. Shut up, old man. Stupid old man, Zhongji retorted. He dragged his unconscious left arm, and also dragged the white bone hammer, and rushed towards the Zhenjin. This time, there were no obstacles to stop him. Chapter 126. Roar. Two monkey-tailed brown bears rushed toward Zhenjin one after the other. Zhenjin swung the silver lightning rapier in his hand, immediately bringing out a bead of blood. The monkey-tailed brown bear behind him was in great pain, its movements were distorted. Zhenjin retreated, avoiding the monkey-tailed brown bear in front of him. But perhaps because he couldn't see the back, or perhaps because the corner of his eye was blocked by the injured monkey-tailed brown bear, he didn't notice that the other monkey-tailed brown bear had come to fill the gap. When the monkey-tailed brown bear came, Zhenjin showed a surprised look, but he could only raise his sword to block. With a snap, his rapier was slapped away by the monkey-tailed brown bear. Woof woof, woof. Seeing this scene, the blue dog fox wolf excitedly barked. Without the silver lightning rapier, Zhenjin's situation became more and more difficult. He could only dodge left and right, without the ability to fight back. He seemed to know that if this continued, he would die in battle, so he tried his best to break through. But often, as long as a monkey-tailed brown bear blocked the exit, Zhenjin's plan to break through was doomed. He could only rely on the monkey-tailed brown bear's movements to create gaps in their formation. However, to do this much was easier said than done. The blue dog fox wolf was not far away, giving orders. It constantly barked, seeing through all of Zhenjin's attempts to break through in advance. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhenjin was finally knocked down by the monkey-tailed brown bear. He continuously rolled, avoiding the monkey-tailed brown bear's pursuit. For a moment, his face was covered in dust, barely able to kneel on the ground. No! Zhongji's cry came from the hillside. Even if he chased with all his strength, because of the giant underground worm, he was delayed too much, so there was still a distance between him and Zhenjin. Seeing that Zhenjin was about to suffer, he could only continue to run. Woof woof. The blue dog fox wolf shouted, as if it was saying end him. The monkey-tailed brown bears approached again. At this time, Zhenjin began to pray loudly. Shengming Emperor, my lord, your knight will fight to the death, fearless in the face of danger. Please give me the strength, let me have the strength to stand up. As soon as his voice fell, Zhenjin's body began to inflate. Originally, he was just a teenager. He was not tall and had a thin physique, but at this moment, his whole body seemed to be filled with air. He became tall and slender, almost at the same level as the brown monkey-tail bear when it stood up. This caused the leather armor that originally fit his body to crumble. There were only a few strips of cloth hanging from his body. Seeing Needle Gold suddenly shatter his armor and stand up with his head held high, his morale skyrocketing. Manegi, Blue Dog, Fox, and Wolf were all shocked. The momentum of the brown monkey-tailed bears also weakened imperceptibly. Zhenjin continued to pray, shouting very loudly, Great Emperor, my lord, please give me the golden armor, let me be indestructible. In the next moment, Zhenjin's exposed skin mutated into a spear scorpion's shell. The silver-ranked spear scorpion's shell was dark gold in color. The monkey-tailed brown bears finally arrived in front of Zhenjin. But at this time, Zhenjin had already turned into a small giant, his whole body covered in golden armor. Even Zhenjin's head was covered in a scorpion shell, only exposing his breathing nostrils and eyes for observation. Zhenjin raised his fist and punched, hitting the nose of the monkey-tailed brown bear at the front. The monkey-tailed brown bear howled miserably and immediately lay on the ground, covering its nose. Zhenjin jumped horizontally, dodging the attack that followed, and punched back. Bang bang bang, he did not dodge or evade, and attacked the monkey-tailed brown bears. His momentum became even more valiant. The monkey-tailed brown bear's condition was already not good. At this time, their palms and fingers did not turn red. Slapping the scorpion shell at most made Zhenjin's body shake. It did not hurt or itch. But Zhenjin was familiar with the weakness of the monkey-tailed brown bear's physiological structure. It could not be helped, He could transform into a complete monkey-tailed brown bear, and he had secretly transformed many times. At this moment, the results of his hard work could be seen. Junjin used a pair of iron fists to beat down the monkey-tailed brown bears who had the upper hand just now. Junjin took big strides, running towards the blue dog fox wolf. When the blue dog fox wolf saw the golden-armored giant rolling towards it, its whole face twisted, as if it was saying, "What the hell is this thing?" When the blue dog fox wolf reacted, its first thought was run. Retreat first, save yourself, the opponent is too strange, he actually became so strong, so terrifying. I'm a lone wolf, how can I be such a pervert's opponent? It's better to gather the magical beast army in the future and besiege him together, that's the right way to go. The blue dog fox wolf was lying on the ground at first, but now it stood up straight, turned around, and ran. Junjin had long been on guard against the blue dog fox wolf's escape. He suddenly stomped on the ground, gave up running, and directly pounced on the blue dog fox wolf. Perhaps because of the injury from retreating, the blue dog fox wolf's movements became a bit slower. Or perhaps because of Junjin's sudden change, the blue dog fox wolf was too caught off guard. The blue dog fox wolf had just turned around to run when it suddenly felt its tail being firmly grasped by a big hand. In the next moment, a huge and irresistible force came from its tail. The blue dog fox wolf showed a frightened expression, and its 4 legs clawed at the ground. But the force behind it was so huge that the blue dog fox wolf left 4 long paw prints on the ground, and its whole body was inevitably dragged over. "Where do you think you're going?" Junjin shouted in a low, muffled voice. The blue dog fox wolf crazily barked, and the monkey-tailed brown bears received the order and immediately rushed over to help. Junjin fiercely swung his arm, and actually used the blue dog fox wolf in his hand as a weapon. In the next moment, the blue dog fox wolf's head drew an arc in the air, and fiercely hit the monkey-tailed brown bear's chest. The monkey-tailed brown bear's charge immediately stopped, but the blue dog fox wolf's barking came to an abrupt stop due to the sharp pain, and a strong dizziness attacked its body and mind. Bang bang bang, Junjin held the blue dog fox wolf in his hand, and rushed into the group of bears, and continuously hit the blue dog fox wolf fiercely. The pitiful blue dog fox wolf quickly spat out blood, and its skull and body bones were all broken. The monkey-tailed brown bears wanted to save the blue dog fox wolf, but they seemed to have received its orders, and their attacks were restrained. The violent collision caused the blue dog, the fox, and the wolf to quickly faint. But Junjin's attack continued. The monkey-tailed brown bears were beaten until they covered their heads and fled like rats. Awoo! Suddenly, the blue dog fox wolf let out a mournful howl, and it was awakened by the sharp pain. After the blue dog fox wolf woke up, its pupils shrank, and it saw the golden-armored little giant holding its tail, and it was lying on the ground not far away. Junjin swung around wildly, and its tail was broken. But it didn't matter. In the next moment, Junjin stretched out his hands and grabbed the blue dog fox wolf's 2 hind legs. Awoo! The blue dog fox wolf screamed, as if it was shouting, "No! Let me go!" But the terrifying golden-armored giant still dragged it over again. The blue dog fox wolf's eyes were full of fear and despair, and it used its 2 front paws to crazily scratch the ground, leaving twisted claw marks all over the ground. All of its efforts were in vain. It was still swung up by Junjin, and used as a weapon, dancing vigorously. Zhongji slowly stopped his footsteps. All of this was too unbelievable. He had witnessed the whole thing with his own eyes, and only a part of the shocked, angry, and worried expression from before remained on his face. But then, when he saw the golden-armored giant discover that the blue dog fox wolf in its hands had completely lost its life, it threw the wolf's corpse away and began to use its iron fists to fight with the monkey-tailed brown bears. The shock, anger, and worry on his face finally disappeared completely, and his eyelids twitched. When he slowly walked down the hill and arrived at the edge of the battlefield, the monkey-tailed brown bears beside Junjin were all lying on the ground, beaten to death by Junjin. Zhongji subconsciously paused and stood in place, staring blankly at Junjin. It was as if he was asking himself in his heart, "What did I want to do when I ran over just now?" The armor on Junjin's body quickly dissipated, turning into carbon powder that scattered on the ground, and his entire body returned to its original youth form. Junjin also looked very confused. He looked down at his hands, surprised and curious. On the hill, a green head suddenly popped up. It was Sandao. On Sandao's shoulder was the unconscious Lan Zhao. Sandao's gaze swept around, and when he saw the scene at the foot of the hill, he was completely stunned. What's going on? He stared blankly. The blue dog fox wolf was dead. Its body was severely deformed, and its tail was separated from its body. It had died very miserably. Several monkey-tailed brown bears fell to the ground, surrounding the standing Jinjin, setting off the final victor. Jinjin's body only had a few pieces of cloth left, and he was almost completely naked. He looked at his own body, seeming very confused, but also very happy. At the edge of the battlefield, Zhong Ji was covered in blood, his left arm hanging, dragging the bone hammer, and his injuries looked very serious. At this moment, a soft sound rang out, and Zhong Ji loosened the wooden handle in his hand, letting the bone hammer fall to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and then sat on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed, spitting out blood, and finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Only then did his breathing become smooth, and he slowly recovered. If you don't need me to save you, you should have said so earlier. When Jinjin heard Zhong Ji's complaints, he suddenly raised his head, as if he had been awakened. He looked at Zhong Ji, and his gaze immediately focused on Zhong Ji's left arm, which was the most seriously injured. Feeling his gaze, Zhong Ji grinned. It's no big deal, just a small injury. His tone was mixed with indifference, but his gaze was very bright as he stared at Jinjin. After a long while, the half-beast man opened his mouth, and with a strange, helpless, and slightly angry tone, he said, "Hey, Jinjin, kid, you're not a divine knight, are you?" "A divine knight?" Jinjin raised his beautiful eyebrows. "I'm a divine knight. Am I? I'm not too sure." Jinjin shook his head, looking very confused. "Hey, are the two of you okay?" Sandao's call came from the hillside. "Who can tell me what happened here?" Jinjin looked at Zhong Ji, and Zhong Ji looked at Jinjin, both of them silent. A cool breeze blew, and Jinjin suddenly realized his current state. "Quick, Sandao, take off Lan Zhao's clothes and give them to me," Jinjin shouted. Sandao's eyes widened. "I risked my life to bring my comrades here, just to give them clothes." Sandao had no choice but to do as he was told. Jinjin's current state was indeed unsightly. Speaking of which, he was really not used to taking off a man's clothes. "I often search corpses, so I have a lot of experience. It's my first time doing something like this," the goblin muttered, trying to dispel the awkwardness in his heart. What are you doing?" Lan Zhao woke up and saw the goblin taking off his clothes, and immediately shouted, I'm not dead yet. Also, if you want to search my body, why do you have to take off all my clothes?" "Shut up, it's your master who wants your clothes." "Lord Jinjin? Who are you trying to fool? If you don't believe me, look down the hill." Master?" Jinjin nodded slightly at Lan Zhao, his face already returning to its usual indifference. "Go away." Lan Zhao slapped the goblin's hand away. "I'll take it off myself. Who wants to help you?" Sandao was so angry that he wanted to jump. "Hey, why are you taking my scarf? At least let me have something." Lan Zhao's aura suddenly weakened. Sandao was furious. "My scarf is around my neck, where are you going to put it, you bastard?" "Sandao." Zhong Ji finally spoke. "Sandao." Chapter 127. The chase was over. They had only killed one blue dog fox wolf. Zhong Ji, who was seriously injured, was still unwilling to give up, but his search was to no avail. Only Jinjin knew that there was only one left to begin with. When the divine power was poured into my eyes, I could see the target I wanted to see. I could even overlook the heavens and the earth and analyze the target's route. But when I just caught up to this blue dog fox wolf, the divine power in my eyes was used up, and I no longer have the vision I had before. Jinjin gave the answer. Zhong Ji and the others were helpless. Jinjin tried to pray in front of everyone again, but this time, there was no response from the gods. Of course there was no response. Jinjin wanted to continue praying, but Zhong Ji stopped him. "Don't abuse your power." God's grace is not endless, Jinjin. The four of them cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the temporary camp with their spoils of war. Look, they're back, the sentinel in the bushes suddenly shouted. The temporary camp was jubilant, and a large group of people immediately walked out. Lord Jinjin and the others are back. Where are they? The forest blocked everyone's vision. The sentinel in the tree could see more clearly than everyone else. He shouted again, wait, I see them. Lan Zhao is carrying a corpse. Oh my God, it's the blue dog fox wolf. The sentinel continued to shout. The crowd under the tree immediately cheered. Oh my God, they did it. They did it. They killed the main culprit. Unbelievable, they really did it. He Huan stayed in the camp, and when he heard the cheers of the crowd, he revealed a look of astonishment. The magical beast army had attacked the camp, causing a large number of casualties, and the entire camp had been burned down. The blue dog fox wolf's cunning and insidiousness had brought a great deal of psychological pressure to everyone. Jinjin had decided to chase after them, but most people did not have the confidence to do so. A temple night, this is a temple night. Bai Ya had already woken up. Hearing the cheers, he shouted loudly and rushed out of the tent with a fanatical look on his face, rushing towards the crowd. He Huan glared at him fiercely, but Bai Ya didn't notice it at all. He only gave He Huan the view of his back. Through the gaps between the trees, people saw Jinjin, Zhongji, and the others. They all went up to greet them. Lord Zhongji, someone called out in a low voice when they got closer. The injury on Zhongji's left arm made everyone shudder in fear. Even though they did not see the final battle, from this injury, everyone immediately understood how fierce and dangerous the battle was. Strange. Soon after, the crowd was puzzled. Why is Lan Zhao naked? You only use a white cloth to wrap your crotch. His white cloth looks a little familiar. People were curious. How fierce was this battle that Lan Zhao's clothes were all gone? Wait, Lord Jinjin seems to be wearing Lan Zhao's clothes. Where is Lord Jinjin's own armor? People were even more puzzled. Lord Sandao, I was wondering why Lan Zhao's white cloth looked so familiar. The former mercenaries waved and shouted at Sandao. Most of them were holding back their laughter. Sandao's face was dark the whole time. He did not have a white scarf to cover his huge bald head. Compared to this head, his normal neck looked thin and thin. This made him look very comical. No wonder he always wore a scarf. There was no other way. If he really dressed like this, it would damage his prestige as a mercenary group leader. Lord Jinjin, the young girl Zdi ran all the way to Jinjin. Her eyes were red, as if she wanted to throw herself into his arms, but in front of so many people, she stopped because she was too shy. I said I would come back. Jinjin smiled at her. Zdi nodded. Lord, I will treat your wounds. Jinjin shook his head. My wounds have already been treated. They are not serious. This battle is a long story. I will tell you the details later. What I want most now is to sleep. Zdi immediately nodded. Your tent is ready. Everyone made way for him. Everyone was very tired. Blue Dog Fox Wolf's magical beast army launched their attack at night. Not only did Jinjin fight fiercely for the whole night, but he also faced the blue dogs, foxes, and other powerful demonic beasts many times. During the day, he also took the initiative to hunt down the blue dogs, foxes, and wolves. Lord Jinjin, please have a good rest. Come quickly, treat Lord Zhongji. First, we have to find a way to remove the broken armor. Lan Zhao, tell me, what kind of battle was it? Why are you naked? Lan Zhao, although the camp was burned, there were still tents. In fact, not only tents, but also food, water and other supplies were taken out in advance and buried outside the camp. This was Kang Shu's suggestion, don't put all your eggs in one basket. After entering the tent, Zdi carefully checked Jinjin's body. After confirming that his injuries were not serious at all, Zdi breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully and gently helped Jinjin clean his wounds, apply medicine, and bandage them. Lying on the newly made bed, Jinjin soon fell into a deep sleep. He was really tired. In the first half of the night, he trained hard in the form of a monkey-tail brown bear. In the second half of the night, he warned everyone to protect the camp and face the magical beast army's attack. In the burning central wooden house, he finally found an opportunity to kill a blue dog, a fox, and a wolf. The camp burned down and the day came. Zhenjin encouraged Zhong Ji and the others to hunt down the remaining blue dog fox wolf. This was not as simple as a hunt. Zhenjin also used the blue dog fox wolf and several monkey-tail brown bears to direct a big show in front of Zhong Ji. Zhenjin was not only physically tired, but also mentally tired. He slept all the way until night fell. Zhenjin slowly opened his eyes. Through the gaps in the tent, he saw the flickering flames of the campfire and heard people eating dinner and talking. "So, sir, and the others only killed one blue dog fox wolf?" the shipwright asked. "Yes, only one." The one who answered seemed to be Mu Ban. The shipwright sighed. "Then, won't we still be in big trouble? When this blue dog fox wolf replenishes its forces, the magical beast army will attack again. It might even summon more blue dog fox wolf. There's no other way. Sir, and the others have already done their best. Didn't you see the injuries on Zhong Ji's body?" Mu Ban also sighed with worry. "Sorry." Zhenjin apologized in his heart. In reality, the two blue dog fox wolf were already dead, but Zhenjin did not know how to explain it. However, leaving the illusion that one was still alive would allow everyone to remain vigilant and maintain a sense of danger. This was actually not a bad thing. Mu Ban and the shipwright were closer to Zhenjin's tent, so they could not hear the others' conversation. This was not a problem for Zhenjin. After these nights of almost non-stop training, Zhenjin's grasp of the heart core had deepened. In the next moment, his ears mutated and became the ears of a bat monkey. However, the ingenious point was that Zhenjin's outer ear was still in human shape, but the structure of his inner ear had secretly changed. In fact, changing only this point was very dangerous. Zhenjin's other body structure was still in human shape, so a sudden increase in hearing would make it difficult for the human nerves to accept. However, the heart core used magic energy to bear the burden of the contradictions between the structure of life. This allowed the golden needle to receive more sounds, and at the same time, to maintain his own safety, he continued to listen quietly. Soon, he heard Bai Ya asking Kang Shu for advice. "What is a divine knight?" Bai Ya asked. The young man was very curious about everything related to knights. Kang Shu slowly explained, "The so-called divine knight means that they are deeply favored by God. The Lord Zhenjin is a holy knight, and he believes in the Shengming Emperor." "Does that mean that he is deeply favored by the Shengming Emperor?" Bai Ya continued to ask. "Of course." Kang Shu's answer was resolute and decisive. "You personally experienced the battle last night, and you also saw that the Lord Zhenjin responded to every prayer. You also heard the retelling of San Dao and Lan Zhao. When the Lord Zhenjin was faced with a desperate situation, the Shengming Emperor immediately helped him, allowing him to turn defeat into victory. This situation is very rare. God watches every believer, but his response is actually very little. However, almost every prayer of the Lord Zhenjin received an immediate response from the Shengming Emperor almost every time. The great emperor has repeatedly stepped in to help his believers. His knights have granted almost every request. If this is not the divine knight, then what can be considered the divine knight? The Lord Zhenjin is the divine knight," Kang Shu concluded with a very certain tone. Bai Ya had a look of yearning and worship, and whispered softly, "The Lord Zhenjin is a holy knight, and he is also the divine knight." Divine knight, now that I think about it, it's actually not that strange. Kang Shu stroked his beard. Seeing that he had attracted the attention of even more people, he said with assurance, "The Lord Zhenjin himself is an extremely outstanding cultivator, and his talent is very outstanding. He has a noble bloodline, and he is a holy knight, and he has dedicated all his faith to the Shengming Emperor. These already make him 1 in a million, but what's even more precious is that he has always adhered to the way of the knights, helping the weak, punishing the evil, promoting the good, and taking care of the weak. Even if he has to sacrifice himself, he doesn't violate the principles of the holy knights. He is brave and fearless, fair and just, willing to accept anyone and see everyone as his companions. From this, you can see his broad mind, as well as his compassionate and benevolent nature. Isn't it natural for such a person to receive the Divine Knight's favor? Hearing Kang Shu's analysis, the audience subconsciously nodded, expressing their approval. Kang Shu said with a myriad of emotions, perhaps, the shipwreck and being reduced to this island was the Lord Zhenjin's opportunity. On this island, the Lord Zhenjin is fearless in the face of danger, always looking at the big picture, fighting bravely, and often risking his own life to save others. These were all noticed by the Divine Knight, so he sent down a strong Divine Knight. The Lord Zhenjin is definitely worthy of this. Analyzing it further, although the Divine Knight's will is unpredictable, the Shengming Emperor is a living Divine Knight, the ruler of the empire. He sent many holy knights into the wilderness continent to compete for the position of city lord. The war between the humans and the beast men will definitely happen, and these holy knights will become the vanguard and cornerstone of the war. The Shengming Emperor will definitely not be stingy with his favor for the holy knights who have performed well. The Lord Zhenjin might have stood out in advance because of the shipwreck, becoming one of the believers that the Shengming Emperor pays attention to the most. I have a feeling that he will definitely become a dazzling new star in the war between the humans and the beast men. A magnificent war, a war between races, will definitely produce a hero of the human race. And the Empire and even the Divine Knight need a new hero of the human race. Everyone, perhaps we are witnessing the birth and rise of a hero, a great figure who will leave his name in history. What an honor this is. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Only the night wind bypassed the bonfire and shuttled through the temporary camp. The Lord Zhenjin has come out. Bai Ya suddenly shouted. Zhenjin opened the tent's curtain and heard Kang Shu's analysis. As the person involved, Zhenjin felt his face heat up. Everyone's gaze turned to Zhenjin. Zhenjin could only nod and smile at everyone. What a perfect smile. It was not as perfunctory and arrogant as a simple noble's smile. It was like the sun, like the rain, it was close to the people, it was warm, it was elegant and calm. Everyone's eyes gradually lit up. Zhenjin, Zhenjin, Zhenjin. Bai Ya took the lead and stood up to cheer. Soon after, more and more people stood up and chanted Zhenjin's name. Even the former members of the Sandao mercenary group did the same. At this moment, Zhenjin's influence on everyone reached an unprecedented peak. The title of the Divine Knight, the bright future described by Kang Shu, and Zhenjin's consistent performance made everyone look at him with more and more worship, respect, love, and even fanaticism. In the corner, Zhong Ji and Sandao were still sitting. Zhong Ji stretched out his left arm. Sandao was trying to remove the steel armor from Zhong Ji's bloody left arm. This was a very troublesome job. Sandao was already sweating. Hearing the cheers about Zhenjin, Zhong Ji could not help but feel disappointed even though he was mentally prepared. Zhenjin's power had been established, and Zhong Ji had lost the courage to challenge him. How could he challenge him? The image of Zhenjin's golden armor after praying was deeply engraved in Zhong Ji's heart. Zhong Ji silently looked at the bonfire in front of him. The flames danced in the orc's eyes. He seemed to have seen his past. The battle was over. He sat under a big tree. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and sprinkled on his armor. He silently used a cloth to wipe his armor. Not far away, the voices of the generals competing for rewards could be heard. Please, without my cavalry, who could break their formation? H, if it wasn't for my team blocking the enemy's main force, how could you have the chance? No matter what you say, you killed less jackalans than my team. If you don't believe me, compare the number of jackalans we killed. Haha, you killed more jackalans than we did. But so what? Our general tree will always kill the most enemies. Do you want to compare yourself with him? He is the general tree, a genius with lofty ambitions who wants to be a general. How can we, mere mortals, compare to him? I still want to fight for some credit that I deserve. That's the reality. The general tree that the generals were talking about was naturally Zhong Ji. After every battle, he always sat alone under the tree, quietly wiping his armor. He remained silent and never fought for credit. Because he knew that he could not win even if he argued. He had experienced more. Every time he fought, his credit would be reduced, or some of it would be claimed by others. Who asked him to be an orc? No human general would take the initiative to talk to him. He could only be alone. He would always be alone. Hiss. The pain came. Zhong Ji gently sucked in a breath of cold air, interrupting his memories. Sorry, sir, this thing is too difficult to deal with. San Dao apologized. He had just wanted to break a piece of the armor, but he did not expect that he would use too much force and could not hold back. Instead, he hit Zhong Ji's wound. Zhong Ji was about to speak when a figure appeared in front of him, blocking the fire in front of him. Zhong Ji looked up and saw the young knight Zhenjin. I want to thank you for your help, Zhong Ji. Zhenjin said with a sincere face. Don't mention it. Zhong Ji said indifferently. Zhenjin nodded and pulled out his thin sword. Let me help you. Zhong Ji stretched out his left arm in front of him. Zhenjin took a deep breath. The thin sword flashed in front of Zhong Ji, and more than 10 silver flashes of lightning flashed. In the next moment, whether it was the armor that bound Zhong Ji's arm or the armor that was embedded in his flesh, they were all cut off by Zhenjin. Zhong Ji lightly shook his left arm, and the broken armor fell to the ground. Good swordsmanship, as expected of the blood of the 100 Needles family. Thank you. Zhong Ji said. No need, we are comrades, aren't we? This is medicine, ZDI's latest concoction. It should be very effective for your injuries. Zhenjin said as he handed the medicine to San Dao. Comrades. Zhong Ji's heart echoed with this word. Zhenjin suddenly raised his voice. This time, without your help, I would not have been able to kill them. In fact, without you, Zhong Ji, holding back and killing so many silver magic beasts, I would not have been able to achieve this result. The whole camp quieted down again, and everyone's eyes focused on Zhenjin. Zhenjin's voice spread throughout the camp. So, not only my name, we also have to cheer for Zhong Ji, San Dao, Lan Zhao, and our brave warriors. Zhong Ji, Zhenjin said as he raised his arms, looked around, and took the lead in shouting. Zhong Ji, Zhong Ji, Zhong Ji. Everyone was shocked, and they all raised their arms and shouted in unison. Zhenjin shouted again, San Dao, San Dao, San Dao, San Dao. Whether it was Zhong Ji or San Dao, they all stared at the blonde youth in front of them. Zhenjin shouted again, Lan Zhao, Lan Zhao, Lan Zhao, Lan Zhao. Everyone's emotions were raised to the peak. Lan Zhao pursed his lips tightly, and his body was trembling slightly. Bai Ya was in high spirits, and he kept patting Lan Zhao's shoulder. Zhenjin left Zhong Ji and San Dao, and went into the crowd. He raised his arms again and again, and shouted the other people's names, causing waves of cheers. The temporary camp was full of jubilation, and everyone's cheers were accompanied by the flames, echoing through the nearby forest. Looking at the young knight in the crowd, no matter how big the bonfire was, it could not hide his radiance. Zhong Ji sighed and said to San Dao, apply the medicine on me. Chapter 128. The inside of the tent was filled with a strong smell of blood. The blue dog fox wolf had already been dissected, and its terrible injuries were completely displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Its skull was shattered, and there was almost no part of its body that was not fractured. Its internal organs, because of the lack of protection from the bones, were mostly crushed by external forces. Because Zhenjin used it as a weapon, constantly swinging it and hitting the brown monkey tail bear, its muscles were also smashed, and its muscles and fibers were not well organized. Its tail was also brought back, and placed at a distance from its buttocks. This was probably the closest it was to its original position after its tail was broken by Zhenjin. How tragic. Almost everyone who saw the wolf's corpse had this thought. Then, everyone looked at Zhenjin with curiosity, and a trace of strangeness. Even though they had learned of the battle from Maneji, they really couldn't imagine that a golden-haired youth with a smile on his face, a thin figure, and a slender sword in his hand would turn into a golden-armored man comparable to Maneji, swinging the blue dogs, foxes, and wolves around like heavy weapons. Feeling their gaze, Zhenjin said to Kang Shu, "Old scholar, let's get to the point." "Yes, my lord." Kang Shu nodded, and stretched out his hand to the wolf's corpse on the wooden table. Everyone can see, this is a genuine silver magical beast. Although it is broken, but from its fur, muscles, and bones, it can be seen that it has terrifying strength, speed, and good defense. Its headspace is much larger than that of a normal wolf, dog, or fox. Although its brain is a mess, we can still barely distinguish the cerebrum, cerebellum, brainstem, and diencephalon, these four major parts. The key is here: its frontal lobe is very developed, which is extremely rare among beasts. There is no such wolf-type magical beast in nature, it must be the creation of the island master. The structure of its brain is very similar to the human brain. This may be the key reason why its intelligence is comparable to a human's. Then, where did its strange fragrance come from? Zhenjin asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Everyone, please look here. Kang Shu pointed at the blue dog fox wolf's buttocks. There was an obvious sac-like object in the dissected area. This is a sac-shaped perfume gland. It's located at the back of the blue dog fox wolf's abdomen, near the tail and above the genitals. The strange fragrance of the blue dog fox wolf is emitted by it. In essence, it's no different from the acid green lizard's poison gland pouch. We call it a biological perfume pouch. Kang Shu said, this kind of biological structure actually exists in many animals. I know that, ZDI interjected, which was rare of her. Musk deer, fragrant cats, and fragrant mice all have such biological sachets. Kang Shu smiled and nodded. That's right. The master of the island gave this structure to the blue dog fox wolf, and at the same time gave it a tail similar to a fox's. Look at its tail. Although it's also been damaged, it can be inferred that under normal conditions, its tail is very fluffy and flexible. When the blue dog fox wolf wants to emit its strange fragrance, it will use the muscles around the perfume pouch. It's here. These muscles are tightly distributed, and their structure is obviously different from the surrounding area. Once used, the muscles will squeeze the perfume pouch, causing the perfume to gush out from the sac gland. The perfume won't be excreted from the anus or urethra. Everyone, the next part is the subtlety. Kang Shu raised his eyebrows at this point, and his tone became more excited than before. The perfume will flow into the blue dog fox wolf's tail. Look at the bones of its tail. They are hollow, similar to the bones of a bird. The hollow bones form a conduit, allowing the perfume to flow in. The surface of the bone conduit has a large number of tiny holes. The holes are connected to the apocrine and eccrine glands, and finally emit from the surface of the skin of the tail. Generally speaking, the sweat glands of dogs and wolves are not developed, much worse than that of humans. They are mainly concentrated on the tongue and toes. They often need to stick out their tongue to dissipate heat. But the blue dog fox wolf is not like this. Its sweat glands are very developed, and most of them are concentrated on its tail. Usually, it doesn't need to stick out its tongue to dissipate heat. When the blue dog fox wolf squeezes the perfume pouch, it can emit a strange fragrance, making other magical beasts submit. Lord Zhenjin once observed that every time the blue dog fox wolf emits a strange fragrance, it will shake its tail. This is actually the blue dog fox wolf's deliberate action, to let the strange fragrance spread faster. Everyone suddenly understood, and new doubts arose. Zhong Ji asked in a muffled voice, then, why is the blue dog fox wolf's strange fragrance able to control other magical beasts? Can we concoct this strange fragrance to make other man-made magical beasts submit to us? If we can't, can we concoct an interference potion to interfere with the effect of this strange fragrance? This question was very important, and everyone's eyes were focused on Kang Shu's face. But Kang Shu shook his head. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint everyone. The reason why the strange fragrance can subdue other man-made magical beasts can't be discovered simply from dissecting them. I think that the strange fragrance's effect should have a more fundamental explanation. When the Lord of the Island created so many magical beasts, he should have thought of how to control them. At present, it seems that the Lord of the Island's control plan is to use the strange fragrance. From the time he created different magical beasts, he should have already created a corresponding weakness in the bodies of the man-made magical beasts. Once he smelled the strange fragrance, these magical beasts would be obedient. This is also why the strange fragrance doesn't work on normal species. If there was a living blue dog fox wolf or a sufficient amount of perfume, I could give it a try. Unfortunately, this wolf is dead, and the sachet is empty. ZDI looked at the wolf's corpse, her purple eyes shining brightly. The magical beast army was huge, and controlling so many magical beasts would consume a lot of perfume. It was normal for the blue dog fox wolf's sachet to be empty. Then Miss ZDI, how sure are you in this aspect? Zhongji's eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. I'm not sure. ZDI shook her head and was very frank, but the prospects are very great. Yes. Hei Huan sighed, if we can have such a strange fragrance, it'll be enough to control many magical beasts. Then, what on this island can stop us? Kang Shu shook his head and had a different opinion. Even if we have the strange fragrance and subdue many magical beasts, we can't command them to act as freely as the blue dog fox wolf, because to give orders, we need a special dog language. Hei Huan was stunned. Zhen Jin was also slightly stunned. He had also missed this point before. But ZDI refuted, no, I'm not talking about this prospect. If I can develop a perfume based on the blue dog fox wolf's perfume, then this perfume is very likely to be the best perfume. Everyone? Kang Shu frowned slightly. Is it the kind of perfume that noble women like to wear? ZDI looked at Kang Shu and nodded, then shook her head. Don't you know? Perfume has been popular among noble women for a long time. Now, it's not just noble women, but men have also become popular. Many business people have predicted that perfume will become a very popular product. The others looked at each other. Everyone was talking about magical beasts, fighting, and survival, but ZDI led the topic to perfume. The change in topic was a bit too big. Seeing that everyone was confused, ZDI began to explain. The invention of perfume was Duchess Amy. At first, she found that many young girls and young men had body fragrance. Men and women with body fragrance tended to be between 16 and 24 years old, and they couldn't smell the body fragrance themselves. Often, people with body fragrance had outstanding charm. Duchess Amy loved beautiful things the most. She carried out research and not only invented all kinds of perfume, but also developed a complete set of standards for evaluating perfume. Do you know? A good perfume has 3 fragrances. They are called the pre-scent, mid-scent, and post-scent. When the perfume is sprayed on the skin and dispersed in the air, we first smell the pre-scent, then the mid-scent, and finally the post-scent. The 3 fragrances are linked together like an elegant and beautiful melody. Currently, the types of perfumes are citrus-scented, natural-scented, single floral, potpourri, aldehyde-scented, plain heart orchid, oriental, full-scented, wood-scented, grass-scented, and leather tobacco. Everyone was puzzled by his words. ZDI pointed at the wolf's corpse and became more excited. But smell it, the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance is very unique. It doesn't belong to any of the fragrances that have been discovered, but it smells very good. It's like a snow lotus in an iceberg, ethereal, pure, mysterious, and elegant. The hardness of the glacier and the softness of the petals, the cruelty of the frost and the vitality of the snow lotus, it's a contrast, but it's a wonderful harmony. If it was smeared on human skin, it would make a woman feel noble and delicate, while a man would make a woman feel tough and fleshy. Let's not talk about the effect of subduing magical beasts for now. I'm sure that it's the best fragrance. Everyone was speechless. The cyanobacteria sniffed and wondered, why do I only smell blood? Everyone felt the same. Zhongji said, there are still some remnants of the fragrance. Beastmen's noses were not the same as humans, they were more sensitive. But is it really that good? Zhongji looked doubtful. The tough guys in the army knew nothing about perfumes. ZDI nodded with certainty. Among all the potions, I've studied perfumes the most. I've spent the most time and energy on perfumes. I can't smell it wrong. Do you know what this means? Money. Wealth. Endless wealth. When ZDI said this, her amethyst eyes flashed, making everyone feel as if there were gold coins shining in her eyes. Looking at ZDI, who was in a state of excitement, everyone was speechless. Zhen Jin was no stranger to ZDI like this. After all, he had explored and survived with ZDI, so he had a deeper understanding of her temperament. It seems that the psychological trauma that the blue dog fox wolf left on you is no longer there. The young knight teased his fiancée. ZDI stared at Zhen Jin with shining eyes. Catch it, You must catch it alive. Let me try to make the perfume. With it, we'll be rich. Chapter 129. Don't you think it's too far away to think about making perfume? Hey Juan looked at the excited ZDI and his mouth twitched. Let's think about how to leave this island alive. Yes, yes. Many people agreed with Hey Juan. ZDI's eyes were shining with excitement. It was a little scary. Jinjin thought to himself. ZDI's proposal was very tempting. Because the 100 Needles family was being suppressed, and they were separated by the sea, even if they could help Jinjin, it would be too late. When Jinjin arrived at Baisha City in the future, the more gold coins he had, the better. Jinjin's only slave was Lan Zhao. Almost everyone else had to be paid by Jinjin. If he became the Baisha City Lord, then the startup and operation of a new city would require a large amount of investment. It was not advisable to rely on the family. It would be best if Jinjin could be self-sufficient and even give back to the family. Unlike everyone's worries, Jinjin knew more about the truth. I have a core. The longer I live, the stronger I will be. Currently, the main threat on the island is from demonic beasts. But now, these demonic beasts are getting weaker and weaker. The impression of a divine knight has been deeply ingrained in people's minds. In the future, if I mutate in public, as long as the extent is limited, no one will be suspicious. The 2 blue dog fox wolf are already dead. Currently, the whole team is safe. The only thing we need to worry about is teleportation. In the whole tent, Jinjin was the most tempted by ZDI's proposal. The young knight looked at the purple-eyed girl with admiration. My fiancé is studying potions to study how to make perfume, right? Opportunities are hidden in danger. I never thought that the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance would be such a business opportunity. ZDI is indeed the new president of the Wisteria Chamber of Commerce. Jinjin's mind was filled with thoughts, but he remained silent and did not support ZDI in person. ZDI saw that no one supported her, so she immediately said, then let's not worry about making money or selling popular products. For our survival, I think it's necessary to catch a blue dog, a fox, or a wolf alive. As long as I develop a corresponding potion based on the fragrance, I can subdue other magical beasts or destroy the effects of the blue dog fox wolf's fragrance. It will be extremely helpful for us to leave this island. Everyone was speechless. If ZDI hadn't said those words earlier, they would definitely have agreed. But now, everyone understood ZDI's true intentions. Kang Shu coughed. As far as I know, all high-grade perfumes are magic potions. The cost of making them was very high. They required alchemists, apothecaries, and even mage towers as workshops. The cost of storing and transporting the perfume is also very high, and the target market is limited to nobles and other upper class. ZDI immediately replied, "This is a magic potion." She pointed at the wolf's corpse. "Do you think it's an ordinary fragrance? An ordinary fragrance can affect silver magical beasts. More than one. The blue dog fox wolf's magic power should be very abundant, much more than other silver magical beasts. It's because of the magic power in its body that it can make such a fragrance. Wait, the blue dog fox wolf doesn't have a magic crystal in its body, right? It can't balance the magic power in its body." Someone immediately refuted. ZDI shook her head. "It's not actively participating, but passively participating. It's like a magic material, and the degree of utilization is very shallow. For example, Zhongji's white bone giant hammer and the spider blade used by Lord Jinjin. So, it's not pure magic that participates in making the fragrance, but some kind of material that contains magic power. For example, the blood of the blue dog fox wolf. Or the water in its body. Lord Jinjin once brought back a piece of information that the blue dog fox wolf killed a silver-level flying squirrel leader and ate it. I found it very strange at the time. Now that I think about it, the blue dog fox wolf probably needs to replenish its magic power in order to make more fragrance in its body. According to the blue dog fox wolf's intelligence, it should have understood the benefits of keeping a silver-level flying squirrel leader. But it chose to eat it at that time. Such a choice must have had more advantages than disadvantages, or it wouldn't have done so. Everyone's expression became solemn, as they all felt that ZDI's analysis was very reasonable. The purple-eyed girl said again in an excited tone, "If that's the case, then we don't need to hire alchemists and pharmacists at all. The cost of hiring them is too high. Also, loyalty is a key issue. As long as the temptation is great enough, even the most secretive potion formula will be leaked. We only need to raise more blue dogs, foxes, and wolves, and it will be able to synthesize the perfume on its own. We can even collect the fragrance directly and sell it directly, or just add some alcohol. Well, the cost of feeding it may be higher, but as long as it eats the meat of demon beasts, the blue dog fox wolf will produce the fragrance. After comprehensive calculation, our cost is much lower than normal perfume production. As a raw material for perfume, the cost of transportation and purchase is very high. But as long as we shift the blue dog fox wolf herd, we can control the source of the fragrance and achieve a monopoly on the perfume. A monopoly will make business easier, and the price of the fragrance will almost be set by us. The huge profit margin will also allow us to take the high-end route and make it into a luxury product. We can also take the middle route and make the corresponding soaps and body wash into the corresponding products and distribute them in large quantities. It's also feasible to go hand in hand. There's a lot of potential in this. Perfume is already popular among the upper class of the human race. With trade and war, we can drive other continents, such as the lava continent, the life continent, the dark quarry continent, and even the wilderness continent, to make perfume popular on these continents. The market for perfume is very vast. ZDI spoke frankly. Everyone was stunned. Why did the topic change back? Everyone looked at the wolf's corpse and felt an inexplicable bitterness for it. The blue dog fox wolf was a huge threat to the people, a powerful and cunning enemy. Jinjin, Zhongji, and other heroic figures had to go through a lot to kill it. Such an existence should be given enough respect, but now it had become a money tree in the young female president's imagination. What a pity, what a pity. A dead blue dog fox wolf can't let me study the fragrance. If we can catch one alive, then I can extract the fragrance and conduct a series of experiments. Wait, Master, isn't there still one alive? ZDI's eyes shone. Everyone's mood was a bit strange. After listening to ZDI's analysis, it seemed that keeping a blue dog fox wolf was a good thing. No, that one has already been converted by me. Jinjin secretly shook his head. He opened his mouth and said, "The magical beast army is very powerful. To deal with a large number of magical beasts, at the same time, to capture their commander alive in battle. This is very difficult. At present, survival is the most important thing. Only by surviving can everything be done." Jinjin's words made everyone nod. At the same time, they were relieved. Everyone somewhat understood ZDI's nature. At this moment, they all felt that the young knight was more reliable. If this wolf's corpse is not too valuable, I want to use it as a sacrifice to my lord, the great Shengming Emperor. Jinjin said again. The atmosphere in the tent immediately became solemn. Of course. After reacting, Kang Shu was the first to answer. Jinjin looked at Zhongji, who immediately smiled and said, "Paladin, this was originally your trophy." Although ZDI wanted to cut the wolf's corpse into thousands of pieces and make it into potion materials, at this moment, she did not hesitate to support Jinjin. We were able to survive and win, thanks to the Shengming Emperor's protection. We should indeed sacrifice to her. He Huan even suggested, we should build an altar and then hold a ceremony. Unfortunately, there is no priest to preside over it. This was the world of the gods. Even if one did not believe in a god, they would still respect him or her. Sacrificial activities were very common, even frequent. In the human race, the orcs, the murlocs, and other races, there were a large number of ceremonies for the gods, most of which had become the traditional festivals of their races. There were many considerations about the offerings to the gods. Oftentimes, specific gods would prefer different offerings. The main god of the drows, the spider god, liked to arrange trials. If the trials were successful, the corpses of other races would be the best offerings. The Grand Duke of the human race was also a living god. His believers would offer the first harvest of rice as a sacrifice to his altar. Offerings were not limited to material things. For example, the Grand Duke of all law was the most powerful mage of the human race, and also one of the living gods. His believers would often be rewarded and even favored by him when they offered new research successes to him. Offerings could also be just some kind of behavior. For example, the orc tribes would often launch wars against other tribes during the ceremonies of the god of war. Whether they won or lost, it was the best sacrifice to the god of war. For the Shengming Emperor, he was the god of wisdom, the god of light, and the god of victory. His believers would, after an individual or a legion had won a great victory, use their battle achievements as offerings, build exquisite altars, or hold a grand ceremony in the magnificent temple to praise the Shengming Emperor wholeheartedly. The larger the scale of the ceremony, the more participants, the more devout the believers were, and the greater the battle achievements, the more attention it could attract the Shengming Emperor. The priests who presided over the ceremony would be promoted more, and they would even bestow divine grace. Offerings were normal, frequent, and serious things. As a knight of God, Zhenjin wanted to sacrifice the corpse of the blue dog fox wolf to the Shengming Emperor. Not only did everyone understand, but they also suggested to build an altar, hold a ceremony, and put the corpses of other beasts into the offerings. Everyone was afraid of neglecting the gods. But Jinjin shook his head. After I escape from here, I will hold a grand ceremony in White Sand City with all my strength. But not now. My lord is the god of wisdom. He will be disappointed if he sees me wasting precious manpower here at this time. This will be my sacrifice alone. This wolf corpse is by no means the best offering, but it is already a suitable one for the moment. The corpses of other magic beasts should be used as ingredients for potions, weapons, or made into jerky. No one objected. Chapter 130. This forest is a bit unusual. A half-elf mercenary paused slightly. He looked at the forest in front of him cautiously and found that the forest gave off a decaying aura. Whether it was the color of the tree trunks or leaves, it was much darker than a normal forest. Compared to normal humans, this half-elf mercenary had slightly pointed ears and slightly green eyes. These characteristics indicated that the half-elf bloodline in his body was not thick and was rather thin. Even so, his half-elf bloodline still allowed him to adapt to the forest better than a normal person. Without any reference, he could barely distinguish the direction in the forest, and his judgment was generally correct. The exploration team had appointed him to scout ahead and make the best use of him. Could this be? The half-elf's expression gradually became serious as he thought of the information regarding the blade spiders. This information had been passed to everyone in order to increase their chances of survival on this island. The half-elf carefully lowered his speed to the minimum and gradually went deeper into the dark forest. After a while, he returned to his original position with a body full of cold sweat. Confirmed. There is a large group of blade spiders resting in front. The half-elf quickly reported this important information to the large group behind him. Are there spider webs? The shipwright asked excitedly. The half-elf shook his head. The shipwright sighed. According to the information, the blade spider's webs are sticky and tough. It is very likely to be a good material for making sails or even gluing wood. Don't worry, we will get it. Zhenjin smiled. It's almost evening. Stop moving forward and set up camp here. Next, we need to get rid of this group of spiders. Yes, sir. Everyone accepted the order. Since the camp was burned down, everyone rested for a few days. Then, according to the results of their discussion, they began to move forward and pass through the forest. In the eyes of most people, there was still a blue dog fox wolf alive. There was not much meaning in staying in the same place. It was very likely that once the new camp was built, it would be attacked by an even larger magical beast army. It was naturally better to be as far away from the original camp as possible. Other than this reason, there were a few other important reasons. First, the ship was huge and could not be built in the forest. This was because the amount of work required to transport the ship to the sea was beyond the limits of everyone's manpower. Unless one was lucky enough to be teleported to the beach along with the boat. This method of relying on luck was obviously unreliable. Secondly, a sea-going ship was not a river-going ship. The bottom of the ship should not be flat. It should be at least V-shaped. Only such a structure could better resist the huge waves in the ocean. It was very difficult for the V-shaped ship to enter the water. Dragging it on the ground would destroy the hull. Therefore, everyone needed at least a dock, and a dock naturally had to be built near the water. Thirdly, the amount of work required to build a ship was huge. The more manpower needed, the better. When the team returned to the beach and merged with the remaining survivors, they would have the largest labor force. At the same time, according to the number of people left, they could determine the size of the ship to be built. If the construction was too big, there was no need to do so. It would be a waste of time, manpower, and risk. If the construction was too small, they would have to abandon some people and leave them on the island. This was something that Jinjin did not want to see. Jinjin's order was quickly passed down. The team stopped moving forward, and everyone began to get busy in an orderly manner. Kang Shu was responsible for the overall planning. Shisuo led a group of people to use weapons and fire to disperse the snakes, insects, rats, and ants. After confirming that it was safe, they circled the area of the camp and began to set up tents. Bai Ya led people to set up traps outside the camp. Hei Huan and the others received the medicine that ZDI distributed and began to sprinkle it in the camp and the tents that were set up. Mu Ban lay on the ground and checked the trailers. These trailers were all designed and built by him. A total of 12 trailers were built, which provided great convenience for the team to transport supplies. The trailers mainly relied on manpower to move forward. 8 of the trailers were taken care of by the big guy, and the other 4 were assigned to other people who were physically stronger. Mu Ban mainly checked the axles of the trailers. This one is about to break. Big guy, move the wood from above. We want to change the axles. Mu Ban shouted to the big guy. The big guy sat on the ground, his body covered in sweat. He glanced at the short Mu Ban beside him, then moved his eyes away. Mu Ban helplessly shook his head and shouted to the shipwright not far away, "Hurry up and tell me about your son. How many times do I have to say, he's not my son?" The shipwright immediately retorted, and then raised his voice, "Hurry, move the wood from the trailers." "Yes, father." The big guy immediately stood up, dragging his tired body. He had the blood of giants, so he was like a human crane. With one arm, he grabbed the wood and threw it on the ground, where it rolled a few times. Mu Ban jumped up as if his foot had been stepped on. He was both anxious and angry. "Blockhead, be gentle, be gentle. You rude guy. It wasn't easy for us to move the wood here, don't damage it. Even in the forest, this kind of good wood is hard to come by. Slow down, put it down gently, understand?" The shipwright shouted. "Understood, father." "Don't call me father." After a bit of shouting, the wood on the trailers were removed. At the same time, the trailers were overturned by the big guy. Mu Ban and his men began to dismantle the axles. "There aren't many spare axles left. If we stay here for a long time, we can seize the opportunity to make some more." Mu Ban planned in his mind. Most of the tents had been set up, but not everyone had a tent. The number of tents was still quite limited. It wasn't uncommon for several people to squeeze into a small tent. Of course, Jinjin's tent was the largest, and was often the first to be set up. The sky was filled with the glow of sunset. Smoke began to rise from the top window of ZDI's tent. The smoke carried a strange smell. This was ZDI using medicine to dissolve the ores and extract the iron inside. Speaking of which, when the team left the original location of the camp, Jinjin specially led a small team to find a large amount of ores in the cave. These ores were very large, and Jinjin had secretly turned into a monkey-tailed brown bear a few nights after the battle to continuously excavate the ores. This discovery made Kang Shu speculate that the monkey-tailed brown bear might have the habit of sharpening its claws. Jinjin could only apologize in his heart for the old scholar's misunderstanding. He couldn't explain it. When the sun had completely set and night had fallen, the whole camp was much quieter. The construction work had been completed, a few large bonfires were burning, and people began to prepare dinner. Now, even if there was a swarm of fire venom bees, they weren't worried. ZDI's medicine repeatedly made contributions. Regardless of whether it was the bat monkeys or the fire venom bees, the threat was reduced because of the medicine. Jinjin looked at his team members sitting next to each other, chatting and discussing in front of the bonfire. Sometimes, they even laughed. He was satisfied. At this moment, it was as if the barriers of identity, race, and prejudice never existed. Previously, the team was divided into two camps, but now everyone was very harmonious. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to the magical beast army's invasion. At the same time, there was another reason, and that was Jin's status had once again risen. In everyone's hearts, this youth was no longer a simple holy knight, but a knight of God. Of course, in order to unite everyone as much as possible, Jin had secretly summoned Shisuo after the battle to defend the camp. He had a talk with him and clearly promised him that he would help Shisuo in the future and build him a new ship. But who would have thought that Shisuo would refuse his proposal, but instead, he knelt on the ground and expressed his desire to follow Jin and beg him to follow Jin. In Shisuo's view, it was far better to be loyal to Jin than to follow in his father's footsteps. The prospects of following a knight of God were so bright. Under normal circumstances, even if Shisuo wanted to cling to such a thigh, he wouldn't be able to. But the shipwreck gave him a peerless opportunity, and he wouldn't allow himself to miss it. Jin thanked Kang Shu for his speculation and propaganda, and at the same time, agreed to Shisuo's loyalty. When Shisuo pledged his loyalty, Zhongji also ceased his activities and restrained his ambitions. He no longer had any desire to challenge Jin's authority. This result was enough to prove that Jin's previous plan to hunt down the blue dog foxwolf was correct. He deliberately showed his powerful fighting strength in front of Zhongji. It was not only to make it easier for him to use part of his mutated ability in public in the future, but more importantly, to deter this powerful half-beast. Zhongji was very observant, otherwise, he wouldn't have overthrown the second mate, and wouldn't have agreed to return to the camp with Jin. After understanding that even if he dueled with Jin, he wouldn't be a match for him, Zhongji was very cooperative with Jin. And Zhongji's efforts to save Jin also made Jin see this half-beast in a new light. He lowered his guard and increased his trust. In short, under Jin's unremitting efforts, the team achieved the best-in-progress results. He tried his best to preserve the team's strength, and didn't have too much internal friction due to the division and confrontation. He destroyed the magical beast army, and the 3 blue dog foxwolf were all killed by him. As for his hard work, he was probably the only one who knew the hardships and risks he had to go through. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. The things Jin secretly carried were beyond the expectations of ordinary people. Perhaps, this was the price of becoming a leader. In the middle of the night, Jin left the camp again. Everyone knew his habit of patrolling at night. As a leader and a noble, Jin had always led by example and contributed silently. Most importantly, he almost never stopped patrolling at night. Such persistent behavior made everyone respect and love him even more. But no one knew that every time Jin left the camp, the first thing he did was take off his clothes. After the defense of the camp, not only did Jin's armor, even his undergarments were destroyed. But not long after, he had new clothes and the leather armor of the alligator head and hammertail. After putting away the armor properly, Jin mutated into a silver flying squirrel. After practicing hard for a while, he sighed dejectedly. He still couldn't discharge electricity. He couldn't find the feeling of using his muscles at all. Speaking of which, Jin had once caught a few flying squirrels alive, but they all died in the battle of the camp. But because Zhongji had temporarily submitted to Jin was no longer as anxious to master the technique of discharging electricity as before. After practicing his flying squirrel form for a while, Jin switched to a silver bat monkey. During the day, when the team was moving forward, he opened his mouth slightly and often used ultrasound to detect the direction the team was going and the situation nearby. Ultrasound was very convenient and more practical than the lizard's eyes. But even if he detected a powerful magical beast, Jin pretended not to know as long as it didn't endanger the whole team. Jin had already discovered the swarm of blade spiders before the half-elven mercenaries, but he kept silent about it. Of course, he could predict some things in the name of God, but if he kept doing so, it would give people the impression that Jin is abusing God's grace, and this holy knight doesn't know what's good for him. Kang Shu and ZDI were both smart people, so it would make them even more suspicious. 1, 2, 3. Jin came to the spider forest and used ultrasound to quickly detect the location of all the spiders. This swarm of spiders was even larger than the ones he had encountered before. There were 2 silver-ranked spider leaders. He didn't fly into the spider forest in his bat monkey form. In the next moment, Jin transformed into a fat ball flying fish. Gua gua gua. The fat ball flying fish Jin flapped his fins and swung his tail, slowly rising until he was above the treetops. Only then did he wobble and fly above the spider forest. Then, he kept spitting saliva below. The fat ball flying fish's body temperature was very high, so it could spit out scalding saliva. This kind of attack was very weak. The fat ball flying fish's strongest attack was its self-destruction before death. But now, the flying fish Jin's saliva had a complete qualitative change. Every saliva was the perfume of the blue dog fox wolf. The perfume sprayed everywhere, and because it was scalding, it quickly evaporated. Not long after, the fragrance filled the entire spider forest. Jin waited for a while, then he cancelled his flying fish form, turned into a bat monkey, and landed on the treetops. The blade spiders looked at him quietly. This huge swarm of spider beasts had already submitted to him. Chapter 131. Jin couldn't mutate into a complete blue dog fox wolf yet. Even though he had killed 3 blue dog fox wolf, each of which was at the silver level. Of the blue dog fox wolf he had absorbed and transformed using the core, 2 were complete. The last one had been dead for a long time, and the magic in its body was almost exhausted. It had been dismembered by Jin and dissected by Kang Shu, but it was close to complete. Overall, it didn't lose any parts. It could be seen that, for the core, to collect a complete mutated form, quality and quantity were needed. Quantity was the foundation. Jin's spear scorpion, green lizard, brown bear, and other forms were all based on absorbing and transforming a large number of corresponding magical beasts. Quality could break through the limit. Jin had absorbed a lot of green lizards, but he lacked a silver-level green lizard, so he never had a silver-level green lizard form. Quantity and quality were indispensable. Both had to be balanced. Quality was enough, but quantity was also not enough. Just like the blue dog fox wolf Jin had absorbed, they were all of great quality, and each of them was at the silver level. But there were too few of them, so he hadn't collected a complete blue dog fox wolf form yet. But for Jin, it didn't matter whether he had a complete blue dog fox wolf form or not. He could already mutate a key organ, the biological fragrance sachet. From now on, Jin was a man who could emit a strong body fragrance, but he lacked a wolf tail. The biological fragrance sachet was the core, but without a matching wolf tail, Jin couldn't quickly emit the fragrance. Jin had made many attempts for this. At first, he used the mutation of the core to link the biological fragrance sachet to his sweat glands. After strenuous exercise, as long as he sweated, every drop of his sweat was fragrant sweat. Ever since Jin became a man who could drip fragrant sweat. Although his first attempt succeeded, he found that this method was too slow. So, Jin connected the biological fragrance sachet to his ureter. This way, Jin's urine would be fragrant urine. Although the second attempt also succeeded, the practical value was still very low. After all, it was always awkward to suddenly pee in a fierce battle. The only benefit might be to make the opponent careless. Look, Jin is already scared by me. Jin didn't want to be the first Templar to pee in battle, even if it was fragrant urine. The third attempt revealed that the development of the heart core by the needle gold was much more profound than the previous attempts. First, he transformed into the form of a green lizard. Then, he removed the green lizard's poison gland and venom pouch and replaced them with a biological perfume pouch. His attempt also succeeded. In this way, what he spat out from his mouth was no longer acid, but, fragrant saliva. Over the past few nights, Jin had Jin's TSS his opponents, those wild beasts and magical beasts, were often covered in Jin's fragrant saliva. After a while, they spit his dog foxes. However, Jin also discovered a flaw. He had vomited too much in one go. The amount of mana required to make the perfume in the biological perfume pouch was much more than the amount of corrosive acid. The fragrant saliva could only hit one target, and then it would have to wait for the fragrance to disperse and affect the surroundings. Jinjin was not very satisfied with the low efficiency of the follow-up. From a cost-performance perspective, the fragrant saliva attack was too wasteful. After some thought, Jinjin made a fourth attempt, which was the current model. He matched the fat ball flying fish with the biological fragrance sachet. All this time, although Jinjin could transform into a complete fat ball flying fish, this form was not very practical. After practicing it a few times, Jinjin put it aside. After many attempts, Jinjin was finally able to mutate into a fat ball flying fish with a biological sachet. Because of this, the fat ball flying fish's attack method of spraying boiling water changed to spraying boiling hot perfume. The higher the temperature of the perfume, the faster it would disperse, and the effect would be even more violent than the blue dog fox wolf's tail. Although this form's attack, defense, and movement speed were far inferior to other forms, once it was created, it immediately became Jinjin's powerful trump card. At this moment, the submission of the blade spiders was enough to prove the strength of this form. It's a pity that the perfume I made can't be used as a raw material. Jinjin still felt a little regretful. He had done an experiment. He purposely sprayed out a puddle of perfume and sealed it. It had to be sealed, as perfume was a liquid that was easily volatile. However, after sealing it for a night, when Jinjin checked it the next day, he found that the perfume inside had turned into a thin layer of carbon powder. Jinjin was disappointed, but not surprised. Because earlier, he had done a similar experiment with the green lizard's acid. After a period of time, the acid was reduced to a small pinch of carbon powder. The reason I can mutate into various life forms is all because of the magic core in my heart. It's the magic core that acts as an energy source to bear the conflict and pressure between various life forms. Whether it's acid or perfume, it's all a part of the body. It's just like hair, saliva, and so on. It's just that compared to the arms and thighs, it's easier to separate from the body. Jinjin understood this point, and also understood why he mutated into the green lizard, and why there was always some venom stored in the venom pouch. Jinjin the bat monkey squatted on the tree branch, the red light surging out from the magic core and flowing to his head. The next moment, the red light dissipated, and he had a wolf head. Not only the wolf head, but Jinjin's vocal cords also turned into the same type as the blue dog fox wolf. Looking at the blade spiders hidden in the layers of leaves, Jinjin coughed twice and began to try for the umpteenth time. Woof, carrot, woof, /woof, 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 /. Jinjin barked, his voice cadenced. The blade spiders were silent. Woof, /woof, carrot, woof, /woof, /woof, /. Jinjin barked again, this time in a different tone. The blade spiders were indifferent. Woof, /woof, woof, carrot, woof, /woof, woof, /. Jinjin barked, increasing the volume. The blade spiders were like puppets, not responding at all. Perhaps attracted by Jinjin's series of strange sounds, their gazes seemed to have changed. They looked at Jinjin with eyes other than submission, as if they were looking at an idiot. Why don't you move? Jinjin sighed deeply. It was too difficult for him. Learning a foreign language was really not easy. He still hadn't learned it, and he hadn't made any progress at all. To learn dog language, I have to catch a blue dog fox wolf alive. It's almost impossible to succeed if I just rely on myself. Jinjin finally understood the reality. Like ZDI, he also had the idea of catching a blue dog fox wolf alive. It was just that the former wanted to extract the blue dog fox wolf's perfume, while he wanted to learn a foreign language from the blue dog fox wolf. Without the blue dog fox wolf's language, Jinjin couldn't command these beasts that had submitted to him at all. He had experimented, and the only way to make these beasts move was for Jinjin to move himself. When he moved, the man-made beasts that had submitted to him would also silently follow him. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were obvious. Jinjin could take the initiative to rush into other beasts, and the man-made beasts would follow him. When Jinjin was attacked, the man-made beasts that submitted to him would protect Jinjin and launch a counterattack against the attacker. The disadvantage was that Jinjin couldn't secretly accumulate beasts. Because when Jinjin returned to the camp, these beasts would also follow him. In this way, the beasts would fight with Zhongji and the others. The human ear couldn't hear the ultrasonic waves, but the human nose could smell the strange fragrance. Jinjin had also thought of using the name of the gods to say that the strange fragrance was a magical ability that the gods had bestowed upon him. But this wasn't reliable. In the historical records, none of the Shengming Emperor's divine blessings were of this type. The Shengming Emperor's power was often in the form of light. If it was the flower god, the beast god, or the evil god of flesh and blood, this kind of reward would be quite suitable. Jinjin's mutation in front of Zhongji was already very risky. After the loss of saving the yellow algae, he wouldn't underestimate anyone. So, there was only one choice left for Jinjin. Next, he went to each of the blade spiders one by one and used the mutated blades to kill them one by one. Then, while the corpses were still fresh, he absorbed and converted them into his heart core. The blade spiders submitted to Jinjin. Although they would make a commotion before they died, they would never really resist. Jinjin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was too easy. He slaughtered this large group of spiders so easily. It was so easy that it was beyond his imagination. If someone had told him that one day in the future, these blade spiders would quietly stand in place and almost line up for Jinjin to kill, Jinjin would have thought that person was crazy. But sometimes, reality was even more unbelievable than imagination. After eliminating this group of blade spiders, Jinjin's mana core once again reached a new peak. Currently, Jinjin hadn't reached the limit of the mana core. Another gain was that he now had the complete form of a blade spider. Before that, he could only summon the spider blade. Let's try the form of a blade spider. The next moment, red light surged, and Jinjin, the wolf-headed bat monkey, disappeared, replaced by Jinjin, the blade spider. For a moment, Jinjin felt as if he had been stuffed into a wooden box. Whether it was his vision, hearing, smell, or other senses, they were all greatly reduced. This made Jinjin a little uncomfortable. The lizard's eyes, the bat monkey's hearing, and the blue dog fox wolf sense of smell were all so powerful. When it came to the blade spider, it was at rock bottom. But as time passed, Jinjin discovered the blade spider's most sensitive sensory ability, touch. Although his tentacles were all blades, there was still a section of the spider's appendage at the tip of the blade. Whether it was the appendage or the surface of the spider's body, there was a layer of thick and fine hair. A breeze blew, and the hair trembled slightly. Jinjin immediately heard the wind and smelled the scent of the forest. A nightingale flew nearby, and the sound of the nightingale's wings, as well as the vibrations in the air, were all transmitted to Jinjin's hair. Jinjin immediately perceived that there was a nightingale flying in the air in that direction. Along with the vibrations being continuously perceived by the hair, the nightingale's flight path was clearly depicted in Jinjin's mind. A strong intuition told Jinjin that if he shot the spider web in that direction, he would definitely be able to catch the little nightingale. Thinking of leaving, Jinjin immediately opened his mouth and spat out. The spider web flew out. At first it was only a ball, but then it suddenly spread out in the air. The nightingale just happened to fly there, colliding with the spider web, and was bound by it, stuck to the tree trunk. The nightingale screamed and struggled frantically, but the spider web wrapped tighter and tighter around its body. The blood of the 100 Needles family, together with any long-range attack, complemented each other so well. Silver-ranked blade spiders could spit out spider webs. Below that, they could only weave webs and set traps. Next, Jinjin tried to spit silk. Strictly speaking, it was not spitting silk. Perhaps it was more accurate to call it spitting juice. Moreover, it was not spit out from the mouth, but from the back of Jinjin's abdomen, which was similar to the buttocks. The spinner was an organ of the blade spiders, and there were spinning glands in the organ, from which the juice was produced. It was a kind of milky white viscous juice. After it was discharged from the spinner, it met the air and immediately hardened, turning into a strand of spider silk. Spider silk was very strange, it was tough, fine, sticky and elastic. This feeling is very strange. It's a bit like excreting feces, but also a bit like urinating. Generally speaking, it's like using the anus to urinate. Jinjin had a good experience, and then he saw a ball of messy spider silk behind his buttocks, like a ball of wool messed up by cats and dogs. The young knight fell into silence. Weaving a web is also a skill. Jinjin was distressed. Without a lot of practice, it was impossible to master this skill. Chapter 132. What happened? Are you sure? The next day, Jinjin, Zhongji, and the rest led the elites to the habitat of the blade spiders. In the end, the half-elf scout brought back news that surprised and bewildered everyone. The half-elf scout's face was pale. He shook his head and said with certainty, "No, not a single spider. I'm sure. How could this be? Could it be that all the spiders went out to look for food? That can't be. Don't these blade spiders rely on their webs to hunt? They should only be guarding here." Everyone was confused. Are there no spiders around here? Shisuo asked with a frown. The other scouts shook their heads. Could it be that the spiders were exterminated by another group of beasts? San Dao proposed a hypothesis. Impossible. The half-elf scout denied again. There are no signs of fighting in the entire forest. Is that so? Zhongji could not help but frown. The situation was too strange. Zhongji had thought that there would be a dangerous battle, but when they came to the spider forest, they found that the strong enemies in their plan were gone. The half-beast man looked at Jinjin and found that the young knight was also frowning, looking very confused. The latter seemed to have noticed the half-beast man's gaze and nodded slightly at Zhongji. Then, he quickly looked around and gave an order, "No matter what, let's go in and investigate the area first. Everyone, be alert. There might be a huge trap waiting for us in front." A moment later, everyone stood in the depths of the spider forest. There really isn't a single blade spider. Zhongji's face was full of surprise. This is too strange. There are no signs of fighting. Could it be that the spiders sensed our arrival and retreated? Shisuo guessed. Zhongji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The half-beast man had a terrifying thought. He could not help but look at Jinjin again. Jinjin's frown deepened. It seems that he has also thought of this. Zhongji saw Jinjin's expression and sighed in his heart. He buried this thought in his heart and did not say anything more. Since there's no danger here, let's move. No matter where the blade spiders went, their webs remained. These things are very likely to help us make sails, which will be of great help to us. Everyone, try to be as gentle as possible and put them away properly, Jinjin ordered. Yes. Everyone immediately accepted the order. In the spider forest, not only were there a large number of spider webs laid on the grass, there were also spider webs hanging between the branches. These spider webs contained the food reserves of the blade spiders. Before noon, the hunting group had returned to the temporary campsite. Everyone returned from a rewarding journey, but they were all worried. Jinjin immediately gathered everyone for a discussion. He recounted what he had seen and heard this morning. This situation is very unusual. Kang Shu sighed. Zdi's face darkened. He Huan's face turned pale. His voice was mixed with fear. Wait a minute, the blade spiders have disappeared strangely. Could it be that the blue dog fox wolf has been secretly following us? The atmosphere in the tent became heavy. This was what Zhongji had thought in the spider forest. Kang Shu and Zdi had also thought of this. Jinjin had killed 3 blue dog fox wolves, but everyone only knew that he had killed 2. They had always thought that the magical beast army was still alive, and that there was still 1 blue dog fox wolf alive. Lan Zhao gritted his teeth. If this blue dog fox wolf has been following us, why didn't it attack us when we were trekking in the forest for so many days? We don't have a camp, and we are exhausted every night. Our combat strength is at an all-time low. With the blue dog fox wolf's intelligence, it's impossible for it not to see that we are weak. He Huan shook his head. Even if our combat strength has decreased, we still have Lord Jinjin and Zhongji in the team. There's no way the blue dog fox wolf wouldn't be afraid. Other than this reason, it could also be injured and needs time to recover. Its magical beast army was almost destroyed by us. It also needs time to subdue the other beasts. Just like now, the blade spiders must have been subdued by the blue dog fox wolf. Otherwise, how can we explain the disappearance of these spiders? At this point, He Huan said almost confidently, all the evidence matches. The blade spiders wouldn't move randomly, and they wouldn't run away because they were afraid of us. This is their nest. But there was no fighting or killing. They just disappeared. They must have been subdued by the blue dog fox wolf. The blue dog fox wolf's current military strength is still relatively small. It might have analyzed that the blade spiders alone wouldn't be enough to destroy us. So, it took the initiative to lead the blade spiders away. Its goal is to continue accumulating troops nearby. Once it reaches a certain level, it will lead the troops to attack us again. The tent was silent. This time, even Lan Zhao lowered his head slightly and didn't question it anymore. I'm sorry, everyone. Zhen Jin's expression was serious, but he was apologizing in his heart. He had destroyed the entire blade spiders, but the specific reason was hard to explain. He could only let his companions guess. Now, whether it was Shisuo, He Huan, Zdi, Kang Shu, or even the beastman Zhong Ji, they were all frightened by their own thoughts. Lord Zhen Jin, what should we do next? Shisuo frowned. Are we going to build a camp here to defend against another attack from the magical beast army? Of course not. Actually, you are all very safe. Every day, I will use ultrasound to check. Also, if there are any powerful magical beasts nearby or in front of us, I will take care of them early at night. These were Zhen Jin's thoughts, but of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. He shook his head and said, Shisuo, we shouldn't be too cautious. Our most important goal is to build a ship to leave this island. If we build a camp, we will waste too much time and manpower. When can we leave this place? There are still some survivors from the pig's kiss on the beach. We need to meet them as soon as possible. Without our help, they won't be able to hold on for long. Also, if we stay here and build a camp, it will be exactly what the blue dog fox wolf wants. It won't waste time and energy tracking us, and it will have more freedom to subdue more magical beasts. Don't forget about the teleportation. We used to think that there was a pattern to the teleportation, but after getting the information from Zhong Ji, we realized that we haven't figured out the pattern. It's even possible that the teleportation doesn't have a pattern at all. Once the teleportation happens, no matter how strong the camp is, it will collapse in an instant. And the magical beast army nearby might be teleported along with us. Just like the horned Black Panther group that chased after us. We need to move forward. Continue to move forward. Speed up, Zhen Jin said. His voice rose, revealing a firm attitude. Everyone's hesitation and confusion were swept away by this determination. This was a leader. Today, Zhen Jin's prestige had enveloped the entire team and was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. As expected of you, sir. After hearing what you said, my heart calmed down. Kang Shu said respectfully. Zdi looked at Zhen Jin affectionately, but didn't say anything. Lan Zhao puffed out his chest, expressionless, but with a proud look, as if to say, as expected of the master I am loyal to. He Huan muttered, this is very risky. When we move, it's very likely that we will be attacked by the magical beast army. We have to take this risk. Zhen Jin looked at He Huan with a firm gaze. He Huan and Zhen Jin looked at each other and quickly shifted their gazes. They lowered their heads slightly, but still insisted, then we should increase the number of scouts and expand the scope of investigation. Zhong Ji took the initiative to speak, let my people do this. Some of the people around him had elven bloodlines. Although they were half-elves with relatively thin bloodlines, they were still the best candidates for scouts in the current team. But Zhen Jin shook his head and rejected, no need. Our current scope of investigation is already very large. As long as we are fully alert, we will have enough time to react if the magical beast army attacks. Investigating on this island is very dangerous. We can't use low-level chi or magic, we can only rely on our flesh and blood to fight. I said before that I will lead everyone and treat everyone equally. No matter if it's a pure-blooded human, half-elf, half-beastman, goblin, etc. We are on the same boat, we will share the risks, we will share the food, and we will face the enemy together. The tent was completely silent. Lan Zhao looked at Zhen Jin in a daze. At this moment, he felt that Zhen Jin's entire body was glowing. The light of a knight's glory, the light of mercy, the light of wisdom and martial prowess. The goblin San Dao was also moved. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Zhong Ji frowned slightly, he shook his head and said, "Holy Knight, I understand your intentions, I deeply understand. But I agree with the idea of expanding the number and scope of investigation. I used to be a soldier, war is cruel, the result will not change because of mercy. Letting the half-elves form a scout team is because they are the most suitable. Even if these people die in the investigation, as long as they send back information in time and let us be alert in advance, even if it is only a minute earlier, it is completely worth it." Seeing that Zhong Ji was so insistent, Zhen Jin felt a headache coming on. Sometimes, it was troublesome for a comrade to be so upright and have such a big picture view. "Don't worry, Zhong Ji, my comrade." Zhen Jin smiled at the half-beast man, slightly revealing his white teeth. "If we do this, even if the scouts don't encounter the magical beast army, they will still suffer casualties because of the dangers of the forest itself. Of course, I completely understand your feelings of being so insistent. Because I am also a knight, I also received a lot of military education. How about this, I will pray to my lord, if I can get the same vision as before, maybe I can find the blue dog fox wolf and the magical beast army. We will attack in advance and eliminate them, this is the best result." Chapter 133. Zhen Jin's suggestion immediately calmed Zhong Ji and gave the others new hope. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Because Zhen Jin couldn't conjure a magical beast army out of thin air for them to kill. He couldn't even conjure a complete blue dog fox wolf. Therefore, Zhen Jin could only tell them in the afternoon that he prayed, but God didn't respond. Although everyone was disappointed, they didn't doubt him. After all, God stood high above. It was normal for there to be no response even if a knight prayed. Just like when Zhen Jin was defending the camp, every prayer was answered. That was abnormal. Without the spiders blocking the way, the team set off immediately after repairing the trailer. The atmosphere of the team became much more solemn. Everyone was on high alert and uneasy, afraid that the magical beast army would launch a surprise attack. It was a moonless night. Trees collapsed one by one, and the ground shook continuously. The culprit behind all this, the crocodile hammertail centipede, opened its mouth and pounced on Zhen Jin. Zhen Jin had already mutated. He was in the form of a monkey-tailed brown bear, and his body was wrapped in a dark golden scorpion shell. He squatted down and dodged the crocodile hammertail centipede's mouth. Now, the back of Zhen Jin's hand suddenly surged with a red light. A red light flashed, and 4 sharp spider blades grew out of his arm. The spider blades stabbed into the crocodile hammertail centipede's body. The thick crocodile skin couldn't withstand the sharp spider blades. Zhen Jin ran fiercely, and with the strength of his arm, he drove the spider blades and created a large wound on the side of the crocodile hammertail centipede's body. This was a fatal injury. A large amount of blood spurted out from the huge wound. The crocodile hammertail centipede let out a miserable howl and counterattacked fiercely in pain. However, Zhen Jin had rich battle experience and had expected this. After rolling on the ground, he transformed into a silver bat monkey and flew into the air. Crocodile hammertail centipede? It went berserk and wanted to perish together with the enemy before it died. However, the enemy flew into the air and it couldn't reach it. What was even more infuriating was that this enemy had conjured up a lizard's neck and head in the air and continuously shot acid at it. The crocodile-headed hammertail centipede could only vent the last flames of its life, as well as its brutality, hatred, anger, and other emotions, on the innocent trees and rocks around it. After struggling for a while, the crocodile-headed hammertail centipede lost all its strength and fell to the ground, dying. Zhen Jin landed on its body. 4 blood veins extended from his feet and wrapped around the crocodile-headed hammertail centipede. Soon, a scene that Zhen Jin was very familiar with occurred. The crocodile head hammertail centipede was absorbed and transformed by the core, leaving behind a messy battlefield and a small pile of ash. As the night wind blew, the suit was completely blown away. After every battle, Jinjin would summarize his gains and losses. This was a good habit of his. I'm one step closer to the complete form of the crocodile-headed hammertail python. My mana reserves have decreased a little. The multiple mutations have consumed a lot of mana. The battle this time was a little long. It was not that Jinjin did not have a way to win quickly. Not to mention other things, just the flying fish shooting incense was enough to get rid of the crocodile-headed hammertail centipede. However, Jinjin needed to deliberately practice and train constantly to improve his combat ability. Practice was very important. For example, in this battle, he used facts to prove a new way of fighting. Jinjin had integrated the advantages of the blade spider form into his own body. For the first time, Jinjin had turned into a complete blade spider. Now, it seemed that the experiment was very superficial. In the days that the team continued on their journey, Jinjin dug deeper into the potential of the blade spider form. The blade spider was the strongest in 3 aspects. The first was its sense of touch, the second was its spiderweb, and the last was its sharp blade. Jinjin was most interested in the blade. It was strong, sharp, tough, and more importantly, it did not need Jinjin's maintenance. In fact, Jinjin was very good at using the thin sword, Silver Lightning. However, this weapon was not his after all. This was Hei Huan's family heirloom. Jinjin planned to return it to Hei Huan after leaving the island. In the past, Jinjin could only mutate and grow the spider blade from the tip of his finger bone. There was a limit to where the blade could appear, which greatly reduced its usefulness. Now, Jinjin could mutate the blade spider's chelicerae, appendages, and other limbs. In this battle, Jinjin first mutated the blade spider's appendages from his palm bone. The appendages grew side by side from the back of his hand. Then, Jinjin wrapped the appendages in a scorpion shell and mutated and grew blades from the tip of the appendages. In this way, Jinjin had 4 sharp blades on the back of his hand. These 4 sharp blades easily cut off the crocodile-headed hammertail centipede's life. Jinjin could also grow appendages from his ribs and extend them out of his body. In this way, from his armpits to the side of his body, there would be 4 pairs of blades. Jinjin had tried this method before. The frontal attack was very fierce. Under the light of the blade, a large tree could be cut into a large number of pieces in a few breaths. However, in actual combat, Jinjin was most comfortable with the blade on the back of his hand. Convenience was very important. This was because many beast forms were contrary to the human body. Jinjin had to spend a lot of time and energy training to adapt to these beast forms. Jinjin was most familiar with the human form. Therefore, he had already turned into the monkey-tailed brown bear form. This was because the form of this magical beast was very close to the human form, and its skin was much thicker than that of bat monkeys. Even the powerful scorpion tail was rarely mutated by Jinjin. This was because it was more difficult to use the scorpion tail in an intense battle. The stronger the opponent, the more likely it was that Jinjin would expose himself if he rashly used an unfamiliar form. What Jinjin needed now was immediate combat power. The team moved forward in the vast sea of trees. The sunlight shone through the layers of leaves, forming spots of light on the ground like stars. The team stopped under a rare big tree. This big tree had lush branches and leaves, its roots bulging and protruding from the ground. This tree is at least 1,000 years old. Very good, very good. Mu Ban's eyes were burning. He kept looking around the big tree, his face full of joy. Quick, cut it down for me. With it, we can build a suitable dragon bone. Mu Ban shouted. Thus, the crowd slowly gathered around. Jinjin looked at the mountain not far away. Through the detection of ultrasound, he found that there were many monkey-tailed brown bears there. Late at night, in the narrow cave, the air was stuffy and hot. Under the orange-red light from the ore, there was no darkness at all. Roar! The monkey-tailed brown bear pounced at Jinjin. Its body was huge and heavy. Every step it took left a hole in the stone ground. Jinjin's naked body stood motionless as he watched the monkey-tailed brown bear approach. Suddenly, the red light on his body surged, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a monkey-tailed brown bear with dark golden armor. Come! Zhenjin brazenly launched a counterattack, fiercely colliding with the monkey-tailed brown bear. The monkey-tailed brown bear and Zhenjin both stood up and swung their big palms, constantly slapping each other. Their palms landed on each other's bodies, and the golden needles hit their flesh. The monkey-tailed brown bear slapped the scorpion shell, making muffled sounds. The monkey-tailed brown bear opened its mouth to bite, and Zhenjin also opened his mouth to bite. Zhenjin bit the monkey-tailed brown bear's shoulder and tore off its flesh. The monkey-tailed brown bear's teeth and the scorpion shell almost broke on the spot. The two sides went back and forth, and Zhenjin firmly held the upper hand. After a while, the monkey-tailed brown bear retreated and turned to run. It gave up. It was too disadvantageous. Zhenjin also did not chase after it. Instead, he stood in the same place and reviewed the battle with the monkey-tailed brown bear. He deliberately learned the monkey-tailed brown bear's attack style because he wanted to understand the correct way to use the bear body. After a moment, Zhenjin came back to his senses and felt that he had gained a lot. There was a difference between the bear body and the human body. Many of the ways to use force were different. Although the monkey-tailed brown bear's intelligence was not high, it relied on the beast's instinct to make the most effective use of its muscles and bones. It had a direct and concise characteristic. Having a teacher teaching was really different. Coupled with the combat practice, Zhenjin's efficiency in mastering the monkey-tailed brown bear form was greatly increased. The monkey-tailed brown bear form was very practical, and Zhenjin needed to master it. For the next few days, Zhenjin came to the door at night and practiced with the monkey-tailed brown bears. Over time, the monkey-tailed brown bears learned a painful lesson and avoided Zhenjin when they saw him. Then I'll give you a quick death. Zhenjin's bear head mutated and turned into a blade spider's mouthpart. He opened his mouth and spat. A ball of spider web flew out and spread out in the air, forming a milky white net that covered the face of the monkey-tailed brown bear in front of him. The monkey-tailed brown bear quickly retreated and at the same time pulled the spider web on its head with its gorilla palms. The spider web blocked its vision and was very sticky and tough. The monkey-tailed brown bear could not tear it open for a while. Zhenjin suddenly jumped into the air and bent his left arm, protruding his elbow. Suddenly, a relatively thick spider blade appeared in front of his elbow. Zhenjin rushed down and passed by the monkey-tailed brown bear. The next moment, the monkey-tailed brown bear's head and a pair of palms stuck to each other and was sent flying by a fountain of blood from its neck. Zhenjin did not look back and slowly walked towards the other monkey-tailed brown bears. Next, it's your turn. After the monkey-tailed brown bears recovered from their shock, they began to frantically flee. The night of blood was over. The curtain of night receded and the sun shone in the forest. Good, a bit to the left, a bit more to the left. Mu Ban loudly commanded everyone. With all their might, they finally managed to move the giant wood onto a special trailer. The shipwright and ZDI went to Zhenjin together. Just the giant wood is not enough, we also need iron. Without iron, we don't have the tools to make ships. We also need a lot of iron bars, iron sheets, and iron nails. ZDI said. The shipwright added, iron nails are easy to rust, but there's no other way. The only mineral we can find and can extract on a large scale is iron. Zhenjin nodded, so, we still need to collect a lot of ores. ZDI confirmed, to be precise, a lot of ores. Yesterday, the scouts already found many monkey-tailed brown bears living in a cave not far from here. They're all dead, and I also dug a lot of ores. Zhenjin said, but on the surface he nodded, then arrange for Zhong Ji to lead a group of people to eliminate them. We need to start collecting ores. Zhong Ji, San Dao, and the others went, full of fighting spirit. Half an hour later, they came back with unconcealable worry and seriousness on their faces. The monkey-tailed brown bears are gone, there are some traces of battle near the cave, but not many. That blue dog fox wolf is still following us. The magical beast army has grown stronger again, what should we do? Zhenjin frowned slightly, but sighed in his heart. I'm sorry, everyone. As long as I'm here, the blue dog fox wolf will always follow you. Chapter 134. The sun rose, set, the sky lit up, then darkened, then lit up again. The team led by Jinjin traveled during the day and hid at night in the forest. The threat of the blue dog fox wolf was like a huge rock that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Every now and then, they would encounter a small crisis that provoked everyone's tense nerves. The team's food and water were constantly being used up. Even though they replenished along the way, the amount was still decreasing. The big guy was the most obvious. This guy with the giant's blood was often not full, but he did the most heavy and tiring work. The team had to eat and sleep in the open. Even Jinjin and Zhong Ji's preferential treatment was limited. Everyone's leather armor and weapons were getting more and more worn out. Zhong Ji's steel armor was also gradually losing its shine. Some half-elves fell along the way. Under the threat of the blue dog fox wolf, Zhong Ji, Hei Huan, and the others were very insistent on expanding the scouting area and the number of scouts. Jinjin tried his best to suppress this suggestion. But he did not expect Zhong Ji to secretly increase the number of scouts. Jinjin could only move around at night. He tried his best to clear as many obstacles for the team. During the day, he had to stay with the team most of the time and take on the responsibility of a leader. Jinjin could only sigh inwardly at the death of the half-elves. From a certain point of view, he knew that Zhong Ji's decision was correct. The merciful could not lead an army. Timely information was too important for the entire team. The death of a member did not cause any confrontation, dissatisfaction, or division among the team members. For a long time, the mysterious blue dog fox wolf and the magical beast army had been the biggest external pressure. This invisible pressure was like a giant hammer that hammered and sharpened the entire team. Everyone, including Jinjin, Zhong Ji, Kang Shu, Zdi, and the others, became closer to each other under the pressure. They became more tacit and harmonious. This team that was constantly moving forward became more determined every time they overcame a difficulty. Every time there was a casualty, they became more united. Finally, the rainforest appeared in front of everyone. In terms of vegetation density, a rainforest was much larger than a forest. In the hot and humid air, countless snakes, ants, mosquitoes, and insects were active under the layers of vine leaves. Kang Shu held the map and drew on it. He also used a stick under the sunlight to test the direction. "We're heading in the right direction. We just need to keep going." Kang Shu told everyone a piece of good news. However, there was trouble. The current group was much larger than when they had set off. There were many more resources. Nearly 30 trailers were loaded with lumber and ores. It was already difficult to move forward in the forest. Once they reached the rainforest, the difficulty increased by several times. After traveling for a day in the rainforest, the team was only halfway through the forest. The dense vines, shrubs, knee-high grass, and rotten leaves that would sink if stepped on, all made it difficult for the trailer to move forward. Jinjin did not have any good ideas about this. He could only lead by example, holding the spider blade and fighting at the front of the team. These spider blades were the sharp weapons that Jinjin had deliberately left behind one or two groups of blade spiders to lead Zhong Ji and the others to clear out. The spider blades were very sharp. The vines and tree roots in the way would be cut in half. Jinjin and the others had to clear a path first before the trailers behind them could barely pass. However, there were also times when they had to move the supplies on the trailers first before they could drag the trailers through a complicated terrain. The hot and humid air was very unfriendly to everyone. Even if they didn't work, just sitting there quietly was enough to make them sweat profusely. The team only needed to move forward for a short distance before everyone was soaked in sweat. The sound of the river flowing became clearer and clearer. A section of the river soon came into view. "Everyone, be careful." Jinjin's expression was solemn. After using ultrasound to investigate, he learned that there were python vines growing in the river. This was a gold-level demonic plant. It was easy for it to kill a silver blue dog fox wolf. Everyone was very cautious. The information about the python vines had already been passed on. They walked along the river. Soon, everyone stopped by the river. This section of the river had high banks and was an ideal crossing point. Everyone pulled out the wooden trunks from the trailers and let Big Man, Zhong Ji, and the others worked together to lay the wood across the river bank. The wooden trunks were pieced together to form a temporary wooden bridge. Some agile team members first boarded the wooden bridge and tied the trunks with hemp ropes to make them close and stable. After finishing all this work, everyone pulled the cart and crossed the wooden bridge one after another. When they reached the other side, they first removed the hemp ropes, pulled back the wooden trunks, and moved them back to the trailers. After resting for a while, the team continued to set off. Hei Huan looked back at the river behind him. Maybe we can use this river to shake off the blue dog fox wolf. Zhong Ji shook his head. At most, we can shake off part of the magical beast army. Over the past few days, the crowd was puzzled. They wondered why the magical beast army hadn't attacked them, not even once. Zhenjin stared ahead. He didn't look back, but he was thinking about the python vines in the river. This was the first gold-level demonic plant he had seen since he woke up on the island. If my heart core absorbs this python vine, what will happen? Zhenjin thought to himself. Late that night, Zhenjin returned to the river in his bat monkey form. He flew in the air above the treetops. On the ground, a small group of black panthers followed him closely. Most of these black panthers were ordinary beasts. Only a few had bronze-level life force. Under the influence of Zhenjin's strange fragrance, they couldn't resist at all and completely submitted to Zhenjin. Zhenjin flew directly across the river. The Black Panther's formation was disturbed, but they still followed Zhenjin firmly. They couldn't fly, so they could only jump into the river and swim across. Tigers and leopards could swim, and sometimes they could even prey on animals in the water. The Black Panther's swimming ability was even more outstanding, slightly exceeding Zhenjin's expectations. Looks like you didn't put on the scales for nothing. Why hasn't the python vine attacked? Zhenjin landed on the ground on the other side of the river. His gaze was sharp, and his body tensed up. Splash! Suddenly, the river splashed violently. The green vines as thick as pythons launched a ferocious and terrifying attack. The black panthers that were still in the river were no match for the python vines. They immediately suffered heavy casualties. The python vines were agile and ferocious. They dragged most of the black panthers into the water. The black panthers were like mosquitoes that fell into a spider's web. They struggled for a while before dying on the spot. These python vines aren't stupid. They waited until most of the black panthers entered the river before attacking. Chance. Zhenjin's eyes flashed. There were a lot of black panthers. Although the python vines were completely above the leopards and could easily harvest them, some of the black panthers still escaped to the other side of the river. Just as Zhenjin thought, the python vines didn't plan to let go of the food in their mouths. The vines moved and quickly caught up to the other side of the river. They entangled the black panthers and then retracted easily. Zhenjin pounced at this moment. He transformed into a monkey-tailed brown bear. His entire body was covered in scorpion shells. At the same time, 4 long spider blades grew from the back of his hands. The blades slashed at the python vines that were about to retract. In the end, only 4 white marks were left on the surface of the python vines. The python vines were attacked and immediately counterattacked Zhenjin. Zhenjin's head shook. His warrior's intuition warned him frantically he couldn't fight for nothing. Otherwise, he would die. Zhenjin hurriedly retreated. The python vines chased after him. However, its length was limited. Zhenjin's attack just now was also probing at the edge of the python vine's attack range. The python vines couldn't reach Zhenjin and retracted again. Zhenjin counterattacked and used his blades to cut the python vines. However, the usually sharp spider blades could only cause insignificant damage. 4 more white marks were left on the python vines. I have to continuously slash at the same part to cut off a part of its body. Zhenjin realized this and his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. The python vines weren't motionless. Instead, they twisted and lashed out crazily like pythons. Their attacks were very terrifying and could easily break a tree trunk. Zhenjin had to pay attention to dodging at all times. If he was careless, he would be seriously injured or even defeated. Under such circumstances, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to continuously slash at the same part. Zhenjin counterattacked and the python vines chased after him. Junjin fled and the python vines retracted. Junjin counterattacked again. After a few rounds, Junjin was already drenched in sweat as he jumped crazily on the edge of life and death. Although the python vines were gold grade, their intelligence couldn't compare to Junjin's. They were constantly restrained by Junjin. However, Junjin's situation was even worse. In a short period of time, he was already feeling exhausted. This exhaustion didn't just come from the intense consumption of his physical strength. It also came from the fact that he had to constantly dodge. If he was careless, the consequences would be too severe for him to bear. I have to take the risk. Junjin cancelled his spider blades and changed his hands. His 10 fingers turned red and pierced toward the python vines. Junjin finally pierced the python vines, but they were too thick. Junjin's 10 fingers were far from being able to pierce through them. At this moment, Junjin madly urged his heart core. 4 blood veins immediately darted out and covered a small part of the surface of the vines. However, they couldn't sink in. The python vines counterattacked and the other parts of the vines whipped toward Junjin. Junjin immediately cancelled his monkey tail brown bear transformation. His body surged with red light as he flipped backward on the ground and turned into a bat monkey. The bat monkey Junjin fiercely kicked his legs, propelled his body, and jumped into the air. Finally, he flapped his wings and flew even higher. Almost at the next moment, the vines whipped at his previous position. In the end, Junjin floated high in the air and watched helplessly as the python vines retreated back into the river. My heart core isn't effective against gold-grade life forms. At that moment, Junjin clearly felt the limits of the magic core in his heart. His nervousness subsided and disappointment, loss and other emotions began to spread in his heart. Sigh. Although the young knight was already mentally prepared, he was still somewhat depressed when he discovered the truth. After getting the results, he flapped his wings and quietly flew alone to the temporary camp. Chapter 135. Inside the tent. Cough cough cough. The shipwright was lying on the straw bed, his face was flushed, his breath was weak, his skin was swollen, everything he saw was a blur. "I'm sorry, sirs, I've caused you trouble," the shipwright said weakly. "Rest well, don't think too much, I'm here, I won't give up on anyone." Junjin tried to comfort the shipwright. After that, he left the tent with Zdi and the others. "How is it?" Hei Huan immediately asked. "The shipwright can't be lost, what illness did he have?" Zdi shook her head and sighed. "How many times have I told you, I'm just a pharmacist specializing in perfumes, not a doctor. I can't find the cause of the illness. It shouldn't be poison, nor is it magic corrosion, it's just an illness. If it was a normal case, I would have some confidence. But this illness is most likely related to the environment here, I don't know where to start." Zhongji said in a low voice, "The shipwright isn't the only one with this illness, there are a few others. I suspect it's an infectious disease." Everyone's expression changed. Infectious disease. Junjin's expression was heavy, secretly sighing. It had been more than 10 days since they entered the forest, and he was once again in a predicament. And this time, the predicament was no longer the ferocious magic beasts, nor the lack of food and water, but the attack of the disease. These sick people, although the severity of their symptoms are different, but they are all very similar. "Should we give up on these people?" San Dao asked Junjin. "Give up?" Hei Huan shook his head. "Without the shipwright, how can we build the ship?" Zhongji sighed. "We can't let the disease spread to more people, if necessary, we can only." He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone's heart trembled. Zhongji's actions were full of military style, cold and efficient. Junjin shook his head. "Don't give up on anyone so easily. Let's see what happens next. The shipwright is important, but the others also have the right to live. They are all our companions. Temple knights, sometimes being too benevolent and indecisive will lead to greater losses." Zhongji stared into Junjin's eyes, his attitude as resolute as ever. Junjin looked up at the half-orc without hesitation. "Of course, I understand that. But the situation has just happened. It's far from the time to make a cruel decision, right?" Zhongji did not refute. He turned and left. The two of them parted on bad terms, which made the atmosphere of the team even more solemn. Over the next few days, the disease spread through the team, and more people were found to have the same disease. "I'm too lacking in tools," ZDI complained to Jinjin. "I can't use magic, and the methods and skills of making potions are very loud. Right now, I can only concoct some simple herbs to alleviate their pain." ZDI had no other way. Zhongji went to Jinjin again and repeated his previous suggestion. At the same time, he brought Kang Shu with him. Kang Shu was also a very rational person. This time, he stood on Zhongji's side. He told Jinjin that many places were infected with the plague and did not have enough doctors and priests. Then the local nobles would lead the knights to kill the infected people and burn them to stop the spread of the disease. If the plague was stopped, the nobles and knights who slaughtered the civilians and the sick would be rewarded by the empire's upper echelons and the major temples. "It's not time yet." Jinjin rejected the two's suggestion again. "So far, no one has died of the disease. And haven't you noticed? The people who are sick are all ordinary people. As long as it's extraordinaire, there is no disaster or disease. Maybe it's because of the sudden change in temperature and environment, psychological pressure and fatigue." Jinjin shortened the journey of the team. Every day, before evening, they would set up camp and rest. He gathered the infected people together and tried to isolate them from the others. He went to visit these patients every day. "Sir, please don't give up on us. I still want to live." "Sir, will I die?" "Master Jinjin, you really deserve to be a Templar Knight. If I die, can you please give these coins to my wife and children?" Jinjin could only try to comfort these people with words. "Don't panic. These are all small problems. You must believe in yourself. You must believe in me even more. I'm not just a temple knight, I'm also a knight of God. You must understand that the Shengming Emperor might be watching over here." Jinjin still maintained the habit of patrolling at night. Every night, he would do his best to eliminate the nearby herds of beasts. It was good to add a little bit of safety to the team. However, the patients were getting weaker and weaker. Jinjin also felt his own weakness again. The heart core has no effect on gold-level life forms. No matter how much I can mutate, I can't cure others. What should I do? Is what I'm doing the right thing? The patients longed to see Jinjin every day. Although they also understood that Jinjin couldn't cure them, and Jinjin said that God's favor couldn't be bestowed upon them, every time they saw Jinjin, their hearts would be at ease. This proved that Jinjin didn't give up on them. Zhongji, Kang Shu, He Huan, and the others' attitudes became stronger and stronger. More and more people stood on their side. There was a view that Jinjin is too young and too kind that was privately agreed by more people. This situation became more and more intense. Jinjin began to worry that Zhongji would secretly act on his own, just like how he privately ordered more half-elves to act as scouts to expand the scope of investigation. ZDI still supported Jinjin, as always. From Jinjin's awakening until now, ZDI's attitude had always been like this. Only this time, she used a tactful tone to persuade Jinjin, "Try not to visit these patients. It would be terrible if you got infected." Lan Zhao especially supported ZDI's advice. He repeatedly asked Jinjin to let him replace Jinjin to visit the patients. But how could this be? Jinjin knew the fear of these patients. Lan Zhao definitely couldn't replace Jinjin. The team wasn't big, but the people's hearts were different. The pressure from all sides was transmitted to Jinjin's heart. Of course, this included Jinjin's doubts about himself. Perhaps, Zhongji and the others' suggestion was wise. Was it right or wrong for me to make such a decision? Would it drag the whole team into the abyss of eternal damnation? There was no way to answer this question. Because he wasn't a prophet, and he didn't have rich life experience. When people judged right or wrong, they often made deductions based on the results. But once the results were out, it was already too late. Jinjin felt his own loneliness. This was the taste of being a leader. Behind the glory, there was naturally hardship. Every day became longer, especially when they heard the constant coughing coming from the quarantine area. It was even more unbearable. Jinjin still withstood the pressure from all sides. After more than a week, the situation began to improve. The patients' conditions began to lessen, and their bodies were slowly recovering. Another week passed. Most of the patients were obviously recovering, which proved that Zhenjin's strategy was effective. Zhong Ji, Kang Shu, and the others no longer expressed their previous suggestions. The team members also no longer privately discussed that Knight Zhenjin is too kind, but praised him for his wisdom. As expected of a Knight of God, when the team passed through the forest and arrived at the beach, they couldn't help but cheer when they saw the open sea. At this time, the shipwright's condition also improved a lot. Under his strong request, he was supported by others and walked to the beach. Looking at the undulating waves, he silently shed tears. Zhenjin was suffering, and the shipwright and the other patients were even more so. In the past, their hearts were filled with fear of death. At this time, the team still hadn't reached their destination. Zhenjin and the others still needed to go north along the beach to find the first camp and meet up with the survivors. Only the last part of the journey left, and we can meet up with them. Zhenjin encouraged everyone. Everyone still looked at the young knight with admiration and respect, but compared to before, there seemed to be some new changes. The journey suddenly became easier. Because they didn't need to cut down vines, cut a path, and didn't need to pull wooden carts, and didn't need to frequently move supplies. Compared to the rainforest, although there were reefs on the beach, it was much more spacious, and the overall terrain was very flat. The team's morale steadily rose because of this. One day, Bai Ya excitedly ran back to the team. As a scout, he held a small wooden barrel in his arms. "Hey, look what I found on the beach." Bai Ya's voice quickly attracted a large group of people. "This must be the goods from the pig's kiss. Guess, what good things will there be? Quickly open it, I can't wait." Everyone opened the small wooden barrel, and found more than 10 bottles of rum inside. Thus, the team once again burst into cheers. After receiving the news, Zhenjin smiled, and announced that there would be a bonfire banquet that night. The banquet was very simple, and the food and water were limited. Everyone sat around the bonfire, but they were very excited. Zhenjin specially asked Bai Ya to pour the wine. Most of the rum was stored as supplies, and only a few bottles were used. When Bai Ya walked in front of a team member, the team member immediately held a shell in his hand, and stared at the bottle in Bai Ya's hand. The rum quickly filled the shallow shell. But the team member was still not satisfied. Pour more, get lost. It's my turn next. The team member beside him urged loudly. In the end, everyone only had a pitiful little sip of rum, but under the light of the fire, every face was filled with a happy smile. Sometimes, happiness was just that simple. At the edge of the team, Zhenjin sat on a reef, looking around. He saw many people in ragged clothes, with unshaven beards, and looked like savages. He saw Bai Ya's serious face as he divided the wine, saw Fat Tongue lowering his head to sip the wine on the edge of the shell, saw Zdi's torn magic robe, and saw Kang Shu wiping his eyes. After passing through the forest, only one lens of his glasses was left, and the other side was an empty frame. Mu Ban held an empty wine bottle, his fingers affectionately stroking the surface. This was the feeling of human civilization. Zhong Ji and San Dao whispered with their heads down. The big guy squatted on the ground, quietly listening to the shipwright's song. Lan Zhao still stood loyally behind Zhenjin on the beach. He Huan gave the wine in his shell to the people beside him. He looked to the west. Where was the Shengming continent? Where was home? Zhenjin looked at the night sky. The sky was filled with stars. The waves rose and fell, and the sound of crashing waves. The salty smell of the sea assaulted his nostrils. He looked to the east. Where was the wilderness continent? Where was White Sand City? Where was his responsibility and future hope? Chapter 136. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and huge waves came crashing down from the sea, crashing into the reefs and setting off soul-stirring waves. The heavy rain poured down, and the field of vision was dark and gloomy. Visibility was very low. 50 steps away, the sky and earth seemed to merge into one. Zhenjin's team did not move forward in the rain. Instead, they left the beach and hid in the nearby rainforest. Zhenjin and Zhong Ji were not afraid of this kind of rain. However, most of the people in the team were ordinary people. Even the bronze-level people like Lan Zhao and Shi Suo were far from having a qualitative change in their physical fitness. For them, it was very dangerous to move forward in the heavy rain while dragging so many heavy supplies. It was easy to fall sick if they were to exercise strenuously and get soaked. Having just experienced the test of illness, Zhenjin and the others certainly did not want to take the initiative to look for trouble. At this time, the rainforest became a natural shelter for everyone. The lush foliage and dense vegetation made it easy for everyone to find a place to hide from the rain. Together with the tents, it could even form a completely dry and warm place. Listening to the loud sound of the rain outside the tent, Zhenjin was silent. He constantly released ultrasonic waves to explore everything around him. He found that although the ultrasonic waves could not penetrate the rain, they could be reflected very well. However, in the heavy rain, the dense raindrops and the pervasive water vapor would greatly reduce the detection range of the ultrasonic waves. At the same time, the detection results would be more vague. Even so, the ultrasonic waves still covered the entire campsite. Zhenjin would be the first to detect any unexpected situation. According to the ultrasonic waves, except for the people in charge of guarding the campsite, the rest of the people were huddled in the tents. There were no negative emotions such as irritation. Everyone is calm now. The cheap dinner party with more than a dozen bottles of rum played a huge role. Let's wait for the rain to stop. Zhenjin was looking forward to it. However, this anticipation lasted for a few days. The heavy rain continued, and everyone gradually became irritable. However, every time Zhenjin appeared in front of them, Zhenjin did not need to say anything. Everyone's irritation and worry would be greatly reduced. Zhenjin's prestige was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. The food was being consumed rapidly, but the water reserves were at their limit. The most irritated was the shipwright. He reported to Zhenjin alone, "The situation has become troublesome, my lord. If the rain doesn't stop, we'll have to build a dock. This is not a small project. I'm worried that we won't have enough wood for the ship. Even if we build a dock and use wood from the rainforest, it will still take a lot of manpower." In the original plan, there were many parts that could be manufactured outside. But now, if the rain didn't stop, all the work had to be done in the dock. This way, our docks will have to be expanded many times over. Zhenjin could only comfort the shipwright. "You are the most professional among us when it comes to building ships. I don't have any good ideas, but even if we build a dock, it will only take a bit more time and effort, right? As long as we can successfully build a ship and leave this place, everything will be worth it. Don't you think so?" The shipwright stared blankly for a moment, but was immediately convinced. "Sir, you have perseverance and patience that ordinary people cannot hope to achieve. Hearing you say that, I feel much better." The rain finally lessened. Sometimes it was heavy rain, sometimes it was light rain, sometimes the sky was overcast, and the sea breeze carried a bone-piercing chill. When it wasn't raining, or when it was only drizzling, the group moved forward. When the rain became heavier, it stopped. "This damned rain. Hey Huan cursed. If it wasn't for the rain, they should have reached the first camp by now. You must protect the wood well. Especially the wood used to make the keel." Shipwright Old Four was very worried about this, and had been paying close attention. When night fell, ZDI secretly came to Zhenjin's tent alone. "Sir, this is a medicine that I made. It uses a type of poisonous mushroom as the main ingredient. The medicine is slightly poisonous, but it can raise the mind, especially to dispel the cold and increase the taste." This was a very useful gadget. Zhenjin's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Can you make more? Can you promote it to everyone?" ZDI shook her head. "Only people with strong bodies can ignore this poison. They have to be at least Black Iron rank." "Thank you, ZDI," Zhenjin said gently. ZDI replied with a sweet smile. The rain became less and less heavy, and the duration of the drizzle increased. Sometimes, it wouldn't stop for an entire day. The group moved forward under the continuous drizzle. "It's strange," Shisuo said to Zhenjin. "According to the season, it hasn't reached the rainy season yet. But we've been having rainy days for more than a week." Kang Shu gave a guess. "Maybe the weather on the island isn't natural. The master of the island might be controlling the weather here." That's why there are so many different landforms on the island. These landforms all have different climates, and only after a long time can the landforms remain unchanged. ZDI had a new question. Then why did the rainforest's climate suddenly change? Does it mean that the master of the island's method of controlling the weather on the island is losing its effect? Kang Shu shook his head. I'm not sure. We haven't been on the island for long. It's normal for the rainforest to have such rain. But if the desert, forest, volcano, and other landforms are also having such rain at the same time, then it's not normal. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing what was happening in the desert, forest, and volcano landforms. Jin's ultrasonic detection couldn't reach that far. That afternoon, the drizzle was still falling. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the sun couldn't be seen. The half-elf scout in front reported, "I see it, the first camp is right in front." Everyone was stunned, and immediately cheered in unison. After trekking for so long, experiencing so many hardships, and risking their lives many times, they finally rushed back to the first camp. Jin wasn't surprised. His ultrasonic detection had already found the first camp. But why is there no one in the camp? Jin's head was solemn. The good news brought back by the scout boosted the group's morale. Everyone's footsteps unconsciously quickened. Jin noticed this and immediately gave the order. The group quickly returned to their original speed. At the same time, Jin also sent a small scout team to communicate with the people in the first camp. Such a cautious and reliable approach won Zhongji's praise. The half-beast man took the initiative to ask to go to the first camp first. Jin agreed and told him to be careful. Zhongji was actually a little impatient. Back then, in order to catch up with Shisuo, the shipwright, and the others, he left in a hurry and took a large number of combatants with him. He only left a temporary leader and 8 combatants in the camp. I wonder if the camp is safe. Zhongji led a few people to the first camp. No one came to welcome them, not even the guards. The silent camp made Zhongji feel that something was wrong. He cautiously entered to investigate. After a while, he led the small scout team out in one piece. His furrowed brows slightly relaxed. After meeting up with the main group, Zhongji handed the letter that was specially left in the camp to Jin. Jin read it and understood the whole story. It turned out that since a long time ago, there had been incidents of mysterious beasts attacking and killing people in the first camp. Zhongji even personally patrolled around the camp at night. At that time, he stopped the frequent killings. But after Zhongji chased after Xiongyi's group, the killings happened again and became more frequent. Everyone in the first camp was in a state of panic. No one could find the murderer, and no one could protect everyone's lives. The situation developed to the point where people died almost every day. Even the temporary leader left behind by Zhongji was killed. Everyone broke down and thought that the first camp had become a cursed place. An invisible devil took the lives of their companions. Everyone left the first camp. They found a small valley in the nearby rainforest. The last person to leave was worried that Zhongji or the first exploration team would return, so he left a letter indicating the exact location of the small valley. Understanding the situation, Jin was relieved. He immediately ordered the team to continue forward and turn towards the small valley. In the small valley, everyone gathered together in a panic. It's gone. Someone disappeared again. It's here. It's here. The devil did not stay in the first camp. It followed us. It will not rest until it kills us all. Everyone shouted loudly, and the panic spread out, making people feel even more uneasy and fearful. The group was leaderless. The temporary leader was dead. The situation of mysterious beasts attacking and killing people became even more terrifying. Previously, there were still corpses left, but now even the corpses were gone. I don't think it's a devil. It's a magical beast. It came out from underground. Every time it mysteriously disappeared, there would be a hole at the scene. Usually it's a hole in the ground. Sometimes it's a hole in the mountain wall. There are also cases where it's near the water. We can't see the hole, but I think it's very likely that the hole is covered by the river or vegetation. A clear female voice was heard. Everyone was stunned. Countless gazes focused on the voice. It was Birdfan who spoke. She was wearing a dark green dress. Her black hair reached her waist. She had delicate features, but her eyes were blue. Her chest was round and her figure was hot. She looked like a mix of Eastern and Western people in the Empire. Being stared at by so many people at once, Birdfan was a bit nervous. However, she continued, "We have to unite and fight back. Otherwise, we will be defeated by the mysterious underground magical beast one by one." Birdfan's analysis was reasonable. She had revealed a corner of the mysterious mask of the murderer. However, everyone was hesitant about her suggestion to fight back. Can we deal with it? Is it really a magical beast? Many people are dead. Even the temporary leader is dead. What can we do? Shisuo and the others ran away. They are scared. Zhongji and the others might be the same. They said that they went to chase after Shisuo and the others. What's the truth? I think that fighting back is suicide. It's better to split up and run. Shisuo and Zhongji did that. *T. Suddenly, a loud voice exploded. A half-orc wearing a full set of stainless steel armor with only his left arm missing walked out of the bushes and appeared in front of everyone. It was Zhongji. Everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. "Zhongji, it's Zhongji. You're finally back. Oh my god, am I hallucinating?" Everyone rushed to Zhongji, but Zhongji took half a step back and opened a path. At this time, a young knight slowly walked out. Chapter 137. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jinjin. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity, doubt, and other emotions. Jinjin's skin was as white as snow, and he had a head of golden hair. He was very handsome. Judging from his appearance, it was obvious that he was not old, about 15 or 16 years old, but no one looked down on him. Although Jinjin's leather armor was crudely made, it was obviously made from the skin of a magical beast. Those with good eyesight even noticed the thin sword at Needlepoint's waist. Just from the scabbard, they knew that the thin sword was not an ordinary item. Jinjin pursed his lips tightly, looking very dignified. The various adventures and energy on the island made him exude a calm, steady, determined, powerful, and other unique temperament, which did not match his youthful appearance. More importantly, he was walking in front, with a group of people clustered behind him. Following closely behind was Lan Zhao with his head held high, the beastman Zhongji with his steel armor, Zdi in her magic robe, the leader of the crew, Shisuo, and the big guy with the giant bloodline. The hardships of the past made these people show a different mental outlook from ordinary people, like the dark and glossy reefs on the beach after being hit by the waves. At a glance, this group of people looked like elites. And Jinjin was surrounded by this group of people, obviously the leader, so he must be even more extraordinary. Jinjin did not need to say a word, and everyone subconsciously made way for him. This was an open space in the valley. In the middle of the open space were stair-like stones, forming a natural high platform. Under everyone's gaze, Jinjin climbed up the stone stairs step by step and stood at the highest point. His hand stroked the hilt of the sword at his waist, and he looked down at everyone with a calm gaze. Following closely behind him were Kang Shu, Zdi, Zhongji, Lan Zhao, and the others, all standing on the lower stone stairs. Everyone was silent, only the sound of footsteps and the sound of clothes and armor rubbing against each other could be heard. When Jinjin's people stood still, the empty space fell into a state of silence. Lan Zhao stood on the secondary stone steps and announced loudly, "All of you must listen carefully. The person standing before you right now is my master, Lord Jinjin. He is the only heir of the 100 Needles clan, a noble divine knight of the Holy Temple, and the future lord of White Sand City. Nobles, city lords, holy knights, and divine knight." Each and every word was like a bomb that was thrown into the hearts of the crowd, setting off huge waves. Even without Lan Zhao's order, everyone bowed their heads and curtsied to Jinjin. Generally speaking, other than slaves to their masters, very few people would kneel on both knees in daily life. When the commoners met the aristocrats, and the lower aristocrats met the upper aristocrats, they would all curtsy. When saluting, the saluter had to lower his head and bend his waist. According to the difference in status between the two parties, the degree of bowing was different. If one did not lower their head and bend their waist enough, they could be punished. At this moment, almost everyone had their heads deeply bowed, and their waists were also greatly bowed. Everyone's expression was very rich: shock, joy, and doubt. There was actually such a great person hidden on the same ship. Jinjin looked around and keenly discovered that many people were secretly glancing at him. This kind of behavior was not proper. But Jinjin was not surprised. What kind of people would take the initiative to go to the wild continent, where war was bound to break out? Most of them were speculators, criminals, ambitious people, and so on. Although their gazes were not proper, no one questioned Jinjin's identity or showed an expression of dissatisfaction. They were originally the weakest, and their battle strength was low. Although they had a large number of people, they were essentially a motley crew. Seeing everyone salute him, Jinjin finally opened his mouth slowly, his clear voice echoing in the open space. Whether it is the mountains, the seas, the swamps, or even the islands, my lord's holy light shines on everything. The Empire's military flag will always flutter in the wind, standing tall. Nothing can stop me from moving forward. I will obtain glory, and if you follow me, glory will also belong to you. From now on, I will be in charge here. Does anyone have any objections? The whole place was silent. Jinjin nodded with satisfaction. Many people, including ZDI, had a slightly different expression. At this moment, the young knight showed a domineering and majestic aura that had never been seen before. Zhong Ji was expressionless. He had a big picture view and knew that the whole team needed a voice. It would be best if there was only one voice. This way, he could fully mobilize everyone and react more quickly. Zhong Ji still had a lot of trust in Jinjin's ability. Next, Jinjin began to redistribute the living quarters. There were caves of different sizes in this valley. They were not excavated by the brown monkey tail bear, but formed naturally. Many people who originally lived there were driven out. The most spacious and brightest cave was, of course, reserved for Jinjin. In addition, the caves with better environments were assigned by Jinjin to ZDI, Kang Shu, Shisuo, Zhong Ji, and the others. The people who were driven out were naturally unhappy, but no one openly protested from beginning to end. Because in everyone's opinion, such an arrangement was reasonable. People with high status and strength should enjoy better treatment. The value of respecting the strong and despising the weak had always been prevalent in every race. The public warehouse where the materials were stored immediately fell into the control of Jin Zhan. Jinjin began to command the people in the valley to move the supplies he brought to the public warehouse. The people who followed Jinjin were all resting. The people in the valley were far more energetic than them. This group of people is living quite comfortably. If they had tasted the hardships we suffered, I'm afraid they would cry for their parents. Although there was a mysterious assassin, most of them should have survived. If they want to follow us, they'll probably lose their lives halfway there. Hey, be careful. These logs have to be handled gently, don't damage them. It wasn't easy for us to move them back. Looking at these people working, the returning members generally felt a sense of superiority. The people who were working saw that the people around them were openly resting and even yelling at them. Although they had some complaints, they did not open their mouths to complain. Did you see that? The powerful Zhong Ji is bowing down to Lord Jinjin. And Shisuo, this group of people is also back. We have a shipwright again. Looks like there's really hope for us to leave this damned place. They moved so much wood, I'm afraid they're going to build a new ship. There's no need to go through so much trouble, right? Lord Jinjin is a big shot. Maybe his family's reinforcements will come to the island tomorrow. No one felt humiliated because they were commanded by Jinjin. They were very excited and felt honored. Jinjin's status was noble. They had never been so close to such a big shot before. There was a lot of noise in the valley. Jin Pin's cave residence welcomed a beauty. Bird fan. She bowed to Jinjin, bending her waist, showing the white of her chest. Although she was voluptuous, the chest of her dress was very high and did not reveal any of her breasts. The Empire's Eastern customs were relatively traditional, coupled with Bird fan's oriental features, it showed a unique charm. No wonder the first mate wanted to take her. She was indeed a rare beauty. In terms of appearance, she was only slightly inferior to ZDI. After the curtsy, Bird Fan straightened up. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Jinjin closely, her gaze full of curiosity. She had some understanding of Zhong Ji. She knew that this half-beast man's pride was hidden in his heart. To be able to make this half-beast man submit, the young man in front of her was definitely not a simple person. Naturally, Sparrow Fan came here because of Jinjin's summons. Tell me what you've observed about the mysterious magical beast and the cave entrance. Jinjin said. Yes, Lord Jinjin, I will definitely know everything. Bird Fan's information was just like that, on the surface. After Jinjin heard it, he let her leave in disappointment. Sitting on the stone that served as a low stool, Jinjin fell into deep thought. Taking over the group of people in the valley was very smooth, there were no problems. This was all within Jinjin's expectations. Because Jinjin was the strongest of them all, his status was high enough that he naturally occupied the position of leader. He was not alone, he had a group of subordinates who followed him closely. These people's fighting strength was also far superior to the people in the valley. In addition, in a state of survival, relying on the strong to increase their chances of survival was very easy for Jinjin to take over the people in the valley. It was just that there were a lot of people. Jinjin's gaze swept over them just now, and he estimated that there were at least 200 people. With so many people, Jinjin's leadership style had to change. He wanted to display the dignity of a noble. When he was expressionless or stern, he was silently reminding everyone that he was a leader, a superior person. At the same time, he also wanted to establish the status of his subordinates, making his subordinates slightly higher than the people in the valley. This way, his subordinates would support him more and ensure his authority. This was one of the reasons why he ordered his subordinates to rest and let the people in the valley work. Shisuo and the other crew members have been disliked by the people in the valley because of their previous escape. The half-beast man Zhong Ji, Sandao, and the others are also very embarrassed because of their racial identity. This is a good thing. From the perspective of a superior, Jinjin naturally looked at things from a different perspective than normal people. The most important thing now is to find the mysterious murderer who killed the survivors. Chapter 138. Compared to the forest terrain, the rainforest terrain was flat and there were few mountains. This valley was not large. It was small enough to accommodate more than 200 people and a large amount of supplies. The small valley was shaded by trees. A large amount of vegetation, bushes, and vines were close to each other, layer upon layer. Except for the small open space in the center, the rest of the place was covered by lush green leaves and branches. Inside the small valley, there were large and small natural caves, deep and shallow. These were natural residences. There was also a pool of spring water in the valley. This stable source of fresh water was extremely valuable. This was also the main reason why the people of the first camp chose to move here. It was a pity that the mysterious murderer had followed closely behind. After moving here, more than a dozen people had mysteriously disappeared in the valley. They must have met with misfortune. After resting for a night and clearing most of the fatigue in their bodies, Jinjin, Kang Shu, and the others came to a cave. This cave was not deep. It was one of the crime scenes. The people who used to live here had mysteriously disappeared. The cave was obvious at a glance. After people disappeared here, no one dared to live here again. There were some simple daily necessities in the cave. They emitted a faint moldy smell and a faint smell of blood. The most attractive thing was a huge rock in the middle. Under the huge rock was a cave entrance. Jinjin signaled with his eyes. Lan Zhao understood and took the initiative to move the huge rock away. This pair of master and servant met in the forest. After that, they experienced sandstorms, deserts, volcanoes, oases. The exploration along the way had created a tacit understanding between them. After the huge rock was moved away, the cave below was immediately exposed. The diameter of the cave was about 1.7 meters. The bottom of the cave was deep and dark. Even if they threw stones or torches, they would not be able to see the bottom. Unless someone bent down and went in. But this was extremely dangerous. According to the speculation of Birdfan, The mysterious murderer who had continuously killed people came in and out of this cave. In fact, this idea was very natural. After all, the sudden appearance of the cave was too obvious. But no one could solve this problem. No one wanted to take the risk and go in. This cave was too narrow. If they encountered the mysterious murderer here, it would be suicide. Zhenjin and the others carefully looked at the cave entrance. Kang Shu stretched out his skinny old hand and touched the edge of the hole. On the wall of the cave, he felt a wave of grease. Zdi took out a bottle of medicine and sprinkled it around the cave. Soon, the colorless potion reacted and emitted a strange pungent smell. The evidence is conclusive. It should be the giant underground worm, Zdi said with certainty. Zhenjin nodded, and the rest of the people also had an expression of as expected. During the defensive battle of the camp, everyone first discovered this silver-ranked magic beast. It could burrow into the ground, had a huge body, and was full of vitality. It had fought with the Zhongji a few times, and was a huge threat to the camp. In the process of Zhenjin chasing the blue dog fox wolf, Zhongji still smashed it to death. Of course, its body would not go to waste. After it was dragged back, it was immediately dissected by Kang Shu. Kang Shu analyzed that this giant underground worm was pieced together from at least 3 different creatures, and its main body was a clam worm. Clam worms were also known as sea earthworms. Under normal circumstances, they were about the same size as earthworms, and were mostly found on beaches. Everyone's understanding of the giant underground worm deepened. After Zhongji and Sandao found out, some people speculated, could it be that this was the magic beast that attacked the survivors in the first camp? The beach was different from other terrains. When the giant underground worm burrowed in and out, the hole would collapse. Plus, when the attack happened, it was raining, and the beach was always wet. This made it even more difficult to distinguish the traces. If the magical beasts attacked from underground and escaped from underground, then everything made sense. Kang Shu also analyzed. The giant underground worm secreted a greasy body fluid on its body, which made it easier for it to burrow in and out of the underground tunnel. Zdi had collected this kind of body fluid and specially concocted a potion. Once the potion came into contact with the fluid, it would react and produce a strange smell. Now, Zhongji and the others' speculations were confirmed. After that, everyone investigated the other tunnels. Kang Shu said in a serious tone, the giant underground worm grows very fast. You can tell from the diameter of these tunnels. This is very likely the case. The larvae of the giant underground worm were attracted by people's activities under the beach, and started to hunt. At that time, it was still young, so it could only hunt. It couldn't drag people into the tunnels or swallow them whole. After that, people started to migrate and gave up on the first camp. The giant underground worm noticed this and followed them underground. It used this valley as its new hunting ground. Because there was an endless supply of food, it grew very fast underground. Its body became bigger, and its strength increased greatly. Now, the giant underground worm has the ability to drag people into the tunnels, or eat them whole. Because of this, people were killed on the beach, but mysteriously disappeared in the valley. Kang Shu's analysis was approved by everyone present. Zdi added, we investigated a few tunnels and didn't find any bloodstains near the entrances. If people were dragged in by the giant worm, there would be all kinds of traces left behind. So, I'm more inclined to believe that the giant underground worm swallowed people whole. When it attacks, it's always at night. It seems to attack when people are asleep. With such a tactic, it's easier and easier for it to swallow a person alive. Then how should we deal with it? Zhongji was worried. The giant worm was active underground, and its population was unknown. It would only come out when it was hunting. The difficulty was that it could accurately sense the activity of life on the ground through its sense of touch. So, it had always been able to avoid the main force and attack the weak points, and find people who were alone. Back on the beach, Zhongji and the others kept watch at night, but they didn't catch it. They didn't even see its shadow. Deliberately hiding, setting up traps, and then surrounding the giant underground worm with a group of people did not seem to work. Don't worry, I have a way, Zhenjin said. He had ultrasonic detection, so he could easily know the movements of the giant worm underground. He also had the strange fragrance, so controlling the giant worm wasn't a problem. He could even transform into a spear scorpion and burrow into the tunnels. However, on the surface, Jinjin looked troubled. ZDI, I hope you can concoct a potion. It's best if you can create a smell that the giant worm likes and attract it up. Since the giant worm likes to hunt down lone targets, Zhong Ge and the others, please gather everyone together to rest. As for me, don't disturb me, I need some time alone. I will pray to my lord. Hearing Jinjin's last sentence, everyone's eyes lit up. Dark clouds covered the sky above the beach, and the sun couldn't be seen. It was drizzling in the air, and the sea breeze blew, causing Muban to shiver. The Pig's Kiss. Bai Ya looked at the half of the ship lying on the beach with a complicated expression. His dream of becoming a knight and standing out was refuted and opposed by his hunter father. However, this ignited Bai Ya's rebellious spirit. The young man stole his family's money and barely managed to scrounge up the lowest class ticket to board the Pig's Kiss. He definitely didn't expect that the Pig's Kiss, which he carefully selected, would meet with a shipwreck. I'll go in first and investigate. After confirming that it's safe, you can go in and dismantle the ship. Sandao said, if I don't come out, don't go in to save me. The best thing to do is to go back and find Lord Jinjin or Zhong Ge. Muban and Bai Ya nodded at the same time. They all knew that they were weak. If Sandao fell, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they rushed in to save him. Muban, Bai Ya, Sandao and the others were all sent by Jinjin to dismantle the Pig's Kiss. The Pig's Kiss's resources had been plundered clean, but the ship's wreckage still had great value. Many of the planks could still be used, and so could the mast. Especially the ship's nails, which were something that Jinjin and the others were currently lacking. Sandao's figure quickly appeared on the upturned deck. He waved to the people under the beach and shouted, "Come up, everything is safe here." Plank, Bai Ya and more than 20 people brought hammers, saws and other tools, and entered in a single file. The Pig's Kiss had 2 decks, a bow and a poop. Now, only half of the ship was left, and there was no poop. There was a captain's room in the bow. There was also a crew room in the front half, and the goods were usually placed at the bottom. According to the shipwright's instructions, the people first dismantled the mast. The front mast was unusually well preserved, and the middle mast was broken in half. The remaining half was still valuable. After that, they dismantled it from top to bottom, and from the outside to the inside. For a moment, the Pig's Kiss's wreckage was filled with the sound of people shouting, sawing wood, and smashing with hammers. They came here in the morning, and rested at noon. They ate the dry food and water they brought with them, and continued to work in the afternoon. There were no attacks from wild beasts, and no unexpected gains. Early on, the survivors had checked the ship's wreckage again and again, and everything that could be used and eaten was taken away. It was very clean. In the evening, when Bai Ya brought people to the captain's room, they made a small discovery. Bai Ya found a small bottle of ink in the corner, a broken feather pen, and a stack of paper in the drawer. Bai Ya was just about to show his joy. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the ship's hull shook violently. "Get out quickly, the Pig's Kiss is about to collapse." Bai Ya heard Muban's roar. The ship's wreckage was already unstable, and after a day of dismantling, only the skeleton was left. It was natural for it to collapse. Bai Ya and the others immediately turned and ran. But just as they reached the door of the captain's room, Bai Ya clenched his teeth, suddenly turned and ran inside. The people beside him didn't stop him, and after hesitating, they ran first. After a dozen breaths, the ship collapsed, and dust filled the air. "Where's Bai Ya?" He suddenly turned around and ran inside. He's still inside. After realizing this, everyone hurried back into the smoke. Soon, they saw Bai Ya. Bai Ya was lying on the beach, his face covered in dust. Behind him, only half a meter away, was a pile of broken ship's hull. Seeing this, Sandao, Muban, and the others all felt a lingering fear for Bai Ya. But after the young man got up, he smiled fearlessly and innocently. As the night deepened, Everyone held torches and dragged a large pile of dismantled supplies back to the small valley. The atmosphere in the small valley was lively. Sandao and Mu Ban asked around, and found out that Zhenjin and the others had found the mysterious culprit and killed it. It was a huge worm, ferocious and terrifying. Everyone was overjoyed. After a day of hard work, the tiredness in their bodies seemed to have been swept away by this news. That night, Zhenjin and the others held another celebratory dinner. At the edge of the cave, Bai Ya leaned against the wall and sat on the damp ground. He carefully spread out the paper on his thigh, then dipped a quill in ink and started writing under the light of the bonfire outside. My beloved Miss Shifu, I haven't written to you in a long time, please forgive me. The shipwreck happened too suddenly, and the difficulties, dangers, and excitement that followed far surpassed anything I've experienced in my life. Bai Ya wrote a lot, but there were many words that he didn't know how to write, so he left them empty for now. At the end of the letter, he wrote, when we came back, we saw the corpse of the huge worm on a high platform in the empty space of the small valley. This worm was still very young, and it didn't have the size of the huge worm that attacked the camp. The people cheered, playing and cursing around the corpse of the huge worm, venting their emotions. I can imagine the shock in their hearts, as well as their joy, and their worship of the Lord Zhenjin. The Lord Zhenjin did it. This was completely within my expectations. To him, this was just a small matter. How do you say it in the Eastern Empire? As easy as turning over one's hand, is this the right word? My life was saved by the Lord Zhenjin, and he is a true knight. The gods favor him, and I think it is only natural. If they don't favor someone like him, who else can they favor? I believe that everything will get better and better. As long as we can build a new ship, we can leave this island. I can go to the wilderness to fight and gain glory, because I follow the Lord Zhenjin. Chapter 139. Inside the cave, a sketch of the ship was laid out on a long wooden table. Zhenjin, Zdi, Kang Shu, Zhongji, and the others sat around the table. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sketch. The sketch depicted the side view, top view, and perspective view of the ship. The author of the sketch, shipwright Laro Sai, introduced, after statistics, there are 247 survivors. We have already dismantled the Pig's Kiss. Counting the wood we transported, and estimating how much iron we can produce from our iron ore, I came up with the idea of this ship. The estimated length of the ship is 42 meters, width 16 meters, height 8 meters, displacement 300 tons. As you can see, the new ship will have 2 decks. The top deck will be equipped with 5 cannons. There will be a total of 3 masts, each with a mast. This is a slash mast. The mast and the bow mast will have sails, mainly square sails. According to our sea chart and route, the wind is stable, so square sails are the most practical. But the mast will have a jib sail. To be more precise, it will be a big jib sail. The estimated size of our main sail will be more than 200 square meters. This is the forecastle, mainly for the big guys. This is the poop, where your room is, Master Jinjin. There is a balcony behind the aft, with a wide view, you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the sea. At the end, shipwright Laro Sai gave Jinjin a flattering smile. The new ship was twice the size of the Pig's Kiss. The Pig's Kiss was 76 meters long. It was a large trading ship, capable of transporting large amounts of goods and people. According to the voyage, this island was located near the midpoint of the straight line between the Shungming continent and the Wilderness continent. Zhenjin and the others' goal was not to create a good ship, but to leave this island as soon as possible, complete the second half of the voyage, and then rush to the Wilderness continent. How much do we need in terms of supplies? Zhenjin broke the silence and asked. Shipwright Laro Sai replied, mainly nails. We need a lot of iron, so we need a lot of iron. Don't we have enough ores? Zhenjin was puzzled. Back then, he had been afraid of this. Many nights, he had transformed into a brown monkey-tail bear and continued to mine. Most of the ores in their hands were excavated by Zhenjin alone. Zdi replied, we have to thank the brown bears for the ores. We have a sufficient amount of ores. However, in order to extract the iron from the ore, we are currently using the method of dissolving it with chemicals. We don't have enough medicine for this. I see. Junjin nodded and scanned the crowd. Do you have any ideas on how to solve this problem? ZDI revealed a troubled expression. Currently, I'm actively looking for alternative materials, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to find any. After all, this was a rainforest, not a forest. Perhaps we can form an exploration team and head to the forest to collect these raw materials. Kang Shu shook his head. It's too difficult and risky. The Lord Junjin needs to guard the valley, and our combat power is not enough to support an exploration team. Using medicine to process ores was not a conventional method. My suggestion is to build an earthen kiln. It's not the small kiln I made in the oasis, but a large one. We can use charcoal to heat it up and melt the ores to obtain large amounts of pig iron. Can we build a large kiln here? Junjin asked. He remembered that in the oasis, Kang Shu's attempt to build an earthen kiln had failed. However, Kang Shu nodded. It's possible. The soil here is different from the oasis. In fact, someone has already made one. He's a craftsman and has much more experience in building an earthen kiln than I do. The proportion of craftsmen among the survivors was very high. These people all went to the wilderness to work. If the humans wanted to gain a foothold in the wilderness and win the war, they would have to build a large number of castles, camps, and other defensive structures. These structures represented a large number of work opportunities, which far exceeded the standard salary in the Shungming continent. Junjin nodded. Let's do as Kang Shu suggested. We'll build an earthen kiln. After making the decision, Junjin looked at the shipwright. There are other gaps. The shipwright said. Of the remaining gaps, one was the sail. Making a sail required a large amount of cloth. Originally, the shipwright had placed his hopes on the sail of the Pig's Kiss. However, after dismantling it, he only obtained a few fragments of the sail. Because before the temperature dropped, the survivors in the first camp had dismantled and tore off the sail, using it as warm clothing. The other was the adhesive. The ship's planks were connected horizontally, so there were gaps. Under normal circumstances, they were filled with asphalt, hemp rope, glue, and so on. There was also a large gap in the adhesive. The third was the crew. Junjin and the others needed to train some temporary sailors. The last was the supplies. The food and water reserves were large, but not enough. Building a ship required a large amount of energy, which led to an increase in the consumption of food. After the ship was built, they needed to store enough supplies. During the voyage, it was difficult to obtain supplies. Some people might say that they could fish on the sea. This was very unprofessional. Fishing was usually done in the fishing grounds. Fishing in other areas was very inefficient. The work on the ship was very heavy. If everyone went fishing, not only would the efficiency be very low, the speed of the ship would also slow down. After a long time, more food would be consumed. It was not worth it. From this point of view, the sea and the desert were not much different. How long will it take to build this new ship? Junjin asked the question he was most concerned about. The shipwright replied, normally, the construction of a ship would take about 2 years. It is hard to estimate the construction time of our new ship, but it should take at least half a year. That's too long, can it be shortened? Hei Huan was also not satisfied with the time. The shipwright sighed, this is already the fastest speed. The main reason is because of Sir ZDI's medicine, which can speed up the drying of the wood in the shade. Normally, the wood used to build a ship needs to be dried and completely remove the moisture. Normally, it will be dried in the shade for at least a year. Fortunately, we have a lot of craftsmen. If it were not for the 200 people in the valley, with our previous personnel, even 4 or 5 years might not be enough to build a ship. Junjin was very disappointed with this answer. After half a year, the position of White Sand City's lord had already been decided. The Empire's officials would not wait for Junjin alone. The 2 temple knights who were competing with him for the lord's position would definitely not wait for Junjin. But there was no other way. Unless help came during this time. If Junjin relied on building a new ship to escape, he could only accept this time. The location of the ship was set in the small valley. As long as it was slightly modified, the empty space in the small valley would be a very good place to build a ship. Building a dock was too troublesome. Of course, the materials for the dock did not need to be as high as the building of the ship. The rainforest was not lacking in wood. He Huan, Sandao, and the others formed a logging team and a patrol team. The wood was continuously imported into the small valley. The location of their logging was mainly concentrated in the small valley and the beach. Clearing the forest here would make it easier to build tracks in the future, which would be beneficial for the new ship to sail smoothly. The amount of work needed to build tracks was much smaller than building a dock directly on the beach. After a few days, the empty space in the small valley was finally isolated from the raindrops. It was a rainstorm, so the ground was also kept dry. Building a ship required a dry environment. The shipwright and the others began to work on the largest tree trunk, which was the best material for making the keel. According to the shipwright and Mu Ban, even in the major ports of the Shungming continent, it was difficult to find such a good material. Under Kang Shu's coordination, the survivors in the valley were busy. Everyone had something to do. Lan Zhao and Bai Ya were responsible for building the valley, forming a fortification, and laying traps and warning devices on the periphery. Fat Tongue assisted Kang Shu, and ZDI was responsible for the development of potions. Zhen Jin, Zhong Ji, and the others were responsible for clearing out the surrounding herds and replenishing their food reserves. Bird Fan led the women and the injured to make hemp rope and cloth. After making the keel, the shipwright and the others began to make the masts without stopping. Because of the lack of suitable wood, they had to make at least 6 masts, which were pieced together in pairs to form a foremast, a middle mast, and a mizzen mast. At the same time, Fat Tongue led some people to apply the potion on the keel. With the potion, the keel would dry out faster. The amount of potion used on the keel alone almost emptied ZDI's inventory. ZDI could only separate the potion production process and distribute it to others to increase the production. This required new manpower. Fortunately, Kang Shu had a wealth of experience, and quickly transferred enough people from other areas to avoid slowing down the progress of other projects. With the ultrasonic detection, Zhen Jin did not miss any herds near the valley. Every time he took action, he gained a lot. Zhong Ji no longer competed with Zhen Jin, and in this aspect, he was second only to Zhen Jin. When the shipwright, Mu Ban, and the others began to make the shipboards, with the valley as the center, the area within a radius of 50,000 meters was cleared. But the work of clearing out the herds would still continue. Because the herds were mobile, the empty territory and abundant food sources were a huge temptation to the herds. Clearing out the herds was not as frequent as before, and the danger was sharply reduced. The herds that were attracted were usually weak herds or magical beasts. Powerful magical beasts or herds were the overlords of their own territories, and did not need to migrate. Zhen Jin gradually handed this job over to Zhong Ji, He Huan, and the others. The extra time he earned was used to train the various forms of the core in private, and he made a lot of progress. The frequency of the torrential rain became lower, and the sunny days in a week began to outnumber the rainy days. In the evening, the sky cleared up. The light of the setting sun shone on Jin Zhan and a group of scale-horned black panthers. While Zhen Jin was training in private at the edge of the warning line, this group of horned black panthers broke into the range of his ultrasonic detection. Zhen Jin gladly accepted the mana reserves that were delivered to his door. After a battle, the battlefield calmed down. It's too easy. As long as I touch the horned black panthers, they'll be electrocuted to death. Zhen Jin smiled in satisfaction. After a long period of perseverance and hard training, he had obtained results. He could now discharge electricity freely. I'm different from the silver flying squirrel. The latter's discharge will immediately weaken, but my discharge will increase the consumption of my mana, and it won't affect me much. Who's there? Using ultrasonic again, Zhen Jin discovered someone in the distance. Zhen Jin's expression changed. When he was fighting just now, he stopped using ultrasonic and focused mainly on discharging electricity, so he did not notice in time. What did this person observe? When did he come here? What did he discover? The scorpion shell on Zhen Jin's body was easily connected to what Zhong Ji saw back then. Who was this person? Junjin ran wildly and chased after this person. The mysterious person noticed him and turned around to flee into the valley. Chapter 140. Red light gushed out of Junjin's body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a silver bat monkey. Stomping on the ground and flapping his wings, Junjin the bat monkey flew into the sky. He flew up like a sharp sword. He ran through the trees, sometimes flapping his wings, sometimes using his hands and feet to climb and jump with the help of branches. His movements were wild, and his limbs were extremely coordinated. He was no different from a real bat monkey. This was the result of hard work. Junjin was full of anxiety. I have to stop him or her. Who could it be? I was too careless. I shouldn't have transformed during the day. In addition to his anxiety, there was also regret. Originally, Junjin always transformed at night. No one would walk in the wild at night, because human vision limited the range of human activities. But during the day, even if it was 50,000 meters away from the small valley, there might still be human activities. Junjin just wanted to practice his beast form more, especially the ability to discharge electricity, which he had just mastered. Like a child who had gotten a new toy, the horned leopards rushing over were the perfect targets for him to practice on. Usually, Junjin would send out ultrasonic waves to explore the surroundings every once in a while. But just now, when he was fighting with the horned leopards, his mind was used to manipulate the muscles to discharge electricity, and the interval between the ultrasonic waves was extended. This situation was very rare, but at such a critical moment, something really went wrong. The mysterious man was very fast, far faster than ordinary people. But after running at his maximum speed for a while, he was limited by his physical strength and slowed down. The canopy behind him suddenly shook. The mysterious man heard the movement and turned around to check. His face was full of horror. He had dark skin and curly hair. Because of the crazy running, he was sweating and panting. It was He Huan. After pausing for a few breaths, there was no other movement from the shaking canopy. He Huan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, turned around and continued to run. In the dense canopy, a silver bat monkey was hiding. Even with the monkey fur covering his face, Junjin still couldn't hide his uncertain expression. It's him. It's He Huan, the mercenaries hired by ZDI. Why is he here? No, he should be here. I've gradually handed over the cleanup work to Zhong Ji and him. He's a bronze-ranked Doqi practitioner, so it's not strange for him to appear here. But wait, why is he alone? Where are the other patrol members? What did he see? For a time, Junjin watched as He Huan fled. The latter's figure disappeared into the rainforest and quickly disappeared from his sight. Junjin was very confused. He was also flustered. What should I do now? He had been too anxious just now, so he didn't think too much about it and immediately gave chase. He really wanted to find out who had seen him. Just now, he got his answer. Then, he fell into a state of bewilderment. He didn't know what to do next. A thought kept expanding in the young man's mind. Kill him. I can totally kill him. He's just a bronze-ranked warrior. The difference in strength between us is huge. If I kill him, no one will know that it was me who killed him. It's very normal. He was alone in the rainforest and encountered a ferocious magical beast. He was killed by the magical beast. This reason is very good, it's very natural, isn't it? I'll disguise the traces of battle. I'm already very skilled in this aspect. Kang Shu and Zhong Ji will be fooled by you, just like before. The thought of killing He Huan became stronger and stronger. No, I can't. Junjin subconsciously used force, his fingers digging into the bark. I'm a Knight Templar, not a murderer. I uphold benevolence and justice. How can I reap a life for my own selfishness and a conjecture? He Huan is definitely not my enemy. In fact, he helped me a lot. He lent me the rapier Silver Lightning. It's his family heirloom. The malicious thoughts were suppressed by Junjin's efforts, but very quickly, with an even stronger force, it bounced back, hitting Junjin's bottom line, fiercely shaking his heart. Come on. Junjin, don't be bound by morals. Wasn't the lesson from Spear Scorpion enough? Have you forgotten? How long has it been? Have you already forgotten? Spear scorpion almost took your life. You shouted in your heart, I want to live. Other people's creed, family teachings, those are other people's. What depravity is at hand? The abyss is at your feet. Bullshit. Yes, I want to live with my head held high, I want to revive the 100 Needles family, I want to become the White Sand City's lord. I don't want to be doubted, questioned, hated, and spat on by others. You're a Knight Templar, you're not a monster. If your secret is discovered, what will they think of you? What will your end be? Although Jin's hands were on the tree trunk, at this moment, his body was almost on the verge of collapse. His conscience was screaming in his heart, no, they will understand, as long as I explain clearly enough. From the beginning to the end, I've saved many lives, I've sacrificed so much for this team, they will be grateful, they will understand me, forgive me, and accept me. Ha ha ha. There seemed to be another Jin, mocking him in his heart. Wake up, Jin. Don't have any unrealistic fantasies. If you let He Huan go, it means that the secret will be completely exposed, and the good situation will be completely ruined. What will people think of you? A knight blessed by God? No, he's just a monster, a devil in human skin. Think about Zhong Ji. He's a half-beast man, but he still has human blood in him. He has such powerful combat strength, but he's still despised and hated. What about you? You're not even a half-beast man, you're just a monster. Kill him. Kill him. Jin's breathing became heavy, he continued to run through the thicket, chasing after He Huan again. But at the same time, his heart was in a struggle. No, I'm not a monster. I'm Jin, I'm a holy knight. Just because of some doubts, I'll kill. Then I'll really be a monster. No matter what the outside looks like, my heart is a bright red human heart. If I kill He Huan, what's the difference between me and those magical beasts? Ha ha ha. Then why are you chasing? The other Jin in his heart, with just one sentence, made Jin unable to refute. The youth's mouth was extremely dry. At this moment, he felt that he couldn't control himself. His body was moving on its own, but his mind was in a mess that he had never experienced before. The Jin in his heart shouted again, He Huan, he's not your enemy now, but soon he will be. He'll ruin everything. Once your secret is discovered, people will doubt you and no longer trust you. People will split, confront each other, and then internal friction. Zhong Ji is full of ambition, he won't let go of this opportunity. What about ZDI? Think about your poor fiancée. She'll always follow you, support you. Do you want your fiancée to worry? Put her in danger? Jin, you must be a holy knight, you must be a holy knight. Only in this way can you lead these people, make them unite as one, and twist everyone's strength into a rope. The ship is already being built, the beast horde is no longer a threat, food and water are being stored. No one knows how much effort you've put into this situation, how much effort you've put in, how many times you've risked your life. Just because of He Huan's words, because of a secret, you want to ruin everything? Kill him. Kill him. Jin's face alternated between ferocious and sorrowful. He felt like he was falling into the abyss, and his conscience was getting weaker and weaker. No, this is a living person. He's my comrade. Jin weakly shouted in his heart. But that voice immediately refuted Jin. Comrade? This is a threat to the big picture, he's like a piece of rat shit, you can't let him spoil the pot of soup. You don't owe him anything. You're his savior, have you forgotten? Without you, he would have died a long time ago. Died under the claws of the black steel bat monkeys. Yes, he did lend you the rapier Silver Lightning, this sword has been of great help to you. But if he died back then, who would this sword belong to? Kill him, don't hesitate anymore. Just treat it as if you were a step too late, and didn't save his life. This isn't just for you, it's for the big picture. Kang Shu said it before, in fact, you already understood it, didn't you? Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles, those who succeed may have a despicable past, but these will be covered by the light and victory. Most people didn't care how they succeeded, they only cared about the result, whether you succeeded or failed. Think about it, when you save these people and lead them to escape from this damned island, you'll be a hero. You'll be the savior of more than 200 people. It's just one less Hey Juan, what's the big deal? You're a holy knight, you'll be praised, you'll struggle endlessly, always be optimistic, never give up, you'll become a role model. You can't be a monster. Once this secret is exposed, even if you save these people, what will you get? You won't even be able to lead these people, you'll most likely fail to escape from here. For more than 200 people, the only one sacrificed is Hey Juan. He's very suspicious. Very suspicious. Why did he come to the wilderness alone and discover your secret? He must be harboring evil intentions towards you. That must be it. Countless blood vessels filled Junjin's eyes. A murderous intent brewed in his heart, growing rapidly. He caught up with Hey Juan again, looking down at Hey Juan's head and back from above. Look at him, he's so weak. Now, as long as you pounce down, you can easily kill him. Actually, you have many ways to take his life. A mouthful of acid could make him unrecognizable. The thin tip of the spear scorpion could directly penetrate his head. Could his bones be harder than a monkey-tail brown bear? A bronze-ranked human? He's as brittle as a piece of paper. Kill him, quickly kill him. Junjin's breathing became more rapid, his murderous intent growing stronger. Who's there? At this moment, there were shouts from the front. Junjin's head trembled, he quickly stopped and hid behind the trunk of a big tree. It's me. Hey Juan shouted. The person who shouted immediately relaxed. There were more than 10 of them. After seeing Hey Juan, they all greeted him, Sir. Hey Juan nodded. I followed the strange sound and explored a long distance, but I didn't find anything. Let's go, we'll go back to the camp now. But it's still early. Someone objected. It's about time, we're already very far from the camp. If we rush back, we can have a hot meal. Hey Juan shook his head and continued, don't worry, we've already explored this place. If there's a herd of beasts, there will definitely be traps that will alert us. Seeing Hey Juan's attitude, the others did not insist. All right. We'll listen to Sir Hey Juan. Someone laughed. I always thought that Sir Hey Juan was hard to get along with. In the end, it was all a rumor. All right, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Hey Juan urged. Seeing Hey Juan leave with more than 10 people, Junjin slowly walked out from behind the tree trunk. It seems that Hey Juan heard some strange sounds, so he went to investigate alone. His bronze, his fast, so he left the others to continue patrolling. That's why it ended up like this. The key is, what did he see? Why is he in such a hurry to go back? What should I do? Should I? Junjin's face was no longer confused, but twisted and struggling. He obviously did not exercise enough, but at this moment, he was sweating all over. At this moment, he finally understood that he had been running away all this time. Suddenly, one day, he had to face the scene that he feared the most in his heart. It was so difficult to make relevant decisions. Junjin had lost his former level. Under normal circumstances, Junjin would have used ultrasound to detect these patrolling members in front of him. But he had been chasing after Hey Juan, following Hey Juan, his heart was in a struggle, and his brain was a mess. Hey Juan is afraid. I can feel it. He must have discovered my secret. What am I hesitating for? Don't be so cowardly, turn into a magical beast and kill him. It's better that others are here, they are witnesses, they will testify for me. Who knows that the magical beast that killed people is you? If you're still worried, just kill all these people. Once and for all. Junjin's breath became heavier and heavier, the surging killing intent in his heart made it difficult for him to control. He struggled with all his might. He was very hesitant. This is not the way of a knight. The roar in his heart became weaker and weaker. If the secret is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Another voice became louder and louder. Junjin had been following Hey Juan and the others all this time, and there were many times when he was about to make a move. The small valley appeared in everyone's vision. Hey Juan and the others were about to return to the camp. Junjin's voice became louder and louder, as if he was roaring, hurry up and make a move. If you don't make a move now, it will be too late. The sun sank below the horizon, and night fell. The night wind blew wildly, and Junjin's rough breathing mixed with the wind, unable to be heard clearly. His fingers clawed viciously, crushing the bark and part of the wood. Junjin's face was full of viciousness, and his gaze was incomparably fierce. Roar! He raised his head and roared. Chapter 141. The bat monkey Junjin's beastly roar startled the birds nearby and they all flew into the sky. This movement also attracted the attention of He Huan's group. They subconsciously stopped and turned to look behind them. What was that sound? Did you guys hear anything just now? It sounded like a bat monkey was roaring. How is that possible? He Huan laughed. Bat monkeys are always in groups. Even if it's a stray bat monkey that has been banished by its own group, it wouldn't dare to go near the valley camp. Why don't we go investigate? Someone suggested. He Huan shook his head. There's no need. A single stray bat monkey doesn't pose any threat. Was there really any movement just now? Why didn't I hear anything? The wind is blowing and it's getting louder and louder. The camp is right in front of us. Aren't some of you too nervous? Everyone knew He Huan's strength. Since the bronze-ranked elites said so, everyone was relieved. It should just be the sound of the wind. All right, let's go back to the camp. He Huan's group walked into the valley. In the distance, in the canopy, the bat monkey Junjin was no longer roaring. Instead, he was clenching his teeth. That roar just now seemed to have vented all the killing intent and impulsiveness in his heart. No, no. I am Junjin. I am Junjin. The bat monkey Junjin was half kneeling on a tree branch. He was hunched over, as if he was carrying a heavy burden. I am a temple knight. His forehead was already wet. It was very strange. He wouldn't have sweated so much when he was chasing after them earlier. The fog in his eyes gradually dissipated. There seemed to be a candle flame in the fog. The candle flame flickered and burned, gradually becoming firm. I am not a murderer. I can't do it, and I shouldn't kill He Huan. I protect the kind and the weak. I uphold justice and fairness. I will not slaughter the innocent. Never. Junjin kept swearing in his heart. He took deep breaths. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a state of exhaustion. He felt like he was about to collapse. In the end, he took a deep look at the valley, turned around, and staggered back the way he came. Hurry up and leave. Your secret has been exposed. Go, and don't come back. Just pretend that Junjin is dead. This way, you can at least leave a good name for yourself. If your secret is confirmed, the 100 Needles clan will be humiliated. Shut up. Junjin roared in his heart. I will not run away. I am the leader. I will take these people and escape from this island. No matter what they think of me, I will practice my way of the night. I will fulfill my responsibility as a leader. If the secret is completely exposed, then I will also have to face it. Even if they misunderstand me, hate me, or reject me. Because this is what I should do. On the way back, Junjin made up his mind. After finding his equipment again, Junjin put them on neatly. Although he had worn them many times, he had never felt the weight of the clothes on his body. It was heavier than Zhong Ji's full body armor. The youth's footsteps seemed to be heavier. He walked back to the valley, expressionless. The dark and gloomy rainforest, layer upon layer, the vegetation that filled his vision was like a wall. The night was thick, as if there was no light in front of him. What a difficult journey it was. Junjin had long been accustomed to trekking in the rainforest. There were no fierce magical beasts blocking the way. However, Junjin felt that it was extremely difficult. It seemed that every step consumed a great deal of his physical strength and mental strength. Deep in his heart, there was a weak voice. This voice was constantly praying, let this journey be eternal, let him walk forever, never reaching the end. The return journey was limited. Junjin finally arrived outside the small valley. He saw the camp outside the valley, saw the fire in the valley, and felt the presence of people. In the past, every time he returned, he would feel warmth in his heart when he saw these traces of people. But now, whether it was the camp gate, the guards, or the fire and the fragrant smoke, they seemed to be separated from him by a layer. It was only a layer, but it was as far as the distance between heaven and earth. Junjin took a deep breath and tried hard to straighten his chest. As if he was going to the execution ground, he walked toward the camp gate. Lord Zhenjin? Lord Zhenjin is back. The guards greeted and hurriedly opened the camp gate for Zhenjin. They looked at Zhenjin with eyes full of worship and respect. But these words, these eyes, were no longer as warm as before. They gave Zhenjin the motivation to move forward. They were like sharp arrows, flying into Zhenjin's heart and fiercely stabbing him, making him feel a twitching pain. After passing through the camp gate, Zhenjin quickly arrived at the open space in the valley. This place had already been transformed into a dock. The keel and masts were placed in the corners, and a large number of hemp ropes were arranged together. All of them had been smeared with the ointment ZDI had provided. After a period of drying and then drying, the hemp ropes would become even sturdier and more durable. They could be used as sails. Walking through the open space and halfway to the cave, Zhenjin saw many people. These people had just finished their work and were currently sitting around a long wooden table, eating dinner. The arrival of Zhenjin made all the diners stand up and salute. This was a completely spontaneous action. Now, in the face of this, Zhenjin felt an invisible oppressive force. They still don't know. Once the secret is exposed, what will they think of me? Zhenjin's eyes were filled with bitterness. At the same time, he smiled at them, indicating that they should sit down and continue eating. Passing through the crowd, Zhenjin saw Bai Ya. Sir Zhenjin, you're back. Everyone is looking for you. They're all in the large cave, Bai Ya said respectfully. Zhenjin nodded. He came to the large cave. This cave was the largest cave in the small valley. It was used to hold meetings and discuss important matters. Previously, when the shipwright presented the draft of the ship, it was in this cave. Now, Zhongji, ZDI, Kang Shu and the others were all inside. Obviously, they had already learned of the situation from He Huan. Standing in front of the large cave, Zhenjin could not help but stop. At this moment, his feet felt like there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them. The sound of escaping grew louder and louder in his heart. He could not step out. In his eyes, this cave seemed to grow bigger and bigger. The entrance became pitch black, becoming the entrance to an abyss that swallowed everything. Zhenjin took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened them again. He held his breath, braced himself, and walked into the large cave. Just as he expected, when he appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kang Shu, ZDI, Zhongji, San Dao, He Huan and the others were all sitting around the rectangular stone table. The main seat was still empty. That was Zhenjin's seat. Sir, ZDI sat on the left side of the main seat and smiled at Zhenjin. But the smile was very forced. Everyone else's expression was very heavy. He Huan's expression was still filled with fear. He's finished. Zhenjin sighed. Perhaps, we're in big trouble, Zhongji said. Zhenjin felt his mouth go dry. He stood in place, like a criminal who was about to hear his sentence. ZDI said, He Huan, repeat the information you just received. He Huan swallowed his saliva and quickly said with lingering fear, I saw a monster from afar. It was very terrifying. A large group of horned black panthers were not its match. Its attacks were strange and mysterious. With a light touch, those horned black panthers would fall to the ground, no matter how strong they were. This was definitely a massacre, a complete massacre. A large group of horned black panthers, at least 50 of them, was easily wiped out by this monster. It was easier than drinking water. It's too scary. It's really too scary. I feel that we're not its match. After discovering it, I immediately rushed back to the camp and reported this important information. To avoid panic, I didn't tell anyone else. Zhenjin, we've analyzed it. This terrifying monster is at least silver tier, ZDI said in a serious tone. No, even if it's silver tier, such as the blue dog fox wolf, it wouldn't be so easy to kill a group of horned black panthers. It's more likely that it's a gold tier monster. Zhongji expressed his opinion. Gold tier? Zhenjin thought about this level. He slowly frowned, then slowly walked back to his seat and sat down. What kind of monster is it? Zhenjin stared at He Huan and asked. He Huan shook his head. I was very far away at that time, so I couldn't see it clearly. In fact, I discovered it purely by accident. I was distracted by a strange sound. The others weren't as fast as me, so I immediately asked around and rushed over to investigate. When the strange sound disappeared, I looked around and discovered this terrifying monster. I thought this information was too important. I also felt that this monster seemed to have noticed me, so I immediately turned around and retreated, rushing back as fast as I could. Zhong Ji snorted, very dissatisfied with He Huan's performance. He looked at Zhen Jin. He saw very blurry. He didn't even see the characteristics of this monster. He only saw that it was a huge ape with golden hair. To deal with this monster, we need more detailed information. Hearing this, Zhen Jin leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he heard ZDI's voice. We do need more information, but I think that He Huan didn't do anything wrong. According to this terrifying monster's combat power, He Huan wouldn't be its opponent. If he hesitated for a moment, it's very likely that he would have died at the hands of this monster. He was able to bring back information in time and alert us. This is enough credit. Zhen Jin opened his eyes. He understood. Before this, there might have been a small dispute here. Zhong Ji was dissatisfied with He Huan. He thought that He Huan ran away because of cowardice, when he could have brought back more information. As the employer who hired He Huan, ZDI naturally had to protect her own people. Sure enough, Zhong Ji immediately snorted. If He Huan died, wouldn't we have noticed? Corpses can talk. We would have gotten more information. His actions have already violated our rules. At least after he met up with the team, he should have sent 2 people to report and continue to investigate. Now, we only know some of this monster's appearance. We know nothing else. In this vast forest, it's too difficult for us to find a monster. If we can't find it, we have to be on guard at all times. This passive defense will take up a lot of our attention and energy. Zhong Ji. Zhen Jin waved his hand. I understand you, but please try to understand them. He Huan is a mercenary, not a soldier. Zhong Ji didn't say anything else. Zhen Jin turned his head to look at ZDI and He Huan, changing the topic. Of course, He Huan, your actions have indeed violated the rules. Your following actions and orders have indeed caused us to miss a good opportunity to obtain information. But I don't think it's because of cowardice. You are not a coward. I clearly remember the first time I saw you. You and the bat monkey were fighting to the death. You have contributed greatly by bringing the information back to us. But as you can see, the others have a lot of objections to you. I'll give you the task of investigating this monster. Tomorrow, you will lead a small team deep into the forest to gather relevant information. I hope you will be able to complete this task and eliminate the objections of others. As soon as Zhen Jin finished speaking, He Huan immediately stood up and said loudly, Lord Zhen Jin, I accept this task. I will make the others shut up. After saying this, he glared at Zhong Ji, full of anger. Zhong Ji snorted and didn't bicker with him. The meeting ended. Zhen Jin and the others left the big cave. His heart was filled with a strong sense of relief. He didn't expect that he would still be able to walk out of this cave as a temple knight. The truth is actually like this. He Huan didn't see it clearly. Now that I think about it, it is actually like this. A person's eyesight is limited. Unlike an eagle, to be able to see a blurry figure from so far away and treat the golden scorpion shell as fur, He Huan's eyesight is better than ordinary people. So close, so close. If I didn't control myself at that time and killed He Huan, or even that small team, what would have happened? For the rest of my life, I would have been tormented by regret and guilt. Fortunately, in the end, I adhered to the principles of a knight. Grumble. Zhen Jin's stomach made a strange sound. After he completely relaxed, he immediately felt a strong sense of hunger. After eating a big meal, Zhen Jin returned to his residence. He was exhausted. More tired than when he was defending the camp. He lay on the bed and let out a long breath. His blue eyes shone with the light of hope. I am still a temple knight, a knight of God. No one will suspect me. From now on, I will pay special attention to only mutate at night and practice in private. During the day, I will try to minimize the mutation. Even if there is a mutation, I will use ultrasound to investigate the surroundings. For those who are afraid and worried because of this, I can only say sorry. But just like the blue dog fox wolf before, I believe that after a while, you will gradually get used to it. I won't practice tonight. I want to have a good rest. Today is really too tiring. Oh, I haven't even absorbed those scale-horned panthers. Forget it, let Heihuan find out. In this way, Jinjin fell asleep in a daze. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He was panting and still in shock. Just now, he had a nightmare. Everyone had discovered his secret, and he was deserted by his friends and family. Even ZDI was looking at him suspiciously. It's just a nightmare. Jinjin gritted his teeth and went back to sleep. After a while, he was awakened by the nightmare again. The content of the nightmare was similar. And this time, ZDI, who had always protected him, was also treated as a monster. After calming down, Jinjin fell asleep again. When he was awakened by the nightmare for the third time, he sat on the bed in silence for a long time. The young knight, who was physically and mentally exhausted and haggard, finally realized a fact: the secret was not exposed. Nothing seemed to have changed. But in fact, he could no longer go back. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.